take you from the location you were at when you got the call to get to Mountain View dorm?
Maybe a minute.
Okay. You said you responded lights and sirens, correct?
Yes.
When you got to this scene, describe where you parked the car and describe where you went.
There is a service drive that runs north and south, and that's located along the west side of the dormitory. The service drive dumps out onto Franklin Avenue on the north side, and on the south side it dumps out onto Mountain View Drive. When I responded, I turned onto Franklin Avenue from San Francisco Street. I drove east on Franklin Avenue, and I parked just west of the service drive on the most northern entrance.
All right. When you arrived, did you have any information that if anyone was injured at the time?
I believe the initial reports were at least 2 people had gunshot wounds.
Okay. And you had no idea the identity of the shooter at that point?
No.
Describe what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, when I parked my car and deployed my patrol rifle, I went around the hood of the vehicle and I approached the area where I just saw, in layman's terms, general chaos. There were groups of people scattered all around, and it was kind of hard to make sense of what was going on as it was pretty dark out as well.
All right. At that point, did you approach someone, or did someone approach you that you ultimately arrested?
I did.
And who was that?
That was Mr. Stephen Jones.
Okay. Did he identify himself as the shooter at that point?
He did.
And was he taken into custody at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you did after that.
Immediately after taking him into custody, I placed him into my patrol vehicle. I locked the patrol vehicle, and I attended to the other victims inside this case. Again, the night of this incident, there was only 2 patrol officers working for the NAU campus. Due to the unknown and unpredictability of what was actually happening, after I secured Mr. Jones in my vehicle, I went to see what else I could do to see if there were any other victims, and my attention was brought later on to another victim in this case.
All right, let me back you up a couple steps. You indicated that it was you and another officer that was on duty at NAU?
Yes, sir.
Who was the other officer?
Officer Matt Henty.
Okay, and was he at the scene as well?
Yes, he was.
And you indicated that Stephen Jones was the person you ultimately took into custody. Do you see him in the court today?
I do.
Can you point out where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting at this table, and he's wearing a gray suit with a blue tie and glasses.
Let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Gray suit and a blue tie. Is he seated in the middle?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Granted.
Thank you. You indicated that after you put the defendant into custody, you went to assist victims. Where did you first go?
I first went to a group that was located just north of the A-wing entrance. The A-wing entrance faces Franklin Avenue. In comparison, the service drive, which is just west of the dorm, the A-wing entrance is just east of that. And there's some large boulders outside of there, and there was groups scattered. By the time I was able to get to them and attend to them, I believe some people were in handcuffs at that point, and somebody was laying on the ground.
And why was it that people were put into handcuffs at that point?
With an unknown situation of what was occurring, everybody at first was just detained. So for our safety, for their safety.
Okay. And when you got to that first group, did you see if anyone was injured at that point?
I did.
And do you describe what you saw?
Yes. I approached the group. I asked if anybody was injured, and somebody said yes. I was later directed to a person named Kyle Zentek, and I was informed that he had a gunshot wound to the back.
Overruled. I think it goes to conduct.
You can continue, sorry.
I asked Kyle what his name was, and he had a little trouble remembering, and he was...
The form your question was, what did he say?
No, I didn't ask that. I think he was just describing what he observed at that point.
Okay. Officer, if you can describe what you observed and not what you heard anyone say at this point, okay?
Okay. I observed a male subject laying on his back, and he had a dazed expression on his face.
All right. Did you observe any injuries on his body?
I did.
Where?
On his back, I believe it was a couple inches to the right of his spine and about 4 inches above his belt line.
Okay. Did you have to remove his shirt or anything to observe that injury?
I had to pull his shirt up.
And what did it look like?
It looked like a gunshot wound.
Okay. Have you seen gunshot wounds before?
In person, no.
All right.
How this looked like to me was a hole in somebody's back.
Okay. And that was the only injury you could observe at that point?
At that time, yes.
And what did you do to assist him?
I asked another officer who was on scene if they had a medical trauma kit, and I don't know the time frame, but maybe a few seconds later I received a trauma kit, and I tried to package that wound with gauze.
And was it bleeding at the time? Were you successful in helping him?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, 403.
Sustained.
Okay. After you applied this bandage, what did you do?
After I applied the bandage, not only was I handling this person laying on the ground, I was also receiving information via the radio that another officer was performing CPR.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, hearsay, prejudicial, 403. Move to strike.
Sustained. It's stricken.
After you assisted...
All right, everyone, we're going to dip out of this NAU shooting trial in just a moment.
Did they arrive shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And did they assist Kyle and other victims at the scene?
Yes.
What did you do after the medical personnel arrived?
I stood as security over Mr. Jones with my patrol vehicle.
All right, we're going to get back to this trial in a moment, but we do want to dip into this press conference. It's been going on for about an hour almost now. The lawyer for the United passenger that was injured on that flight.
I don't know for sure, so I'd like to be more exact. I don't think so. I mean, no, that would really be adding insult to injury here, literally.
I believe the airplane was actually operated by a Republic Airways crew. Does that affect your strategy? Was that let United off the hook at all?
Nope. And, to his credit, whether he wanted to or not, yesterday, Mr. Munoz basically said, we were at fault. It's, we're it.
So should these officers face criminal charges?
I'm a civil lawyer. I don't know. Okay. Of course.
Do you believe that regulation is necessary? Both Chris Christie and Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky have come out pretty forcefully to talk about the issue of rebooking. Do you think that there's some sort of policy prescription?
I applaud Jan for what she plans on doing, only because the airlines haven't self-policed themselves. So, Donald Trump, one of his strong suits is, government, we need to deregulate. There's too much regulation. But in this case, I believe that if Jan can get that passed, and it goes to the issue of how to handle overbooking, unfortunately, the principal needs to take charge here of the student. All right, I'll take two more questions. Not from the Wall Street Journal, because I've done that. Yes, sir.
Has the city of Chicago reached out to the family at all?
No. Okay, I'll do two more. One more. Go. I'm sorry. No, I haven't had any discussions like that, no. Yes, sir. I don't have a clue. I mean, I haven't. He's going to have medical treatment for some time, And I don't know what's going to come of that. I haven't spoken to his doctors. I have no way of, I'm saying to you exactly what I say to clients who ask, what's my case worth? I don't know. I mean, there's too much, it hasn't even been a week. So I have no idea. At the appropriate time, we know how to evaluate a case for a fair and adequate compensation. Last question.
Aside from the money involved, since the company has said, basically, we are at fault, it was our mistake, what specifically is left to litigate in the case?
Well, I assume that United will, Mr. Munoz is the CEO. Believe me, he will have a team of lawyers who will get involved, and there will be a litigation. I would like to adopt everything you just said. End of story. But it's not that easy. So I think that United will probably be interested in having the city of Chicago be involved, maybe equally, maybe some percentage-wise. But lawsuits are never as clear to a layman, if you will, as you would think they would be. Lawyers have a way of, making things more difficult. We'll try not to do that. I want to thank you on behalf of the family, and I hope I've been able to, we have been able to impart and give you our perspective on things. Okay? So, have a good day.
All right, everyone. So we are going to replay this for you in full in just a few minutes. We are going to replay this in full in just a few minutes. We are just waiting for that video to process so that we can replay it for you. In the meantime, we are going to take you back to the Stephen Jones trial. That's right. This is the man accused of shooting 4 people, killing 1 on campus at Northern Arizona University, the NAU shooting trial. Stephen Jones in court now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. Excuse me, good morning.
Good morning.
Not even close. You, to your knowledge, were the first officer that contacted Mr. Jones at the scene?
Yes.
Was he aggressive with you?
No.
Was he irritated?
No.
In fact, he was quite upset, wasn't he?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor when you contacted him?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
The question again?
Yes, sir. What was Mr. Jones's demeanor when you contacted him?
I would describe hysterical.
Sorry?
Hysterical?
Okay. Was he also cooperative?
Yes.
He answered your questions?
Yes.
You had Mr. Jones, you obviously searched him and put him in the back of your patrol car, correct?
Yes.
And you had him back there with the sheriff's deputy essentially standing guard while you were assisting other officers?
Yes.
And at certain points while you were still on scene, you would go back and check on him, is that correct?
Yes.
When you were checking on Mr. Jones, was there an occasion where he described...
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Here's my question, Judge.
Let me have him ask his question, please.
I'll start over. I was interrupted. When you were checking on Mr. Jones, was there an occasion where he described his physical condition as he was feeling it at that very moment?
Just a second.
Same objection, Judge.
Present sense impression, Judge.
And your...
Calls for hearsay.
Present sense impression of then existing condition, Your Honor.
I'm also objecting to relevance and 403.
Let me see counsel at a recorded sidebar.
It looks like they're feeding a different angle of that press conference that just wrapped up regarding the United passenger. Oh, never mind. They took that away. We'll continue with the NAU shooting trial here on News Now. Now, the Stephen Jones trial has resumed today. The trial is Tuesday through Friday, but this week they did not have any court appearances because Tuesday and Wednesday they were honoring Passover. Again, Stephen Jones, the suspect in the Northern Arizona University shooting that took place in the fall of 2015, is in court. Again, testimony continuing today for Stephen Jones, who was a freshman at the time. This incident took place just off campus, Northern Arizona University, involving students. Stephen Jones, a freshman at Northern Arizona University, went to his car and retrieved his gun after being involved in an incident with fellow students. Now, Stephen Jones claims that he acted in self-defense after being chased during a brawl. He shot 4 people, one of whom was killed. One of the victims testified in court last week. That victim said that the argument between he and his friends and Stephen Jones was verbal with a lot of chest puffing, but that it wasn't physical. All right, let's continue on.
Not. Okay.
When you were checking on Mr. Jones, was there an occasion where he described his physical condition as he was feeling it at that very moment?
You can answer, officer.
What do you mean by physical condition?
Let me ask a question more
Sure.
specifically, if I could, sir. Did Mr. Jones make any complaints about the physical or medical condition of his back or any injuries he may have received?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you recall him having any injuries that you observed?
I do.
Could you describe those for the jury, please?
Upon my initial approach to him, he had a bloody mouth.
Was he also bleeding from the nose?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize. Officer, you wrote a report in connection to your involvement in this case.
I did.
Would looking at that report refresh your memory as to what Mr. Jones may have complained of?
Yes.
Echoes.
Yes.
Witness with Exhibit 64, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here, sir. Thank you. Give me a moment to look that over, please let me know after you have a chance to review it. Is that your report from this case?
It is.
Okay. In a moment, I want to ask you again about any injuries about which Mr. Jones may have complained. I would invite your attention to the fourth page, the third paragraph from the bottom. And please take a look at that, and after you read it, let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Objection, Judge. Can we approach on this issue again?
Sure.
right, guys, we are going to take you away from this trial for just a moment. We want to show you tape playback of Mad Dog Mattis.
Well, welcome to the Pentagon, Minister Ishik. It's a pleasure to see you again so soon after our February meeting in Brussels, when we promised we would see each other again soon. And thank you for making the trip here, because we can once again address our shared security interests. Welcome to Ambassador Kilik and the delegation. The United States and Turkey have a long and deep and enduring security relationship that actually dates back to 1952 for modern times, when Turkey became a member of NATO and we fought alongside each other in the Korean War. This relationship continues today, with the United States and Turkish military forces working together to counter a wide range of threats to our common security, including terrorism from both ISIS and the PKK. Turkey is an essential NATO ally and a vital member of the Defeat ISIS coalition. The integrated coalition air operation from Incirlik Air Base and those brave Turkish soldiers who fought to close the Turkish border from ISIS in Operation Euphrates Shield have shown the high priority both our nations place on this campaign. I also recognize and salute the humanity of the Turkish government and the Turkish people in managing the Syrian refugee flow and the associated humanitarian challenges, and I commend Turkey for its fast response to ensure the victims of the Assad regime's April 4th gas attack received treatment in Turkish hospitals. I recognize there is more to be done in the midst of the complex war in Syria. I am confident our nations can address these challenges together, because we must work together. I look forward to strengthening our defense relationship, a relationship that is based on mutual respect between our militaries. Again, Minister, welcome.
Sayın Bakan, Pentagon'a hoş geldiniz.
At the outset, I want to reiterate our support and appreciation for the U.S. operation on the April the 7th, and hope that it will deter the regime from its barbaric attacks with or without chemical weapons. We welcome this operation and recent statements of President Trump. Following the assumption of his duties, this will be our second meeting with Secretary Mattis. This is also in line with the necessity to further intensify the coordination and cooperation between the two key NATO allies in view of the challenges that require common efforts and joint action. I'm confident that the vast experience of Secretary Mattis and the leadership he displayed during the conduct of his previous positions will contribute immensely to our joint work. Today, we will discuss ways and means to eliminate threats emanating from terrorism in our region. In this regard, we will address outstanding issues and all challenges to regional and international security, which requires determined and decisive actions from us. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, if North Korea carries out another nuclear test, will the U.S. military respond?
Hey, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you being here.
Mr. Secretary, what role will the Kurds play in the rocket fight?
In regards to North Korea, we are working with international partners in order to defuse the situation, but the bottom line is North Korea's got to change its behavior. That is an agreed position among the international community nations that are working together on this. Thank you again very much.
Mr. Minister, would you like the Kurds to play any role in the rocket fight?
So that was tape playback of Mattis's meeting with the Turkish foreign minister. We're now going to show you that press conference that just wrapped up with the family of the United passenger.
We good to go? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Demetrio, and this is Steve Golan, and this is Crystal Pepper at the end. Steve and I have the honor and responsibility to represent Dr. Dow, and Crystal is one of Dr. Dow's 5 children. I'm going to say a few words. Crystal is going to say a few words, and then we'll open it up to any questions you might have. I would ask only that if you do ask a question, you state your name and your affiliation. So we're gathered here because of a rather disturbing video that went viral, as things do in our world today. The media inquiries of us has been quite amazing, which is why we thought this might be the best way to go about answering your various questions. Mr. Munoz has taken to the airwaves and has given his view of things, a couple versions of it. And I thought it might be a good idea to put this video in the perspective of my world of law. Here's the law, real simple. If you're going to eject a passenger, under no circumstances can it be done with unreasonable force or violence. That's the law. If unreasonable force and violence is used under a set of circumstances, the common carrier, United Airlines in this case, is responsible. For each of us in this room, as we bump along in a day-to-day fashion, we owe each other an ordinary care standard. I'm not to be careless and hurt you. I'm not to be negligent and hurt you. But in the world of common carriers, they have the highest duty of care to provide protection and safety to its fare-paying passengers. As we all saw on the video, that was not done. That was not done in this case. And I would defy anyone to suggest that there was not unreasonable force and violence used to help Dr. Dow disembark that plane. So the laws are there for the protection of each of us. What's been extraordinary in just these few days since the event has been the calls I have received from passengers, from employees of United, former employees of United, with respect to what we all saw. And the fact of the matter is, I have concluded the following: that for a long time, airlines, United in particular, have bullied us. They have treated us less than maybe we deserve. I conclude that based upon hundreds, literally hundreds, of tales of woe, of mistreatment by United, is that here's what we want as a society. We want fairness in how people treat us. We want respect, and we want dignity. That's it. Not a big deal. This seems so simple. Forget the law for a minute that requires common decency in the treatment of passengers. But just treat us with respect. Make us feel like you really care. And I must say, I don't believe it's limited to the airline industry. I think corporate America needs to understand that we all want to be treated in the same manner, with the same respect and the same dignity that they would treat their own family members. If they do that, wouldn't it be great? So, will there be a lawsuit? Yeah, probably. As you may know, we've taken a step. Monday, there's a hearing at 10 o'clock in our local courthouse here in Chicago to protect and preserve certain evidence we're going to need down the line. It's just not a matter of throwing the video up and asking the jury, okay, who wins? So it's a process. But Dr. Dow, to, I believe, his great credit, has come to understand that he's the guy. He's the guy to stand up for passengers going forward. Yesterday, Mr. Munoz gave an interview on national television, and he was asked point blank, did Dr. Dow do anything wrong? You know what he did? He hesitated. He hesitated. Maybe he thought, wow, where'd that question come from? But then he regrouped and he said, no, he did nothing wrong. No one should have been treated the way he was treated, stating the obvious. But he didn't state it initially. Initially, he backed up his people. And that may be the big part of the problem, the culture. It's us against them. Well, we're them, and this lawsuit, among other things, hopefully, will create a not just national discussion, but international discussion on how we're going to be treated going forward. Whether it's a matter of overbooking, and I think perhaps that's what's going on, But if I understand what occurred last Sunday here in Chicago, it wasn't even a matter of overbooking. It was a matter of, at the last moment, 4 employees had to get to Louisville so they could go to work the next day on various flights. So we have to figure out, United has to figure out, the airline industry has to figure out, what do? We take money from people, we let them sit on the airplane, seat belted. Are we really going to just start taking them off then? Is that what we want as a society? Or maybe we keep some seats open for that emergency when a pilot, a co-pilot, a flight attendant has to get to a destination unexpectedly. Maybe airlines need to start expecting the unexpected, but not at the expense, certainly not at the physical expense of its paying passengers. So, our role, Steve, myself, going forward, will be to just get the facts and to get them out. And we're going to be vocal about the whole subject of what we as a society say passengers are entitled to. Are we going to just continue to be treated like cattle? Bullied? Rude treatment? We all have enough, I don't know, angst for flying as it is. A lot of stuff out there. But don't treat the people who help make you the corporate entity you are like Dr. Dow was treated. So I'm going to ask Crystal she wanted to address you, make any statement, and then if I haven't been clear or you have further questions, I'm happy to answer them. Okay, Crystal?
On behalf of my dad and my entire family, we would like to express our gratitude for the huge outpouring of prayers, love, and concern that we have received from all over the world these past few days. We would also like to thank the physicians, the nurses, and all the hospital staff that has taken care of my dad. It has been a very difficult time for our entire family, especially my dad, and we are truly grateful for your support. What happened to my dad should have never happened to any human being, regardless of the circumstance. We were horrified and shocked and sickened to learn what had happened to him and to see what had happened to him. We hope that in the future, nothing like this happens again. Thank you so much again for your support.
Okay. Yes, sir.
There was talk early on that Mr. Dow was perhaps suggested that his race was an issue. Do you believe the fact that his race played into this?
I personally do not. I don't think this is a matter of race at all. I'll share with you a email I got actually late last night from, actually sounds like an Irishman to me, on paper, who suggested that Dr. Dow was the modern-day Asian Rosa Parks. I don't think that's the case at all. I think what happened to Dr. Dow could have happened to any one of us. Yes, sir, in the green tie. Can you state your name and...
Chris Van Cleve from CBS News. When you saw this video, can you tell us what you were feeling? Just take us to that, for the emotion of what you were feeling when you saw this video. This was replayed countless times now. And also, you can give us an update on how your father's doing.
Can you do that? If feel free, Crystal. If you don't want to, don't. But if
like
you can.
Like I said earlier, we were completely horrified and shocked at what had happened to my father when we learned of the incident. Seeing it on video made those emotions exacerbated. My dad is healing right now, and that's all I have to say about that.
He's still in the hospital?
I can tell you that he was discharged late last night, that he did, in fact, suffer a significant concussion as a result of disembarking that plane. And I can also tell you that he had a serious broken nose, injury to the sinuses, and he is going to be undergoing shortly reconstructive surgery in that regard. There have been a lot of inquiries about did he really lose any teeth? Yeah, he lost 2 front teeth. But the concussions are sort of a iffy condition. I don't know, ultimately, long-term, hopefully there will not be any significant repercussions because of that, but he's shaken. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom, Steve Forrest from CNN. Yesterday, Oscar Munoz of United said in his interview that he and his people have reached out to Dr. Dow, but have had no luck. Have either of you gentlemen heard from United and spoken directly, either with Munoz or his people?
The answer is no.
I have not heard anything either, and to the best of my knowledge, and I checked this, I have not heard it from United either, and I asked Crystal this morning whether or not her family had voice message or something, and the answer is no.
Yes, ma'am.
My parents immigrated from Vietnam. No.
Yes, sir.
Derek Higley, FP. I wonder, could you talk a little bit, I think a lot of us were wondering what was going through your father's mind when he was holding on to the post and saying, just kill me, just kill me. Can you talk about, and I know he was on a long international flight, can you talk about what his mental state was and what he was trying to express there?
I think I can, if you don't mind. Only because I asked him that question. Here's what he told me. He said that he left Vietnam in 1975 when Saigon fell. And he was on a boat. And he said he was terrified. He said that being dragged down the aisle was more horrifying and harrowing than what he experienced in leaving Vietnam. That was his response to me. So I give it to you. Yes, sir.
The Chicago Department of Aviation officers are not united.
I'm sorry, you are?
I'm Minister Sullivan, CBS 2 News.
Thank you.
The Chicago Department of Aviation officers are not United employees.
True.
What is United's responsibility for their actions?
Real simple. The airplane is under the control of the pilot. The pilot controls everything. He's the boss. He's actually the captain of the ship. And so Mr. Munoz smartly, I think, said, you know, we goofed up, United, we goofed up. It's our responsibility. Because under the law, the captain of the ship, United Airlines in this case, is responsible for what occurs on that. Should this forceful, violent, my word, exercise of police power have been allowed once it was viewed and seen by the flight crew to continue? No, shouldn't have. So, were these three officers, these stormtroopers for a moment, doing the right thing? No, not at all. This was not a troubled passenger. This was not a nut job. This was not a threat to anybody. Should he have been unceremoniously dragged out of that plane the way he was? He's a 69-year-old man. Is that really the way we want to treat the aged?
Does the city of Chicago bear any responsibility for the officer's actions?
Yes, they are employees of the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago is, yeah. Just because United is responsible doesn't mean the city of Chicago isn't also responsible. That'll all be sorted out. But more than one can be responsible for a single event. And in this case, I believe that's the case. Yes, ma'am.
Edith Padilla from Fox 32. Do you know anything right now about those officers' use of force training?
So, great question. A lot of people have asked, well, why don't you just... Why are you fooling around here? Because we're not ready to sue. We're doing our due diligence. When we file our lawsuit, it's going to be because everything, every word, every preposition is in that lawsuit for a reason. We have been getting calls from people who used to work for the aviation department, who trained these officers, and nothing in the training, I submit, as it will be proven, says in a non-confrontational situation where the other passengers are in jeopardy, should this type of conduct ever be utilized or force utilized. So, there you go.
Tom, quick question. Phil about CNBC.
Hi, Phil.
Do you view this situation as an isolated incident, or you say you've heard from other United employees? Do you look at this airline as having a culture of disrespecting customers?
Well, that's a different question. I mean, there is clearly, I have learned enough from people out there who have contacted us that, yeah, I would say there is a culture of disrespect, of rudeness. But what's unfortunately occurred here in Dr. Dow's case is rudeness, bullying customers has gone the next step now to physical injury. So I don't know if it's society as a whole that everybody's just angry. I don't know what it is, but this is a doctor who was originally asked to buy a voucher, you know, get a free ticket, whatever, and he said, no, I have a practice. I have to go work tomorrow and treat patients, which is true. So he was singled out for reasons maybe we're going to find out in this discovery process of the lawsuit, but I don't know what they are. I've already answered what I believe they aren't. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, there are a lot of angry people out there, United customers, United employees. So yeah, it's something that Mr. Munoz and his people need to look at, because the public relations problems that they have aren't just limited to this video. Yes, ma'am.
So many people have learned about your father through this video. What do you want people to know about your father, who he is, not just these few seconds of video that we've seen?
Thank you for your question. My dad is a wonderful father. He has raised, with my mother, 5 great children who have gone on to do great things and will continue to do great things. He is a loving grandfather. And at the end of the day, that is the person who we are trying to protect and take care of. Thank you.
Okay.
As my immediate family, and my husband and children are here in Chicago, we are deeply affected by it. Our lives have been interrupted, and our normalcy is not where it was on Sunday morning. Furthermore, my siblings, who all have thriving careers and are in graduate schools, their lives have been interrupted. And as some of you may know, they're in the healthcare field, and they are trying their best to do their job without further interruption from local media or whomever might be stepping into their lives right now.
That handsome gentleman in the silver hair. Well, I think short term they need to, I mean, Mr. Munoz said, you know, there's going to be internal investigation and et cetera. Right now, all airlines, they need to come out and figure out this overbooking situation as it exists today. And whether that's how high will they go, and eventually somebody's going to say, yeah, I'll leave. They've got to figure out a way short term to solve what I'm calling the overbooking situation that we as consumers are being faced with. So I think that's the biggest problem. I don't think anybody has to tell any airline, any police force to not do what we all saw on the video. I think in the short term that'll never happen again. I'm hopeful. Well, that's all part of it. I mean, under our system, the elements of damages include physical injuries, mental injuries, emotional injuries. So, yeah, I mean, we don't know the extent of them, so I have no clue where that's going to lead us as far as Dr. Dow goes. And again, I stand here and I say I hope he makes a full and complete recovery. That's the hope. But the fact of the matter is, these elements of damages, the airlines need to be aware of, because if they continue to physically abuse us, that's going to be problematic. Wait. Yes, ma'am. And you are? I missed that altogether.
The city had indicated that there was some sort of security threat possibly posed by Dr. Dow. Do you have any idea why they might have said that?
You know, that's not helping their PR image either, is it? No, that's ridiculous. What would his conspiracy be? Conspiracy to do what?
Talk about the city's response.
Pardon me?
Did you talk about the city's response? You talked about United's response. Did you talk about the city and the airport's response?
I understand there's going to be in the chamber of the aldermen today a discussion with the aviation department people. So I have not heard a response from the city. So I don't know what their response is. It can't be good.
Was there a point where your client could have...
And you are?
Chris Beckley from CBS.
I know.
Was there a point, not to diminish or take away what happened at all, but there are many people that have asked, what if he had just complied with the officer? At a certain point, was there a moment where he could have complied with the uniformed officers asking him to get off the plane?
Could he have? Sure he could have.
Could he have?
Could he have? Yes, he could have, but he needed to get home. He's a physician. He had patients to see the next day. He didn't want to get up and comply and be sent home on I think the flight was 3:30 the next day. No, that was not good. His wife, by the way, is also a physician. She also had patients to see. Yes, ma'am.
We've seen a statement from United earlier this week that said that Dr. Dow attempted to strike law enforcement. How do you respond to that?
I missed your question.
We've seen a statement from United earlier this week that said that Dr. Dow attempted to strike law enforcement.
To strike?
Yes.
Hit?
Strike law enforcement. How do you respond to that?
Never happened. Never happened. I think many of you might have seen the second video of the 19-week pregnant woman behind Dr. Dow, Ms. Cummings, with her 2.5-year-old sitting on her lap. And you can see Dr. Dow not striking anybody, trying to strike anybody. He just wanted to go home. Yes, sir. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. Now, I noted yesterday, I guess, that United is paying each of the passengers on that plane their full fare, and one wonders why they would do that. But I can tell you it's not going to keep these people quiet for what they observed. Ms. Cummings herself, who contacted us, said it wasn't until these 3 guys came and violently took him away that she was fearful for her own safety. And when passengers see this scene, if you will, I don't know what they were thinking, but I know the ones that have contacted us were concerned and worried. My word again, angst. The apology? I thought it was staged. I thought it was, you better get out there and correct what you said originally. I think you ought to make it sound like you mean it. I didn't get that feeling.
Besides settling this potential
You are.
ABC News, besides settling this potential lawsuit, what is it that you want United to do moving forward? And for those of us who don't know your father, and just as I mentioned in this video, as someone said earlier, besides being a good father, what kind of person is he? What, in that moment, what was going through his mind? Was he trying to defend himself, back himself out of the corner? Walk us through that.
I think I've answered that question. I told you what he was feeling as he was being dragged down. What do we hope United does? The right thing, obviously. I think the whole culture has to change. I think, oh boy, what was the name of that movie? Planes, Boats, Trains, Automobiles with Steve Martin. Anybody remember that, where he has his encounter with the lady at the counter? It was a rent-a-car person. It's really funny. And what we want, we don't want that anymore. We want, whether it's a rental car company or a grocery store, or it doesn't matter. Our doctors, our health care providers. Dr. Dow, by the way, has 4 children who are doctors. Okay? It's service. It's service. And it should be service with a smile. And it should be, as I've mentioned, I think they have to stop the overbooking. I think they need to have more statistics to figure out, okay, how many tickets can we really overbook? Or how many seats do we have to keep available in case some crew members have to get somewhere else? I only know what I've read, and that is that each of these 4 individuals had, from Louisville, flights taking them hither and yon the next morning. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're going to keep his professional life. It's not the purpose of this conference today.
The medical board in Kentucky says he's only allowed to practice 1 day a week at the office of Dr. Godfrey County. That office said he doesn't work there. So could you please elaborate on...
No, I won't elaborate on his professional practice as it exists today. Yes, sir. I don't. I hope no one gave that order. Wait, Andy. Yes, sir.
Going back to the security questions, one thing that you're talking about refusing to get out next to the plane with the officer, but a lot of people have also been pointing out the fact that Dr. Dowden ran back onto the airplane.
Yes.
Do you see any difference between those two series of actions?
I do. I see a difference. Because, as I stated, the man suffered a concussion. He has absolutely zippo, nada, memory of going back onto that airplane.
He does not remember?
Not a lick of it. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
A lot of federal regulations govern the behavior of both the passengers on the plane and the staff of that airplane, giving a lot of authority to that staff. Do those regulations need to change, in your opinion, in regard to situations like this?
I don't think so. I think there has to be regulations governing. Somebody has to have control, and it's got to be the pilot. And the flight crew have to follow the captain's orders. So obviously we're going to learn, I'm sure, the captain at some point called on the aviation department police force to come in and do that which Mr. Munoz said yesterday will never, ever happen again. Yes, ma'am. No. Class action lawsuits are a whole different breed, and I don't believe this will be. I'm hoping that Dr. Dow is the only one who has ever been so physically, forcefully, violently removed from an airplane. I'll be shocked if someone else surfaces. Yeah.
Andy Wilson from Louisville Courier-Journal.
Yes, sir.
Did the United crew make errors before Dr. Dow was removed from the plane? If so, what were they? And should the captain have been involved in the negotiation for people to leave?
Yeah, I think, and I think airlines try to do this routinely, and that is all issues of overbooking are usually done at the counter outside the jetway to the plane. So it's thankfully few and far between where actually after everybody's seated, then the removal begins. So I don't know that the United employees did anything wrong. I don't know why it took until after everybody was seated for this to unfold. Again, I've told you I've gotten so many inquiries from people where people in first class recently, United Airlines, were removed, and they were told, this is what they were told, first class passengers, someone more important needs this seat. And they were kicked off the plane, first class, frequent flyer, miles plus, and all that stuff. Red carpet club, gone. Because someone more important. So I don't know, I don't believe there's, I think it's a case by case, maybe it's case by case. I don't know if there are any standard procedures. We're going to get them if they exist. Yes, sir.
My name is Andy Pies with ABC News, and Crystal, a question for you. Mr. Dimitro has said that your father understands that he's going to be the guy who stands up for passengers going forward, that they're going to be vocal about the whole subject of what passengers are entitled to. So rather than this lawsuit being about an individual incident, it seems that your attorneys are elevating it into something much bigger. Is your father ready to be a symbol?
She doesn't know. I believe that's the way it's going to pan out. Someone asked, what else do you hope to accomplish here? I hope that's what happens. I hope he becomes a poster child for all of us. Someone's got to. When we're, huh?
Is he prepared for what might come?
He doesn't. I hope he is. I certainly will work with him on that. I certainly will be, as will Steve, as will his family. Yeah, Dad, you're the guy. Someone's got to do it, because what I've learned is most people, yeah, they're treated rude, they're bullied, there's discourtesy all over the place. That doesn't rise to running to the courthouse and bringing a lawsuit. So it took something like this to, again, get a conversation going. And I think it will continue. Yes, sir.
Paris Hutz, Chicago Tonight, WTW. By FAA law, the airline is allowed to offer up to $1,350 to get a passenger voluntarily. What was the final amount that they had offered Dr. Dow? What was the final offer that they?
I think it was $800. $800.
You really didn't do enough they did not offer enough to give it voluntarily. They could have offered more.
No, they could have offered $3,000. Okay? He and his wife needed to get back. Okay? So they weren't the ones. But there were, you've got to figure, I don't know, $1,300. Yeah, I'll go tomorrow afternoon. Maybe somebody would have done that. We'll never know.
To clarify something you said earlier, clarify something you said earlier. Did Mr. Munoz or United, you said you did not speak with them, but have they reached out?
They have not reached out. I thought we were clear. I'm saying he misspoke. I'm saying he misspoke.
He did not leave a voicemail, did not call.
Exactly. Yeah. Is that clear? He did not. Or did his people. So that's fine. I have no quarrel with that. I have no quarrel with that.
Do you want to hear from him?
Not really. I saw him. I saw him yesterday.
Would he change something if he called the Dow family or Mr. Dow himself?
I don't know what he would change.
Do you want him to?
Not really. I mean, I'm not looking for a telephone conversation with Mr. Munoz. Okay? I don't believe that would be fruitful. I'd rather he spend his time changing the culture of United Airlines. Okay? Chatting. By the way, his public apology to the family, we accept with gratitude. Okay? But I don't need to... Sir?
So you're saying he lied yesterday, was untruthful about communicating with...
That wasn't my word. I said he misspoke. I don't know. Maybe he thought he did. I don't know. But he did not. Okay? Okay. Somebody who hasn't... I'm sorry, and you are? When our investigative work is done, we will file suit. I don't really have a clue when that'll be. It's true, we have 2 years to file it. I promise you it won't be that long. But it will be filed in state court. Circuit Court of Cook County. Yes, ma'am. Well, I think yeah, I guess as a couple they were asked to do that, right? Anything else? Wait.
Can you follow up on that? Can you just clarify, because previous reports have said that Dr. Dow was the fourth passenger who was going to be removed, and 3 others had already complied. So you're saying that he and his wife were asked to get off the plane, or he alone was asked?
I actually don't know how it occurred, but I do know that one husband and one wife would not have left each other. So.
Bring that up because there's been all the talk about how he said, I have to see patients tomorrow. Did he point out that his wife was on the plane with him and was going to be going home without him at that point?
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know. But I'm sure, I'm sure he did. Yes, sir. Right there. You got to give your name again.
Sure. Mitch Smith, the New York Times. I wonder if you can tell us a bit of the timeline for that day. Was he making connections in Chicago? Had he been visiting here? Under an incident or flight? Is Dr. Dow in the Chicago area now, or is he back home in Kentucky?
Dr. Dow is in a secure location. I must tell you, I can't tell you where he is because you guys are really good at what you do, and our plea is please leave the guy alone. Really, let him go.
Can we anticipate him speaking?
Huh?
Can we anticipate him speaking about this at all?
Say it one more time.
Can we anticipate him speaking out about this at all?
Yes, I pledge to you that will happen, but not now. Okay? Wait a minute. Wall Street Journal, as I recall.
Yes, I understand. Can you please tell us where he and his wife were coming from, and how long they had been traveling, and also...
Do you guys know?
Not seated next
Do you
to
know?
him on the plane. She's not inside.
Well,
My dad was making a connection in Chicago from a trip to California.
For vacation, business...
Vacation.
over here I'm ignoring. Didn't mean to. Yeah, I think his people, PR people, say we're taking a beating here. I mean, United has been taking a beating, okay? And that's not our role to beat them up. Our role is just to let the system work, okay? But they have been taking a beating, and I think, yeah, he was told, get out there. Go on a national, he picked Good Morning America. Okay, I'm sure he would have picked Charlie Rose if he could. The fact is, I'm sure. So he was sought after, and he had to get out. He had to apologize. Really, think about it. Look at the video. I mean, even our president last night said that was horrible. Spicer said it. Anybody that looks at it says it. Because it's the right thing to do. He apologized, we accept that. But that's not going to let him off the hook here. Yes, sir.
Tom Stevens from CNN again. When the doctor does return to Kentucky, will he fly commercial or fly another way?
Well, I'll tell you what he told me yesterday. He has no interest in ever seeing an airplane. My guess is he'll be driven to Kentucky. Okay? And I don't really blame him. Yes, ma'am. She was on the flight. She wasn't bumped. I don't think she was bumped. Do you know?
She wasn't bumped, but she was told to leave the plane once he was removed.
So
culprit of the plane?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Really? Yes, sir?
Yeah, Tim Wall from Reuters. Just one question. Can I get your age, Ms. Down?
I don't see how that's relevant, but I'm 33 years old.
Thanks. And you talked about his medical practice in current time not being part of what's going on today. Can you talk about the coverage of his past medical practices, of the issues that he appears to have gone into in Kentucky?
Speak to what now?
There's a lot of media coverage about his, about Dr. Dow's past missteps, things he's run into.
Yeah. Let me just, I'll address that. Does he have serious bumps in the road? Yeah. He's 69 years old. I can tell you this, and it's I guess because I'm a lawyer. I sort of zero in on what's the law. The law is that something that remote in time is not relevant to what occurred last Sunday. It's not admissible in evidence in a court of law. So it's not, for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's not the story here. If this case goes to jury, they will never, ever hear. They'll be instructed, if they have heard, to disregard it. So I'm not going to make that the issue. The issue is, as we all, I think, know, we want to go out to O'Hare Field, or whatever field we pick. We want to have no mistreatment along the way to our final destination. Bottom line. Yes, ma'am. Could you speak just a little louder?
My name is Flake with CCTV, and my question is to Crystal. And you were reporting that your father, when this incident happened, your father mentioned that he was a Chinese. And my question is that your family is immigrated from Vietnam. Can you explain this process?
I was not on the plane. I don't know what was said.
Are there any family members or your grandparents immigrated from China to Vietnam?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know.
How were the injuries caused? Specifically, how were the injuries caused?
Well, they were caused by his removal from the airplane. So the three individuals involved, I don't know their names. We've requested them. We've requested, we've requested a lot of things that aren't in our control. The reason for my petition that we filed yesterday was because the City of Chicago and United have control of things we don't have control of. And believe it or not, sometimes things go missing, sometimes they disappear, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know. If he was, I don't know that.
Regarding the city and the officers, do you know what union they're with that has this provision to their collective bargaining agreement that the city can't disclose their names?
I don't. Yes, sir.
Do you know this randomly selection of passengers? Is it a common procedure? They just took it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, sir.
United's contracted carriage allowed them to deny boarding the passengers when they're overbooking and non-volunteers. But it doesn't seem to even mention removing passengers. Does it allow them to remove passengers once they're boarded?
I don't know. I'm going to hope that it does, because then this would really be egregious, but I don't know. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You got to speak a little louder, please. I don't know the answer. We have requested in my petition that was filed yesterday for that exact information. So I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't know how they do it. I've heard stories on how they do it, but I'm not going to get into that because I don't know for sure. So I'd like to be more exact. I don't think so. I mean, no, that would really be adding insult to injury here, literally.
I believe the airplane was actually operated by a Republic Airways crew. Does that affect your strategy? Was that let United off the hook at all?
Nope. And, you know, to his credit, whether he wanted to or not, yesterday Mr. Munoz basically said, you know, we were at fault. It's, you know, we're it. I'm a civil lawyer. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Of course.
Do you believe that regulation is necessary? Both Chris Christie and Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky have come out pretty forcefully to talk about the issue of rebooking. Do you think that there's some sort of policy prescription?
I applaud Jan for what she plans on doing, only because the airlines haven't self-policed themselves. So, you know, Donald Trump, one of his strong suits is, you know, government, we need to deregulate. There's too much regulation. But in this case, I believe that if Jan can get that passed, and it goes to the issue of how to handle overbooking, yeah, unfortunately, the principal needs to take charge here of the student. All right, I'll take two more questions, not from the Wall Street Journal, because I've done that. Yes, sir.
Has the city of Chicago reached out to the family at all?
No. Okay, I'll do two more. One more. Go. I'm sorry. No, I haven't had any discussions like that. No. Yes, sir. I don't have a clue. I mean, I haven't. He's going to have medical treatment for some time, and I don't know what's going to come of that. I haven't spoken to his doctors. I have no way of. I'm saying to you exactly what I say to clients who ask, "What's my case worth?" I don't know. I mean, there's too much. It hasn't even been a week, so I have no idea. At the appropriate time, we know how to evaluate a case for a fair and adequate compensation. Last question.
Aside from the money involved, since the company has said, basically, we are at fault, it was our mistake, what specifically is left to litigate in the case?
Well, I assume that United will. Mr. Munoz is the CEO. Believe me, he will have a team of lawyers who will get involved, and there will be a litigation. I would like to adopt everything you just said. End of story. But it's not that easy. So I think that United will probably be interested in having the city of Chicago be involved, maybe equally, maybe some percentage-wise. But lawsuits are never as clear to a layman, if you will, as you would think they would be. Lawyers have a way of making things more difficult. We'll try not to do that. I want to thank you on behalf of the family, and I hope I've been able to, we have been able to impart and give you our perspective on things, okay? So, have a good day.
All right, and that wraps up our replay of that press conference. In case you missed it, the lawyer and the daughter of the United passenger, Dr. Dow, speaking out, holding that press conference in Chicago. We're going to take you now live to the White House Daily Press Briefing. We are awaiting Sean Spicer. We do have breaking news. The United States dropping the largest non-nuclear bomb in Afghanistan. Surely will be a major topic of discussion during this White House press briefing, scheduled to start any minute now. All right, and while we wait for this press briefing to begin, I do want to go ahead and show you this clip posted by Fox News Channel. Fox News Channel posting this clip on Twitter just moments ago, video of what the bomb looked like from 2003. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now.
Have some video of what this bomb looks like from 2003. This is our understanding. This is part of the test of this weapon. So this is the file footage we have. This is all we have because we haven't seen this weapon being used. So we're going to play that file footage. If our viewers see it, that's from 2003.
Again, this bomb has never been used other than when it was tested. This is the largest non-nuclear bomb in Afghanistan after a Green Beret was killed fighting ISIS over there. Again, this bomb, the MOAB, mother of all bombs, is a 21,000-pound conventional bomb. It was dropped on an ISIS tunnel complex near the Nangarhar province. MOAB, the Massive Ordnance Air Blast, also known as the mother of all bombs, was first tested in 2003, but had never been used in combat before today. Now, this bomb is so massive it actually had to be dropped out of the back of a U.S. Air Force C-130 cargo plane. One U.S. official spoke with Fox News saying they had to kick it out of the back door. Now, here's some interesting information for a comparison. So each Tomahawk cruise missile that was launched at the Syrian military air base last week was 1,000 pounds each. This one bomb is 21,000 pounds. Now, a commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan released a statement saying, as ISIS losses have mounted, they are using IEDs, bunkers, and tunnels to thicken their defense. This is the right munition to reduce these obstacles and maintain the momentum of our offensive against ISIS. Now, the statement said that the U.S. forces did take every precaution to avoid civilian casualties. Again, we are waiting for this press conference to start. We're going to go ahead and put a picture of the bomb used in the corner of your screen.
Good afternoon. As many of you are aware, there's currently some news breaking out of Afghanistan, so I just want to give you a quick update. At around 7 p.m. local time in Afghanistan last night, the United States military used a GBU-43 weapon in Afghanistan. The GBU-43 is a large, powerful, and accurately delivered weapon. We targeted a system of tunnels and caves that ISIS fighters used to move around freely, making it easier for them to target U.S. military advisors and Afghan forces in the area. The United States takes the fight against ISIS very seriously, and in order to defeat the group, we must deny them operational space, which we did. The United States took all precautions necessary to prevent civilian casualties and collateral damage as a result of the operation. Any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Defense on that. Moving on, as you may know from the schedule, the President has a 2 o'clock event, so I'm going to try to keep this rather tight so the pool has an opportunity to get in and set up appropriately. Earlier today, the President signed H.J. Res. 43, bringing the total number of Congressional Review Act legislation pieces that he's signed now to 13. This resolution that he signed today overturns a regulation that was put in place by the previous administration on their way out the door that would have taken away the right of states to set their own policies and priorities for Title X family planning programs. Our federal system was set up to allow states to address the unique needs of their own populations when possible, especially when it comes to programs as important and sensitive as family planning. With the bill signing, the President has restored respect to states' rights on this particular issue. As I mentioned at the top, there's an event at 2 o'clock where the President will be meeting with the brave first responders who were involved in the I-85 bridge collapse and thank them that occurred in Atlanta, to thank them for their work and dedication in addressing this horrible situation. The bridge collapsed during rush hour on March 30th, but due to the heroic efforts of Atlanta's first responders, some of whom will be here today, no lives were lost. The President's proud to host these brave individuals and honor their commitment to protecting their community. Later this afternoon, the President will head to Florida for the Easter holiday. He will be departing Joint Base Andrews via motorcade as the preparations for the Easter egg roll are well underway on the South Lawn, preventing a Marine One departure. And while we're on the topic, I know it was brought up the other day, so just to give you a quick notes on what to expect this coming Monday. We expect more than 21,000 people to attend the Easter egg roll. The allocations of tickets have been given to schools, children's hospitals, and military and law enforcement families. Commemorative eggs will be handed out to the children who attend. Nearly 18,000 eggs were ordered, which is in line with past years. The event will start at 7:30 with different groups of guests arriving every 2 hours to ensure that all the children have an opportunity to participate in more than a dozen activities that will be available. Further logistics and guidance will be provided over the weekend. Also today, the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, designated one entity and one individual connected to human rights abuses against Iranian political prisoners in Iran's prisons. The individual who is designated for his role in abuses in Iran's prison is the brother of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of Iran's IRGC Quds Force, who was himself previously designated under terrorism, counterproliferation, and human rights authorities. The sanctions against human rights abusers in Iran's prisons come at a time when Iran continues to unjustly detain in its prison various foreigners, including U.S. citizens Si Amuk Namazi and Bakar Numazi. We join recent calls by international organizations and UN human rights experts for the immediate release of all U.S. citizens unjustly detained or missing in Iran so that they can return to their families. OFAC also designated 2 ISIS financial facilitators as ISIS supporter in North Africa, continuing our ongoing effort to disrupt key leadership nodes for the group. Moving on, over the past few days, the President and members of the Cabinet have held many meetings and discussions with their international counterparts about the significant foreign policy challenges facing our world. Yesterday, you heard from the President himself, alongside NATO Secretary General, about the need for a strong funded alliance to combat terrorism, the humanitarian crisis ongoing in Syria, and many other serious threats to our collective safety and security. Also yesterday, Ambassador Nikki Haley, along with her counterparts from 9 other nations, voted in favor of a draft resolution to denounce the heinous chemical attack carried out by the Assad regime last week. Unfortunately, but not surprising, Russia stood in the way of this resolution. However, I'd like to point out that the abstention of China on the heels of President Xi's recent successful visit in Kazakhstan, a longtime Russian ally and former member of the Soviet Union. Both of these abstentions are notable and signify that the United States is persuading the world that the use of weapons of mass destruction cannot go unanswered. Secretary Tillerson, as you know, was in Russia yesterday to meet with his counterpart and ensure that they are made fully aware of the United States' positions in both areas of practical cooperation, such as defeating ISIS, and areas where Russia does not share our interests and values. As you know, the Vice President will be departing for his 10-day trip to South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, and Australia on Saturday morning. His office will be providing more information later today. Finally, I'm glad to announce that the President will host the Prime Minister of Italy for an official working visit to the White House next Thursday, April 20th. The leaders will discuss the upcoming G7, which will be hosted in Italy and Sicily, and a range of issues of mutual concern. With that, I'm glad to take some of your questions.
Sean, where is the administration on cost-sharing subsidies for insurance companies?
That is an area that is being internally discussed at this time.
Undecided?
It's not undecided. There is an ongoing discussion on that matter. Matt.
Thanks, John. The last few days have seen a number of policy shifts by the president on China as a currency manipulator, the XM Bank, the order of doing healthcare and taxes. There's more, but I won't belabor the point. What should the American people make of these shifts, and are there any policy areas that are non-negotiable?
Well, I think, respectfully, I think you can look at what you're referring to as a shift in a lot of ways, and by that I mean I saw a couple instances with respect to NATO being one of those shifts yesterday, and if you look at what's happened, it's those entities or individuals in some cases or issues evolving towards the president's position, and NATO in particular, he talked about the need of countries to pay their fair share, to live up to their commitments of 2% of GDP. He talked about the need for NATO to focus more on terrorism. NATO has done just that. And it is something that he pointed out in the first debate in September of last year. He talked about the fact that that NATO is moving towards what he has been calling for. And I think in some cases, the issues evolve, that it's not just a clear and fast statement that this is that the entity itself is moving towards his, or the issue is evolving towards the position that he articulated, and that can't be proven more true in the case of NATO, where he laid out two very clear positions that he had an issue with NATO, and as far back as September of last year, started to recognize that institution was moving much more towards his position. Secretary General noted that as well yesterday.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. The XM Bank is another one. That's an institution that hasn't changed at all. So I'm wondering on some of these other policy shifts where you haven't seen the type of change you're talking about with NATO, what should we make of those kinds of shifts? And again, are there any policy areas that are non-negotiable that are off limits?
Well, there's always going to be. I think that there's going to be areas where I think, again, it depends on the outcome. In the case of NATO in particular, as I pointed out, it's the most illustrative. I think you look at the president's position, where he wanted to see NATO in particular evolve to, and it's moving exactly in the direction that he said it was in terms of its goals of increasing the amount of participation from other member countries, and two, is having a greater focus on terrorism, something that was reinforced by the Secretary General himself when he was here. I think when you look at these issues and you recognize the direction in which they're moving in a direction that the president stated very clearly. John.
Thank you, Sean. On the GBU-43 bomb, the first time it's ever been used, why did you choose this particular location, and would you say that this bomb won't be used again in another flashpoint around the world, like Syria, like North Korea, for instance?
Yeah, as I noted at the beginning, John, I would refer you to the Department of Defense on the specifics.
On a separate matter, you mentioned what you see as a win at the UN Security Council. Right. I'm curious as to why you believe this is a win. After all, this particular resolution did not pass. Right. Look at what's happened at the UN Security Council in the past. For instance, the Security Council resolution, which gave the green light for the Persian Gulf War, you actually had all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council voting yes. So why are you saying this is a win when not all 5 permanent members of the Security Council actually voted yes? You had 1, Russia, blocking it?
Well, I think it's very significant, China's abstention in particular. I think Kazakhstan's another one in terms of that one, in terms of its proximate location and history with Russia. You see a breakaway of Russia aligning itself with a position that is not only shared with the U.S. but the rest of the world. So that would be a natural position that they might have taken in the past. But secondly, I think China's abstention is a significant win for the president. He went down and had discussions with President Xi. And I think you all saw that, heard his remarks about how he walked through that. And I think it really shows the success of the trip, first and foremost. But secondly, it continues to show how Russia is isolated on this particular matter. That's important. So I think on a variety of fronts, it really was a huge win for the United States and for the persuasiveness of the president. John Gizzi.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. In his remarks to us off camera, OMB Director Mulvaney talked about the vision of the federal government being reorganized as, in some cases, more agencies. And he said also that the final plan will come not just from right-wing think tanks, I believe that was his phrase, coupled with the president's statement on the XM Bank. Is he already receiving any criticism or voices of disappointment from small government conservatives who backed him strongly? I refer to groups such as Americans for Tax Reform or the Cato Institute.
Well, I can't say that I've scanned every group's statements about this particular subject, but I can tell you that he's gotten a lot of very positive feedback, as well as Director Mulvaney, for their effort. As the director noted, you have a government that in large part has never been reorganized. It's just been added to. And when you look at the disparate number of agencies and programs that now flow throughout the government to do, in some cases, the very same thing, and are housed in a variety of agencies throughout the government, the question that you have to ask yourself is not only is the taxpayer getting the best bang for their buck, but are the people that those services are intended to be provided for getting the best services? So Director Mulvaney's effort at the president's direction to really look at how government is organized and operating, I think, is a very significant step. And I think one of the points that he noted is that this is something that should unite conservatives and liberals and Republicans and Democrats. Good government, an effective, efficient government, is something that really doesn't have an ideological home. I think it's something that we all can agree on, that the more that we can effectively deliver for the American citizen and deliver for the American taxpayer, effective and efficient government is something that we should all probably be in line with. Richard.
Thank you, Sean. The U.S. ambassador at your Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons says that Syria uses chemical weapons abetted by Russia. Syria uses a weapon abetted by Russia's continuing efforts to bury the truth. Was the president offered proof of such truth-burying efforts by Russia?
Was he offered
proofs of this, evidence that this is happening?
Not that I'm aware of.
No? I would like to know also, you've been putting in the same sentence Syria, Iran, and North Korea as failed state, Russia's being not a failed state but part of this. Has it become to use an old expression, the axis of evil of this administration?
I think it's important to note who Russia is on the side with right now and where they stand. I think it draws a huge contrast to show who's on what side of this argument in this crisis. And I think it's important to note the difference that who they're with. And that's, I think, a very notable thing. I'm not going to go any further than to say that.
Very quick last question. With the National Hockey League playoffs just started, will the president cheer for the Rangers or the Caps?
Respectfully, that's really not been a subject that's come up too often in the White House. So I'm going to keep with our Richards and go to Richard Elliott from WSB TV in Atlanta, Georgia.
Obviously, our concern is the reconstruction of 85. We understand that the president is meeting with the first responders this afternoon, in just a few minutes, actually. We wanted to ask about the federal commitment to getting I-85 rebuilt as far as federal dollars and easing some federal regulations to get the job done quickly.
So a couple of things on that front. Immediately following the tragedy that ensued in Atlanta, the president directed the Federal Highway Administration to release $10 million. And then we have begun to work with the appropriate agencies to expedite that process. I know that there are critical repairs that have to get made, and I think that not only that the initial funding will help with that for the roads and the bridges and the emergency access that needs to get handled, but under emergency relief efforts, there are ways to expedite some of that funding, and the Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration are probably the best way to get a better answer on that. But there are ways that some of that funding can be expedited beyond the initial commitment that the federal government has made. Mary.
Thank you, Sean. Back on some of these shifts, on China in particular, the president did not mince words during the campaign. Now he says he and President Xi have been bonding. Xi means well. He says China's not a currency manipulator. What message does this send to the president's supporters who sent him to the White House thinking he'd be following through on his tough talk against China?
I think the president's tough talk was on a variety of subjects was to get results for the American people. That's what he has pledged to do, to get more jobs here, to grow more manufacturing, to keep our country safe. The president and President Xi had a great meeting. The president likes President Xi and got to know him really well in Mar-a-Lago, and I think has established a really good relationship working forward. But at the end of the day, this is always about developing a better situation for the American people, and I think he's done that.
And a follow-up, if I may. The president told the Wall Street Journal that President Xi helped him realize that North Korea is not so easy. Did the president underestimate the complexities of this? Did he underestimate how difficult this was going to be?
No, I don't think so at all, and I think if China is able to help get a deal with China, the president would appreciate that. I think this would be great for China as well. And as the president noted this morning, if China can help us do that, it'll be great. And if not, we'll go and handle that ourselves with our allies. Steve.
On currency manipulation, why specifically did he decide to abandon this? And what other tools does he have in his toolbox to try to modify China's trade balance?
I think that's a very, very complex issue, and I think the president, I'm going to leave it to the president to specifically answer that. Vivian.
But he hasn't given up on trying to modify
no,
China's
he is.
trade balance.
It's not. I think the president is going to continue to make significant progress when it comes to that issue and to how our relationship is with China. He showed already what a great relationship he has with President Xi, and the results are already starting to pour in. And I think that is an issue in particular that the president is best to address. Vivian.
2 questions, Sean. You were very forthcoming about the TikTok leading up to the missile launches in Syria. So can you give us any background on the Moab in Afghanistan? Was there a situation room scenario? Was this several days in the making? And my second question is, the president has been very critical of the intelligence community leading up to his inauguration. He's obviously been working very closely with the intel community on at least on these situations in Syria and Afghanistan. Has his opinion changed toward the IC?
In the first question, again, I think General Nicholson at United States Forces Afghanistan is best to address the TikTok on the situation over there.
But as far as the president's consultation,
I understand. I think that the U.S. Forces Afghanistan, as well as the Department of Defense, are best to walk through the military operations that are ongoing there. I think with respect to the intelligence community and the national security team, as you know, the president has put together a world-class cabinet of top-notch national security experts, from General Mattis, General Kelly, General McMaster, and others that continue to provide him the best advice to make the best decisions for this country. And it's that, he continues to rely on them, and Director Pompeo, Director Coates at the DNI, they continue to give him sage advice about how to best position the United States. Zeke.
Thanks, John. Following up on that question, did the president specifically authorize the use of this piece of ordinance?
Again, I'm not going to get into the details right now. I'm not, as I mentioned, I'll let the Department of Defense handle the lead on this one.
And follow up on Mr. Dusman's question earlier regarding the Exim Bank. You didn't answer specifically what has changed about the Exim Bank that has led the president to reevaluate his previous...
Let me get back to you on the Exim Bank specifically. I think it's a very complex issue, and I would like to get back. Anita.
2 questions about the budget. Are you all prepared to hold things up? We've got a couple weeks left here. How serious are you about getting money for the wall? Would you hold up the spending plan for that? And I had one other question.
So The government is currently funded through April 28th under a continuing resolution. We've made very clear to Congress that the President's priorities are increasing military spending and security of our border. We're going to continue to have conversations with Congress, and we feel confident that they'll do their job, but those conversations are ongoing.
So you can't say whether you would have to have money in this budget or this
I will leave it to our team to continue the negotiations that they're having.
Okay, and then the second question on the budget was, there's a proposal now to punish members of Congress who do not pass the spending plan in a variety of ways, withhold salary, even arrest. Do you support that Congress should be punished if
Let's see. I think we're making significant progress. I feel very good about the momentum, and so I don't want to start getting into whether who's going to be naughty and nice. We're doing Kayla.
Sean, thank you, Sean. Historically, sitting presidents have refrained from stating preferences on where parts of the free market economy goes. But yesterday, President Trump said he wants low interest rates, he wants a weaker dollar, and then the market followed his preferences. So given his criticism of other economies and their intervention, how do you characterize that response?
I think the president has made it very clear from the beginning that he's going to do what he can to fight on behalf of American consumers and American businesses to make sure that we can help create a environment here in America where businesses grow and industries continue to hire and jobs can come back, and then middle-income Americans can get some tax relief and keep more in their money and their hard-earned dollars.
But traditionally, you have low interest rates when the economy is weak and needs help, and then they recover when the economy strengthens. So what was he trying to get at?
I understand. I think what he is trying to do is, as you know, Kayla, through a lot of the coverage and a lot of the meetings that you guys have covered and seen here at the White House, the president is continuing to meet with business leaders and people who are creating jobs, union leaders, to find out what we can do. And the president has heard a lot and gotten a lot of feedback and already taken great steps to make sure that we can create a regulatory and tax environment that's going to help grow America's economy and put people back to work. That's plain and simple. And I think what he'll continue to do is fight on behalf of the American people. I hate to cut this short, but we literally have 10 minutes before the president can speak.
Very quickly, did the president not know about the Moab strike? I don't know why you can't talk
to mean
about
that he didn't authorize it?
Sean, can you get any clarity on that?
All right, so as you can see, it was a brief press briefing today. Obviously, Sean Spicer wanting to keep things tight today with the breaking news. The U.S. dropping the largest non-nuclear bomb in Afghanistan. This is the mother of all bombs. There is a picture there. We're going to get you more information and speak more in just a couple minutes. All right, again, you are looking at an image of the massive ordnance air blast that was first tested in 2003. Today was the first time it was ever used. It is 21,000 pounds. We have a couple images of that test. I'm going to go ahead and show those to you in just a second. You have this image right here and that image as well. Some examples of the kind of destruction that this bomb can cause. This bomb, 21,000 pounds, dropped in a fight against ISIS. We're hearing reports it's 21 to 22,000 pounds, specifically 21,500 pounds. The massive ordnance air blast weapon was tested at an Air Force base in 2003, used for the first time today on ISIS targets in Afghanistan, according to the Pentagon. At 7:32 p.m. local time today, U.S. forces conducted a strike on an ISIS tunnel complex in Nangarhar, Afghanistan. This is part of an ongoing effort to defeat ISIS in Afghanistan. This according to a U.S. Central Command statement. Now, according to an expert, the whole point of this massive ordnance air blast, the MOAB, is that it causes overpressure. Now, that overpressure caused by the bomb detonating at a low altitude over the target crushes underground tunnels and bunkers, the kind that are often employed by ISIS. Now, we did hear from Sean Spicer just moments ago, the press secretary, saying that they made sure to take into consideration the possibility of civilian casualties. They did not want to risk something like that. Now, while this MOAB is the first of the United States' biggest non-nuclear bomb uses, the expert says that it's not even close to being a nuclear weapon, and he would not even make the argument that it's a symbol of escalation in the conflict in Afghanistan. Again, this is breaking news coming in the last hour. Again, the Pentagon announcing that U.S. forces in Afghanistan dropped the military's largest non-nuclear bomb on an ISIS target. Now, this bomb, known as the GBU-43, contains 11 tons of explosives. We know Afghanistan now the number one trend nationwide, as is MOAB, those taking up the top two trends on Twitter. Major news, major updates. We do have a video as well of the bomb as it was used in 2003. This coming in from a Fox News tweet.
Our understanding this is part of the test of this weapon. So this is the file footage we have. This is all we have because we haven't seen this weapon being used. So we're going to play that file footage. If our viewers see it, that's from 2003.
So there you have a still image of that bomb that was used. Again, this is breaking news. We don't have a ton of information right now other than what Sean Spicer told us in that daily briefing. He did tell the press in that briefing that all additional questions should be directed to the Department of Defense. The question is, will the Defense Secretary, James Mattis, speak out today as this news has just come out? We also know in a few minutes that we will be seeing President Trump live at the White House. He'll be meeting with first responders in regards to a bridge collapse. You may remember that bridge collapse in Atlanta following that fire, Interstate 85. President Trump will be meeting with them. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now in just a few minutes. In the meantime, we do want to continue giving you guys information on this non-nuclear bomb that dropped in Afghanistan. This is Eastern Afghanistan. Again, they targeted ISIS there. They were targeting an ISIS tunnel complex in Nangarhar province. They decided to use the largest bomb that we have on hand, the largest non-nuclear bomb, rather, the MOAB, the Massive Ordnance Air Blast, also known as the mother of all bombs. Now, as we mentioned, this bomb was tested in 2003, but it had not been used at all until today. It's so big, in fact, 21,000 pounds, that it had to be dropped out of the back of a U.S. Air Force C-130 cargo plane. One U.S. official speaking with Fox News said, quote, "We kicked it out of the back door." Now, for comparison, each Tomahawk cruise missile that was launched at the Syrian military airbase last week was 1,000 pounds each. This is one bomb, 21,000 pounds. Now, this is an interesting tweet from The Independent, the news outlet, saying the explosive yield of the U.S. bomb just dropped on Afghanistan rivals the one dropped on Hiroshima. The GBU-43 was first conceived as a psychological weapon designed to scare enemy troops into surrendering. Again, it is the largest non-nuclear bomb. It targeted ISIS tunnels specifically. Again, just a quick recap for those of you joining us. The U.S. military dropping an enormous bomb in Afghanistan, according to 4 military officials with direct knowledge of that mission. Again, it's the GBU-43, the Massive Ordnance Air Blast Bomb, also known as the mother of all bombs. It's a little over 21,000 pounds. It's America's most powerful non-nuclear bomb. Again, officials said that the target was an ISIS cave and tunnel complex in the eastern part of Afghanistan. In just a few minutes, we will be getting live pictures in of President Trump at the White House. Here's a live look at the White House. Mike Pace will be joining you with more News Now coverage ahead in just a few minutes. And I'm sure we'll have more updates regarding this attack in Afghanistan.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. In just a little bit, we are expecting President Trump to be live from the East Room in the White House, where he will be meeting with the first responders there from the I-85 collapse there in Atlanta. So we'll take that for you live as soon as we get some video. In the meantime, we are going to go to a live NASA event just starting up right now. This is where a group panel will be discussing new discoveries about ocean worlds beyond Earth. These new discoveries will help inform future ocean world exploration and the broader search for life. Let's go now to NASA Live.
Program. The panelists at JPL in California are Linda Spilker, Cassini project scientist; Hunter Waite, Cassini INMS team lead with the Southwest Research Institute, or SWIRI, in San Antonio, Texas; Chris Glein, Cassini INMS team associate, also from SWIRI. And joining us from Goddard in Maryland, we have William Sparks, astronomer and lead author of the Hubble findings with the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. The news today can be found at www.nasa.gov and also the following web pages. If you'd like to ask a question via social media, please use the hashtag AskNASA. And with that, Thomas, can you kick us off?
Hey, thanks so much, Felicia. It's another great day of science at NASA here. And in the Science Directorate, we really focus on 3 objectives. The first one is to understand and to improve life on Earth. We also do fundamental research from here to the depth of the universe and understand processes we've never understood before. And the third topic is one that this is all about, which is about a fundamental question that has filled the thinking of so many in the past, and we can answer now, hopefully in the near future, and that is there life elsewhere? See, here on Earth, there's a number of things that help life. There's water in a liquid form. We have an atmosphere, we have a magnetic field that protects us from the hazards of space. There's many things we have going for ourselves. So the question whether there's life out there relates to questions that we're making progress with all the time, and questions that we have, new questions that are coming forward. We don't know yet whether there's life out there, but right now we're making a lot of progress, especially the outer solar system. So this is exactly what today's stories are all about. With this research, we're making a big step forward towards answering the question, is there life out there? And with that, I'm really turning it over to the team. Go team.
Thank you, Thomas. So NASA's strategy for searching for life in the universe begins at home, with an understanding of how life emerged and evolved here on Earth and what the limits to life are on this planet. We then project that out onto other places in our solar system to see if we can find habitable environments that could support life as we know it. Just 40 years ago, NASA sent 2 Viking landers to Mars to look for evidence of life on the red planet. At the same time, oceanographers here on this planet, on Earth, were exploring the last frontier, the deep ocean. And during that exploration, they found made an astonishing discovery that changed how we thought about Earth and how we thought about life here on Earth. And that was an incredible oasis of life supported thousands of meters beneath the surface of the ocean, far away from sunlight. And it was supported by the energy produced by hydrothermal activity. Now, this discovery was incredible for here on Earth. It led to investigations of many other vents, hundreds of vents, which is only a tiny portion of the number of vents that must be active here on Earth. But it pointed out a new type of biology supported by chemistry that didn't require sunlight, which meant that we could extend our habitable environments well beyond the reach of our sun, out into the outer solar system, out to the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, as we imagine environments very much like our own hydrothermal vents here on Earth could exist out there. So today's discoveries have to do with ocean worlds beyond our own planet, and Jim's going to tell you about the missions that brought this to us.
You know, it really began in the late 1990s with the mission Galileo. Galileo, orbiting Jupiter, was flying by the individual moons, the Galilean moons, making observations of the atmosphere and many things in that solar system, that mini solar system. What it discovered from its magnetometer as it flew real close to Europa was a magnetic signature that's very familiar with our scientists because we interpret it as a current within an ocean underneath an ice shell. In 2005, Cassini, orbiting Saturn, flying by the moons of Saturn, with close flybys of Enceladus, it observed huge plumes of water emanating from cracks. We now believe that Enceladus also has a huge ocean. We call these bodies, and many others that are like them, ocean worlds. They are protected by an ice shell, much like our atmosphere protects us, our life here on Earth, and our ocean, maintaining its liquid. This is truly an exciting time for us to be able to probe those and really try to understand what's happening in these ocean worlds. What we're going to talk about today are two really wonderful discoveries, continuing back to Cassini, which has always been one of the major missions that we have, making a huge number of discoveries. And we're going to talk about Enceladus and what it's found out. We're also going to talk about Hubble observations back to Europa. These two ocean worlds we're going to link together because they're so similar in many, many ways that I hope you'll see as we go through our discoveries today. So without further ado, let's go to JPL and talk to Linda Spilker. Linda, what's Cassini been observing?
Well, thanks, Jim. Well, Cassini has been in orbit around Saturn for almost 13 years, and our unexpected discoveries about Enceladus have been some of the most surprising. Today, we're publishing a paper about our recent findings by Cassini on Enceladus. We've detected hydrogen in the plume of Enceladus. That hydrogen is coming from a hydrothermal vent on the seafloor of Enceladus, going out into space through the plume. And so this is a very significant finding because the hydrogen could be a potential source of chemical energy for any microbes that might be in Enceladus's ocean. So this is a very exciting finding for the Cassini team. Now, Enceladus is too small to have retained the hydrogen when it formed. And so the hydrogen we see today, the hydrogen gas, is coming from inside Enceladus. So let's take a quick look at some of Cassini's past findings. With this first image, this is a view of the south pole of Enceladus, and the geysers or the jets are coming from those four cracks we nicknamed tiger stripes, those bluish fractures that you can see at the south pole of Enceladus. In the next picture, you can see that these jets are shooting out into space, forming the giant plume around Enceladus. Underneath that icy crust, as Jim said, there's a global ocean. That global ocean sits on top of a rocky core. And some of Cassini's findings pointed to hydrothermal vents, basically hot water coming out after it's been mixed with the rocky core. And this final image shows a thermal map, the temperature of the South Pole. We can see the warmest temperatures with the yellow and red are right along the tiger stripe fractures. So what's new today? The new finding is finding hydrogen coming from the plume of Enceladus and the fact that it could support potentially microbes with energy on the seafloor of Enceladus. Now, this finding is the result of 12 years of Cassini investigations, and it really represents a capstone finding for the mission, because we now know that Enceladus has almost all of the ingredients that you would need to support life as we know it on Earth. Well, here I have a model of the Cassini spacecraft, and Hunter, maybe you can show us where your instrument is that detected the hydrogen.
Yes, Linda. The INMS instrument, the ion neutral mass spectrometer, is sitting on the fields and particle platform right here, and it directly samples the gas that comes in as we fly through the plume. as opposed to an ultraviolet spectrometer or an infrared spectrometer, which would look for scattered, absorbed, or emitted light coming from the molecules in a faraway location. So this sampling is extremely important for detecting trace species. And we were able to, from previous flybys and previous measurements, find out that the plume is 98% water. It has traces of ammonia, carbon dioxide, and methane, as well as some organics. Now, the part that had been elusive to it before was the hydrogen. And so let me back off here and pick up a similar model. We have a simulation here of the Enceladus and the tiger stripes. And so let me fly my spacecraft with the INMS pointed in the direction of motion of the spacecraft through the plume material, sampling the gas. This is how it happened when we were making measurements. It was about 8 kilometers above the surface, and this happened in October of 2015. It's interesting to put this together with the other measurements we'd made of the composition to try to draw some inferences about what's going on in the interior of the ocean, because this material is telling us about composition of the ocean.
Well, Hunter, what was going through your head when you looked at the data and you saw hydrogen?
Well, of course, we were very excited because we've been planning this for quite a while, and we've been thinking about what possible applications might be. So to discuss that, let me turn over to Chris and let him talk a little bit about that.
Well, Linda, our team considered numerous possibilities, and after performing detailed geochemical analysis, we found that the best explanation is that the hydrogen is produced by chemical reactions between warm water and rocks. Here's a graphic showing what we think is going on. We think that hydrothermal fluids are circulating below the ocean floor on Enceladus. This exposes rocks to warm water, which drives geochemical transformations. An important process that produces huge amounts of hydrogen is called serpentinization. In this process, certain minerals that are rich in iron react with water to form new minerals, and hydrogen is produced. This is important because it shows that the geochemistry acts on Enceladus. In addition to this, we think that these warm hydrothermal fluids contain dissolved minerals, and when these minerals mix with the ocean water, which is cold, mineral precipitates form at the sea floor. These mineral precipitates on the Earth form white solids, so we call them white smokers. Here's a video showing an example of one of these systems on Enceladus. on the Earth. We don't know if the systems on Enceladus look like this, but this is an example from the Earth. These vents on the Earth support teeming communities of organisms anchored by microbes that feed on chemical energy rather than sunlight. An important reaction at the base of the food chain is called methanogenesis. This is where microbes combine hydrogen with carbon dioxide to make methane, and they get a jolt of energy out of the process. They use this energy to synthesize some of their complex biomolecules, such as sugar molecules. What is intriguing about the data at Enceladus with the hydrogen detection is that we are now able to determine how much energy would be available from the methanogenesis reaction at Enceladus. We have made the first calorie count in an alien ocean. This is a key step towards understanding the habitability of Enceladus.
Well, Chris, do you think there could be microbes or even shrimp in the ocean on Enceladus?
Why, that would be wonderful, Linda. But we haven't discovered evidence of organisms on Enceladus. But I'm encouraged by the geochemical data, which could allow for this possibility.
Well, thank you very much, Hunter. Thank you, Chris. Well, when Cassini was first built, we never thought we would see an active ocean world like Enceladus at Saturn. So Cassini can look for habitability, but we don't have the instruments to look for life. We've come as far as we can go, so it remains for a future mission to detect life at Enceladus. And the Cassini team is so excited about these new findings. And so, Mary, why don't you put this in a broader context for us?
Thank you, Linda. Well, first of all, Chris, I recognize that footage from one of the NASA researchers, Chris German, exploring the East Pacific Rise, which was actually a hydrothermal system very close to the original observation 40 years ago at the Galapagos Rift. So while we don't understand what the structures would be, and there may be no way for us to tell remotely until we actually get into these oceans, certainly this finding suggests that there's a significant amount of hydrothermal activity to produce such a strong signal of hydrogen. And this hydrogen is a good source of chemical energy to support life. Now, what else have we been thinking about that life needs? So I have a figure here to go over sort of the triad of what we need for life. So can I have the figure, please? So, of course, you know that we need water. And here we are at Ocean Worlds. So we have the water. We need chemical elements that can make the building blocks that go into making cells and provide molecules for metabolism. We need carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, which are down in the lower left of the triangle. And here we get to check off another box. We have found energy to support life. Hydrogen gas provides that energy. Now all we need is to see if Enceladus had enough time, or any of the other systems in the Saturnian or Jovian worlds had enough time to evolve life and have life make its imprint on its ocean. So now we have another observation that kind of connects the worlds and is related to what we just heard about, and Jim's going to tell you about this.
So indeed, the next discovery we want to talk about, which is also coming out this week in our science journals, is from the Hubble Space Telescope. That famous telescope that just keeps on making wonderful observations has actually been observing Europa for many years. So let's go to Goddard Space Flight Center and talk to William Sparks. Bill, give us a little background on what we know about Europa.
So Europa is one of the 4 major moons of Jupiter. It's about the same size as our own moon, but it looks very different. It's got a smooth, bright, white surface covered in these dark cracks and red patches. The reason for that, and what makes Europa so incredibly interesting, is that it's thought to be engulfed by a global ocean under a thick crust of ice. In fact, it's got twice as much ocean as planet Earth. If we have a salty ocean in contact with a rocky core and energy from a variety of sources, as we just heard from Mary, we have many of the ingredients thought to be necessary for life.
Your observations from Hubble, what are you now seeing that's important to our understanding of habitability on Europa?
In 2014, we used the Hubble and detected evidence of what are probably water vapor plumes emerging from the surface of Europa. That's important because it could be giving us access to subsurface liquid water without having to drill through miles of ice. In 2016, the new observations that we're just publishing, we saw a similar candidate, almost identical in appearance and at the identical location to one of the 2040 candidates. It's very important in an intermittent phenomenon to establish repeatability. It gives us a lot more faith in the observation. The other thing it allows us to do, given the position of Europa, given the position of the candidate on Europa, is to look with more fidelity at that position and see what else we can find there. If we just look at a map of Europa, we don't see anything particularly remarkable about the exact location of the plume candidate shown by the green ellipse. But if we look back to the Galileo data, Galileo in the 1990s published a thermal image, and right at the peak of the thermal image, that's where the plume candidate is. This hotspot on the surface of Europa, on the Europa night side, was identified at the time as a thermal anomaly, and it's sitting right on top of the position of our plume candidate.
Bill, wow, that's fantastic. You know, we didn't know when Galileo was flying by Europa how the ocean could possibly communicate with the surface. And now these plumes that Hubble may be observing is giving us that tantalizing glimpse, something exactly what we see on Enceladus may be going on. Can you tell us a little more about how these plumes and that hotspot might relate to each other?
Yes, Jim, and it's really intriguing. It was quite astonishing, in fact, just to see the coincidence of the two. But it wasn't an accident that we looked for the thermal imaging. We did it by analogy within Enceladus. As we all know, as you know and the other people here know, the plumes of Enceladus are associated with a heat source and its very distinctive signature. And so we looked to see if we could find thermal imaging of the surface of Europa. And we did. And the peak hottest point in the Europa night side was right where our plume candidate is. There's two possible explanations for a causal connection. Obviously, coincidences could just occur, but there are reasons to think there could be a causal relationship. One possibility is if there's liquid water at a depth below the ice surface, and the liquid water is obviously warmer than the surface. The heat can flow up through the ice and cause a thermal anomaly, and cracks in the ice could give us the plumes. Conversely, the plumes themselves could simply be venting water vapor high into space from the Europa surface. We see plumes rising to 100 kilometers, 60 miles, and we would expect the water vapor to spread out over a much bigger area than that. We're not at escape velocity, so it's got to come back down. If a fine mist of water vapor rains back down onto the surface, then it can change the thermal character of that surface and allow it to retain heat longer. And so instead of heat coming up from below, it could be heat from above being slowly re-radiated during the Europa nighttime. And so it's a very intriguing pair of results. We discovered a repeating plume candidate, and when we looked at the Galileo data, we found the position of that repeating plume candidate that was right at the position of a thermal anomaly. We look forward to the Europa Clipper mission, which Jim is going to tell us about, and that will characterize this and other areas in great detail. Thank you.
You know, the Cassini observations at Enceladus and the Hubble observations at Europa tells you we're using everything in our arsenal to probe these new ocean worlds that we've discovered. This is truly a really exciting time. Cassini, unfortunately, is near its end. It will be plunged into the atmosphere of Saturn. It's running out of fuel on the 15th of September. And so these indeed are the last discoveries that we're talking about from Cassini as it relates to Enceladus. The next big mission that we're working on is called the Europa Clipper. And this particular mission is going to Enceladus. It has 9 major instruments on it. And these discoveries are coming at just the perfect time. It enables us to make the right set of observations that can tell us much more about these ocean worlds, Europa in particular. Can I have my video, please? The Europa Clipper will orbit Jupiter, but it makes very close flybys of Europa. It has instruments like the magnetometer, once again, that will make measurements of its ocean. It also has an ice-penetrating radar. This radar will tell us how thick or thin these ice shelves are and how close then the ocean might be to cracks. The next major instrument that it has is thermal imaging. Going back to what we learned from Enceladus, how hot are these areas? Are there cracks there like we see now with the plumes from the Hubble observations and the hot spots still being hot from Galileo observations more than 15 or so years ago? In addition to that, we have a UV spectrometer. This imager is going to be the plume finder. So as we go back and orbit out away from Jupiter, we're going to look back at Enceladus. We're going to be looking for those plumes and then diving back in. And hopefully, if everything works right, flying through the plumes much like Cassini has done at Enceladus. But now we'll have the right set of observations to make. On that spacecraft, the Europa Clipper will have an advanced mass spectrometer. Actually, Hunter Waite is our principal scientist, our principal investigator for that instrument. So what a fantastic time coming up. These observations are really informing us of major things happening in these ocean worlds right now. What I really want you to walk away with is we're pushing the frontiers. We're finding new environments. We're looking in a way that we've never thought possible before for environments in our solar system which may harbor life today. With that, let me give it back to Felicia.
Thanks, Jim. Now we're going to go into our Q&A session. For those joining us online, please submit a question using the hashtag AskNASA. For those in the room, if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand and a mic will be passed to you. And if you're pressed, please state your name and affiliation. So let's start with questions from the room. Okay, well, before we go to questions from the room, let's go ahead to the phone lines. First, we have Camille Carlisle from the Sky and Telescope magazine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for taking my call. Two quick questions. One, you mentioned that we essentially have a calorie count now with this hydrogen. Just how much energy is available? Can you put some sort of detail on that? And this is a logistics question. Maybe I missed it. Is there a website for all the press images that we can go to and get them?
So, Felicia, can you tell us the press site? And we'll go to JPL to get the calorie count.
So if you want more information about everything we've talked about today, definitely go to www.nasa.gov. Our press release will be on that page, and that will link to additional materials. I believe by going to the JPL Saturn page also, there's materials. So please just go to the two pages that were just on the screen earlier, and you should be able to get the materials you need. And I guess for the second part of the question, let's go to JPL.
That's an excellent question. The plume gas mixture from the hydrogen number we derived is equivalent to roughly 300 pizzas per hour in its energy content.
What does that mean?
Next, we have on the phone lines, we have Eric Berger from Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for having this call. I was questioning about the plume evidence, Europa. You said you found it in 2014 and in 2016, this evidence of water plumes. How many times did you look and was it not there? And I guess what I'm trying to get at, is there any sense of how intermittent this plume might be if it does indeed exist?
Of course, Bill now has been on a number of major observations from Hubble, and Bill can give you the answer.
Yes, we looked 12 times and we saw it twice in that location. We did see some evidence of plumes around the South Pole, polar regions a couple of times too, but it's much harder to locate the source when you're down at the polar region, and there isn't any coverage by Galileo in that region either, so we were lucky to find this one that did repeat was actually near the equator. And so it was twice out of 12 times, 1 in 6.
Would you care to characterize how confident you are these are actually plumes?
The statistics tell us that just from random photon statistics, they're real. They're what we call 4 sigma results. Now that's not quite as strong evidence as you'd really like. You'd prefer it to be stronger than that, because at that level there's always the possibility that there's some sort of instrumental effect that you don't know about. We've covered ourselves in terms of trying to understand what possible instrumental effects could have caused this, and every single one that we can think of does not appear to be capable of doing it. And so, for example, the 2 observations that I showed, although they look the same in the same position when we project them on the sky, when they were taken with the camera, the Hubble was in a completely different orientation for those 2 images, and so they're in completely different parts of the camera with the telescope rolled around at a completely different angle, and that eliminates a whole bunch of potential systematics that could cause it. So from the Hubble perspective, I wouldn't say it's not completely unequivocal the way it is with Enceladus. We're still at the limits of what Hubble can do, but we're growing in confidence because of the repeat and because of, in my case at least, I find the correlation with the Galileo thermal data quite intriguing and quite compelling.
You know, from my perspective, as Bill mentioned, these plumes are up to 50 kilometers and perhaps as high as 100 kilometers. Europa is the size of our own moon. It's an enormous body. and therefore there must be enormous energy to be able to loft these potential water jets high enough for us to be able to observe it 5 astronomical units away. It's really a remarkable set of observations. Unfortunately, you know, it's not as periodic as the Enceladus plumes, which are on all the time. And so going back to Europa, as Bill has and his team, and looked at it periodically, is really giving us the confidence that they're there. They may not be as periodic, but indeed now it looks like the water, the ocean, is communicating with the surface. Bill and his team is also talking about how they can make more observations between now and when we do indeed launch the Europa Clipper in the 2020s. Let's go to the phones.
Okay, well, before we go to the phones, let's go ahead to social media, where Emily is helping field the questions. So, Emily?
Sure. We have a lot of good questions coming in. This first one is from T. Bettini on Twitter, and she wants to know, are we talking about giant squids or algae and bacteria?
Mary?
I think that most of us would be excited with any life, and we're certainly, when we're talking about the sources of energy, this is to feed the base of a food web. So we're going to start with bacteria, and if we get lucky, maybe there's something that's larger.
You know, I think what's really also exciting about these discoveries is these ocean worlds with their protective outer shell. If indeed there's life in there, it has to be completely different than ours in the sense that it's generated in a way that's not related to our life. We call that a second genesis.
This second question is from @DecentMattSci on Twitter, and he wants to know, could there be movement of ice surrounding Enceladus driven by ocean convection currents similar to plate tectonics here on Earth?
You know, that's a really great question, and the reason why is it was only within the last couple of years that we have started to look back at the Europa data that has been gathered by Galileo. You know, Galileo only made like 10 or 11 flybys successfully by Europa, and so we have very limited images. But there does appear to be a certain location for which some sort of subduction is going on in a crack, where one element or plate of that icy shell is moving underneath another. We don't know that that's true. It may be in much greater locations all around that body. But you can understand the stresses when you think about the tidal forces. Europa is in an elliptical orbit around Jupiter, and it also has tidal forces being pushed around by the other Galilean moons. And so when it's close to Jupiter, it gets squeezed. And when it's further away, it relaxes. Every 2.5 to 3 days as it makes its orbit, it is being squeezed and released and squeezed and released. Our estimate today is that the surface moves as much as 30 meters. You know, that's the height of an 8 or 9 story building every 2 or 3 days. That heat has got to go somewhere. And the pushing and the stresses on the icy shell may indeed be like our plate tectonics.
Can I add one thing about it that actually is important for life? So here on Earth, many people believe that we wouldn't have sustained life on Earth if it weren't for plate tectonics. It's a great process for recycling materials, bringing things that we need to support life up from the mantle and below. And so that kind of a process is very important on these icy moons as well, because we think about, we've just heard about some sources of energy that are coming from the interaction of the water and the core. We also think on Europa there are creations of oxidants at the surface as a result of the radiation at the surface, and we need some sort of active shell, a ice tectonics, if you will, to actually bring those into contact, much like a battery where you have a positive and a negative pole to actually connect to drive life. And so this process is really important for life.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to take one more question from social media, and then we're going to go to the phone lines. So, Emily?
Sure. This question is from Philip on Facebook, and he wants to know, which moon do you think offers more possibility of life on it, Europa or Enceladus?
Wow, that's a that's a great question. I wish I knew for sure.
Well, I haven't
Oh, all right, Mary will give it a shot.
Well, so I think that this result of finding such a significant amount of hydrothermal activity and a lot of hydrogen is incredible. It speaks to the habitability. On the other hand, it also, the fact that we can measure such high concentrations of hydrogen and carbon dioxide means that there might not be life there at all, and if there is life, it's not very active, because when you have those stacks of pizza, much like in a graduate school department, it disappears. So we have this buildup of food that's not being used, and part of that could be because we think Enceladus might be fairly young. On the other hand, if the same process, which there's no reason to think it wouldn't be happening on Europa, we know that Europa and the moons around Jupiter were formed 4 billion years ago. So that's a lot more time for life to have emerged and start taking advantage of these energy sources. So my money for the moment is still on Europa, but it could be on any of these moons, and certainly would be great if it was in all of them.
Well, thank you so much. Next, we have Mike Wall from Space.com from the phone lines. Mike, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you, guys. This is really exciting stuff, and I got another question for actually Bill about the plumes. So, just so I'm sort of clear on this, this is not a confirmation that the plumes exist. I mean, I know you guys. I keep seeing more and more signs, but you're stopping short of saying that they definitely exist. And just so I understand, are these in the same location as the original 2012 detection, or do the plumes? I mean, have they been spotted in multiple locations, all around Europa? Thank you.
Yeah, let's have Bill Sparks, of course, answer that.
Okay. It's not completely unequivocal, but in my mind, the pendulum has swung from caution to optimism. The evidence is growing. The fact that we saw a repeat at the exact same location, that's one of the gold standards for dealing with an intermittent phenomenon. It's not proof because we're right at the limit of what the Hubble can do. It's not completely unequivocal the way it is on Enceladus. So on Enceladus, you've got movies of the plumes, and you've got wonderful maps and temperature maps and mass spectrometer measurements of the composition, and we've got a little smudge next to an image from the Hubble, and it's a fantastic image, and but it's right at the limit of what the Hubble can do. The fact that we've got a repeat tells you that in a formal statistical sense, it can't happen by chance. So we have to look for systematic effects that might cause it. We don't know of any, which is why some of us are leaning towards thinking that this means they're real. And then the secondary information with the thermal imaging, since I went to look for the thermal imaging, that gives you some additional statistical evidence that in fact they're real. It doesn't prove it because unfortunate coincidences can happen in the world. In terms of the location, the original detection by the Roth team was around the South Polar region. These are the dissociation products of water at high altitude down around the South Pole. And in our transit observations, where we were looking for absorbing material around Europa, we did see a couple of features in that area, but it's harder to localize things around the poles. This particular one was well localized. It wasn't quite as high as the previous one, and that's the one that repeated, and so that's really quite interesting.
Thank you.
There's a couple other pieces of evidence that I think is also really tantalizing. When we look at Enceladus, particularly around those tiger straps, there's absolutely no craters. They're completely filled in. As you go to the mid-latitudes and up to the North Pole of Enceladus, you do indeed see a number of craters. If we look now at Europa, we can hardly see any craters. This has always been a big puzzle in terms of how this surface is morphing eliminating the craters that must have been there at one time and are continually bombarding the body. But over the length of time that we've observed it with the Galileo mission, those several years, only a handful of craters were found. The plumes, the plume idea that it is resurfacing and the subduction must be connected in a way that is eliminating those craters. So this fits perfectly with these observations.
I think it's a Zamboni.
So next, we have 2 questions on the phone line. Then we're going to go ahead and go to social media. So the first call-in person we have is Keith Cowing from NASA Watch. Keith?
Two-part question for Thomas Brukin. First of all, several years ago, NASA was directed to create an Ocean Worlds program. Now, I see that phrase everywhere, but have you formally established a program office? Who's in charge of it? What's the budget? And second of all, a question, why is it that some news media were given advance access to NASA personnel on this taxpayer-funded research, and others of us were not?
So let me certainly take on the first one as head of planetary science, and we did indeed receive congressional direction about establishing an Ocean Worlds program. We have indeed communicated back to Congress in our budgetary aspects that we are doing that with respect to the next set of missions. And that next set is indeed the Europa Clipper mission. As far as the press interaction, that's done in another way.
So we've also were directed to establish a program for investigating ocean worlds, and we went to our Outer Planets Assessment Group and asked them to help us out by developing a roadmap for exploring these worlds. And that is in process. They're about to deliver that to us any day now, or any month now, week. And so we're moving forward on setting the science, as we always do, setting the science priorities, and then filling in the technologies that we're going to need for it, and discussing the types of missions those would look like to the various ocean worlds that we have to explore.
Next, we have Tracy Watson from USA Today. Tracy?
Hi, thank you. For Dr. Green, can you talk about now how this mission affects your desire to send, how these results affect your desire to send a mission to...
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We were watching that NASA event, and we are going to be getting some tape playback in just a couple of seconds here with President Trump meeting with some of the first responders there from the I-85 collapse in Atlanta. But he also, we are being told, he does mention the bomb being dropped on Afghanistan. So let's go to the tape playback. They are going to roll that as pretty soon here. So we're just going to, it's not frozen on your screen, everyone. They're just going to wait to play it back, and we'll all watch it together.
Okay? Yes, sir. Thank you all very much.
President, how about that bomb, sir?
Very, very proud of the people. Really another successful job. We're very, very proud of our military. Just like we're proud of the folks in this room, we are so proud of our military, and it was another successful event.
Did you authorize it, sir?
Everybody knows exactly what happened, so... And what I do is I authorize my military. We have the greatest military in the world, and they've done a job as usual. So we have given them total authorization, and that's what they're doing. And frankly, that's why they've been so successful lately. If you look at what's happened over the last 8 weeks and compare that's what really to what's happened over the last 8 years, you'll see there's a tremendous difference, So we have incredible leaders in the military, and we have incredible military, and we are very proud of them, and this was another very, very successful mission. Thank you very much.
Does it send a message to North Korea? Thank you. Does it send a message to North Korea?
I don't know if this sends a message. It doesn't make any difference if it does or not. North Korea is a problem. The problem will be taken care of. I will say this. I think China has really been working very hard. I have really gotten to like and respect, as you know, President Xi. He's a terrific person. We spent a lot of time together in Florida, and he's a very special man. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's going to try very hard. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Relevant questions.
You're not supposed to do that.
All right, everybody. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 and News Now show, and we just heard from President Trump as he was being asked about the bomb in Afghanistan. We're getting some continued playback here. Let's just watch that again.
Great, sir. Congratulations.
Yes,
Great
sir.
job. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sit down, please. Oh, wow, I like that even better. Come on, get up here with me, everybody. I like that. I heard about this. Wow.
Sir, I bring you greetings on behalf of our honorable mayor, Mayor Cassini Reed, and all the men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. Where I present you with a token of our appreciation.
That is beautiful. I think I should leave it right here. Right? Fits so well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's really fantastic. Man, come here. I didn't know I was going to get such a nice. That's good. Highland, yes, that's okay. That is fantastic. Thank you. How are you?
It's fine, sir.
We're going to go around, introduce ourselves, okay? We'll do this first. You know these folks back here, they're very famous, most of them. It's called the media. They're very honorable people. But you're more honorable, I can tell you that.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm honored to be here with you today and welcome you to the White House. The heroes who responded to the terrible bridge collapse on I-85 2 weeks ago in Atlanta. That was something. It was the whole world was watching that one. Today we're joined by members of the Georgia State Patrol, the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, and the Atlanta Police Department. Great people. On that day, Georgia State Police and Atlanta Police took fast action to get motorists away from danger. Then our brave firefighters battled 40-foot flames, which was incredible. What was the reason for those flames? It was something underneath that just was very combustible, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those flames were amazing. They pulled back by battalion chiefs, and just minutes before the bridge itself collapsed, and everybody was safe. That was an amazing thing. And everybody was watching. Your skill and courage saved many lives and represented true strength and the true strength of America. Really great job. I was proud of you. Great job. To the people of Georgia who are affected by the collapse, my administration stands with you. We've already made a $10 million emergency relief funds available. And I called your governor, who I know very well, who's a terrific guy, and I approved it literally the day that it happened. I had a feeling you'd need a little money, because that looked like a big money deal, right, Elaine? But I approved it immediately, and Elaine took care of it, and we gave fast action. What happened in Atlanta is a painful reminder of the critical importance of infrastructure, which we're going to be doing a lot with infrastructure. You'll be seeing that over the coming weeks, tremendous amount. I'm committed to funding a massive nationwide infrastructure program to rebuild, repair, and construct the roads and bridges of the future of this country. This is necessary as a matter of both safety and economic growth, and it's necessary to improve our quality of life as Americans. We will also continue to seek proper funding for law enforcement and public safety in our country. On behalf of the entire nation, I salute you. You're really amazing people, and I honor your service. I pledge that you will have the support of our country, the police, the firefighters, first responders. You will always have the support of President Trump. I think you know that very well. And I thank you for the great job in the fast action. Really fantastic, a lot of bravery. Maybe we could just go around, introduce yourselves, and Who knows? Maybe you become a movie star after. With all this, you'll become a movie star. If they like the way you look or sound, you'll become a star. Go ahead.
Well, thank you again, sir. My name is Joel Baker, Fire Chief with the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department.
And how tall are you, Joe?
I'm 6'6", sir.
That's all? I thought it was much more than that. I think you're taller than that. Okay, good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I'm Trooper Thomas Burkett with the Georgia State Patrol.
And I'm Sergeant Ryan Heald from the Atlanta Police Department.
I'm Battalion Chief James McLemore from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department.
I'm Trooper John Jensen with the Georgia State Patrol.
I'm Sergeant Anthony Campbell, Atlanta Fire Rescue Airport Division.
Senior Police Officer Michael Baker from the Atlanta Police Department.
Elaine Chow, Secretary of Transportation.
Captain Arthur Atkins, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department.
I am Trooper Harold Tisdale Jr. with the Georgia State Patrol.
Trooper First Class Kendall McCoy, Georgia State Patrol.
I'm Tom Bosser, I'm the President's Homeland Security Advisor.
Battalion Chief Douglas Hatcher, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department.
Sergeant First Class Thomas Custer with the Georgia State Patrol.
Assistant Chief of Atlanta Police Department, Rodney Bryant.
Great, Rodney. Well, thank you very much. So, who's the bravest person in this room? That's what I want to know. Raise your hands if you're the bravest person. Huh? Maybe it's... I thought so. I thought so.
I think there are two others that are behind there.
Oh, go ahead.
Sergeant First Class John Cronin, Georgia State Patrol.
Great.
Officer Ryan Severance with the Atlanta Police Department.
Great. Elaine, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, arrayed beside you and around you are true heroes of our country. They demonstrate what courage, steadfastness, commitment, and fealty to their oaths to serve our communities mean. This fire was reported at 6:12 p.m., right in the middle of rush hour on March 30th. By 6:20, this team was on site addressing the issue. Governor Nathan Deal also deserves some credit because he has, as a matter of policy, pre-positioned state troopers around I-85 to move any traffic incident right out of the way. So that helped a great deal. By 7 o'clock, the bridge had collapsed. By 8 o'clock, these brave men, leaders of their own communities, basically had the fire under control. The U.S. Department of Transportation was on site, and we worked hand in hand with these great heroes. And as you mentioned, $10 million from your administration went out within 1 hour of the governor making this request. The good story following all of this is also that the repair and recovery of this whole scene will occur very quickly. You will like them because they will come in under budget and on time.
That's good. I love to hear the words under budget and under schedule, right? We used to call it ahead of schedule. Now we say under schedule, but that'd be great. And I have to tell you, Governor Nathan Deal did call me immediately as this was happening. And he sort of said, could you be ready? Because we're going to need some emergency money fast. And we were ready, and we got him the money immediately. And again, we want to thank everybody in the room very much. And Secretary, congratulations.
Not at all. Again, I told them that you were really approachable and that you would enjoy meeting them so much. They were a little bit apprehensive about meeting you, so they're just so thrilled. And Chief Baker and also Chief Bryant, these are the two leaders here. They both said what an honor it is to be at the White House, to be with you. And you have done the first responder community a tremendous honor by honoring them. And they want to make sure, because they're saying that you are sending a message to all the first responders that you value them. So, Chief Bryant, why don't you say that to the President?
Yes, ma'am. I was sharing with her, Mr. President, that this is not only a great day for the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, but it's a great day for all of the public safety personnel throughout the country, which include Department of Fire, Police, State Patrols throughout the country, Correctional Department, but all the public safety really appreciate the opportunity that you're recognizing public safety members.
Well, Chief, I have great respect for the people that do what you do. It's amazing bravery, and the speed is incredible. So again, I want to thank you. And I think what we'll do is when we're finished here, we'll talk. And then, unless you don't want to do this, but I know you do, we'll go right across the hall to the Oval Office. We'll have some pictures. Is that okay, the Oval Office? It is, believe me, I've been in a lot of good offices. It is a special office, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we'll go over there, we'll take some pictures, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all very much.
President, how about that policy?
Very, very proud of the people. Really another successful job. We're very, very proud of our military. Just like we're proud of the folks in this room, we are so proud of our military, and it was another successful event.
Did you authorize it, sir?
Everybody knows exactly what happened. So, and what I do is I authorize my military. We have the greatest military in the world, and they've done a job as usual. So we have given them total authorization, and that's what they're doing. And frankly, that's why they've been so successful lately. If you look at what's happened over the last 8 weeks and compare really to what's happened over the last 8 years, you'll see there's a tremendous difference, So we have incredible leaders in the military, and we have incredible military, and we are very proud of them. And this was another very, very successful mission. Thank you very much.
Does it send a message to North Korea? Thank you. Does it send a message to North Korea?
I don't know if this sends a message. It doesn't make any difference if it does or not. North Korea is a problem. The problem will be taken care of. I will say this. I think China has really been working very hard. I have really gotten to like and respect, as you know, President Xi. He's a terrific person. We spent a lot of time together in Florida, and he's a very special man. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's going to try very hard. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. That was some playback just moments ago with President Trump talking about the bombing there in Afghanistan. And before that, meeting with the first responders from that I-85 bridge collapse there in Atlanta. Okay, coming up next, we have another live event that we're going to be going to. Now we're going to be going to Chicago's City Council, where the Aviation Committee is meeting right now, and they are talking about the United situation, the United Airlines situation with that passenger that totally went viral. You guys know the story with that one. Let's go right there, right now to Chicago.
What kind of a response, but they haven't passported a plane.
So, okay, that's fine. Basically, under your guidelines and the city's guidelines and your rules, by them boarding the plane, this wasn't the first time it ever happened.
That's correct.
And I'm going to ask you the exact same thing that I asked the airlines is what steps are we taking, or are you contemplating taking, to try and make sure we change policy so we can avoid this in the future?
Well, we'll take a number of steps. The initial steps were addressing the actions of the individuals directly involved. And we have put those 3 officers on leave pending a more thorough and detailed investigation. We will then step our way through the chain of command, through the communication chain. We will be interviewing and consulting with the airlines, starting with United, but moving on to other airlines. We will be eventually talking to other airports about best practices.
Chairman, who's we? Is there a name?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of the Chicago Department of Aviation.
Okay.
Alderman Burke?
Who is we? Who is going to be doing the investigation? When I talked to your general counsel the other day, she told me it was going to be Mr. Redding doing the investigation. Is that the case?
Mr. Redding will be involved. I will be involved. Our HR professionals will be involved. There will be several of our managers involved in collecting this information, evaluating it.
Trained in law enforcement?
We are the responsible agency for operating the airport. So in terms of airport security, yes. Yeah. Now, we also we'll talk with the airlines. We'll talk with other airports. We will also, as we always do, review our practices with Chicago Police. We always, take any changes into effect that they want us to take into effect. It's a very important part of our consultation. It happens on a daily basis. It certainly happens with any procedures. We are required to keep in place an airport security plan on file with the Transportation Security Agency. Any changes we make then would have to be submitted to the TSA. And as the airport operator, that is our responsibility. We do define the roles of the various parties within that airport security plan. So, Chairman, I just want to reassure you that we are going to thoroughly review every aspect of our operation. You may recall that in some meetings with several aldermen earlier this year, I mentioned that we had prepared a scope of work for an outside security assessment of our security plans and to identify best practices. This is part and parcel of our ongoing desire to be aware of and incorporate best practices in our facilities. So that request is moving through the city's approval process. We had already undertaken that comprehensive review of both our facilities and what our role is as Chicago Department of Aviation, supporting law enforcement, supporting the federal agencies, and also our daily operations. That request will be considered in May, and if approved, it will be completed in 5 months. Again, this is something we've been working on for several months, but obviously, in light of this event, it will be one of the reviews conducted. That review will be done by outside security experts. They are not, and I repeat, not reviewing the TSA. They are not reviewing Chicago Police. They are only reviewing Chicago Department of Aviation, our facilities, our staff, our procedures relative to this integrated security operation.
Very good. Alderman Cochran, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we're talking about policies, policy changes, new statements that are going to be delivered on April 30th. But we don't know what this policy is that is the standing policy currently for security and those acts. We talked about them going on the plane and whether or not that them boarding the plane was justified. And boarding of people.
How about when we get to the questions, you're more than welcome to ask those questions.
Okay, well, we were talking about policy, and that's how come
Yeah. I mean, we have quite a few aldermen here. We're going to get to all the questions, okay? And
So might I just add that we'll also be reviewing our training, the areas in which we're doing training, how that training is conducted. We'll be reviewing how the instructions are given at roll call. So we have to make sure that there were no contributing lapses, and that all those communications are as strong as they need to be.
Commissioner, you have a soft voice. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone closer if you don't mind, because I'm having a hard time hearing it, but I'm just about senile. And Margaret, I didn't want to, I recognize and asked John, but for everyone that knows Margaret, she's been with United a long time. She's dealt with this council and has our respect, so you know that. So what I'd like to do now, I know it's already 2 o'clock. I'd like to get to questions by the committee members and then the aldermen that are not on the committee that are here. So Alderman Burke, why don't you start out?
Well, Mr.
Hold on, Chairman Burke. How long are they, Mark?
I think that'll kind of cover.
Go right ahead.
Right, well, thank you. As I said, my name is Margaret Houlihan Smith, and I am the Managing Director of United's Corporate and Government Affairs. Joining me today is John Slater, our Vice President of O'Hare Operations. And on behalf of United, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to address the Aviation Committee today regarding the terrible incident that occurred Sunday evening on Flight 3411. We have all seen the shocking and disturbing videos which capture the unacceptable mistreatment of our customer, Dr. Dow. We are deeply sorry this occurred to Dr. Dow, and we apologize to him and to the customers who witnessed this appalling scene. This disturbing event does not reflect who we are as a company or the values we hold ourselves to. Core to who we are at United is our commitment to treating people with dignity and respect. We failed to do that and uphold that promise here. We are committed to fixing this and have already begun to take action by conducting a thorough review of the situation and the changes that must be made. Our review will focus on a few items, which will include how we move our flight crews, our policies and procedures for handling oversold flights, including how we incentivize customer volunteers in these rare situations, and an examination of how we work with local airport and law enforcement authorities and how we can better partner with these organizations. We need to ensure the safety and security of our customers and our employees. As the chairman mentioned, our review will be completed by April 30th, and the results will be made public. In his remarks, John will give you a high-level overview of what happened. However, due to potential litigation in our internal review, we are prohibited from answering questions pertaining to the event. In an effort to address specific questions related to our policies and procedures, I respectfully request they be submitted through the chair, and we will review with counsel and respond in writing. On behalf of our 87,000 employees, 15,000 of whom are based here in Chicagoland, we deeply, deeply regret what happened, and we commit to you that this type of situation will never happen again aboard our aircraft. This has been a learning moment for all of us at United. We know we can do better, and we will do better. Thank you, and I will turn it over to John now.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. As part of my responsibilities, I oversee the men and women who bring United's operations to life every day. I, too, am terribly saddened by what transpired on our aircraft on Sunday, and am personally committed to ensuring this never happens again. As previously mentioned, we are limited in what we can say today, but I will do my best to walk you through the incident. After all the customers had boarded the aircraft for Flight 3411, 4 crew members told the gate agent that they needed to be on the Louisville flight so that they would be in position for their departure in the morning. This morning flight would have otherwise been canceled, and subsequent flights this crew was assigned to canceled downline, disrupting the travel for many other customers. Our protocol, which is now under review, is to make sure that the crew can get to their destination meeting their minimum crew rest requirements mandated by federal air regulations to service their next flight. It was determined that there was no alternative means to get them to Louisville to meet these requirements without traveling on Flight 3411. The gate agent then asked customers on board to volunteer to give up their seats in exchange for compensation. This is an extremely rare situation where we had to ask a few passengers to deboard the airplane. With no customers willing to volunteer, 4 passengers were selected to give up their seats. The selection followed established procedures that factor in frequent flyer status, the price of the ticket, and time of check-in. One of the customers, Dr. Dow, refused to deplane. Our team felt that they needed additional assistance and called for the Chicago Aviation Security to discuss the matter with Dr. Dow and escort him off the flight. What transpired from there was a very disturbing moment we will pledge to never happen again. It was a failure of our system, with many contributing factors leading up to that moment. That is why our CEO, Oscar Munoz, has ordered a full review of our policies and procedures, prioritizing our customers' needs first and empowering our employees to carry out that mission. In addition to our public apologies and several attempts to meet Dr. Dow directly, United has reached out to all the customers on Flight 3411. We deeply apologize to the customer forcibly removed from this aircraft and to all the customers on board. Our policy to date is for the crew to call for law enforcement assistance if a passenger refuses to deplane upon request. As our CEO said on Wednesday, we are actively looking to revise these policies. Day in and day out, our team members are required to make very difficult decisions to get customers to their destinations safely and securely. Policy and training are critical, but so is empowering our team to make good judgment in difficult decisions. Last year, we flew 86 million customers, 16 million of which flew out of Chicago O'Hare. I have never seen a situation like this during my tenure at O'Hare, or in fact, in my entire career. Most of these situations are handled at the gate prior to boarding, so there's never a need to deplane a customer after they've boarded. Unfortunately, in this instance, Flight 3411, we failed. We will do everything we can in our power to prevent this from ever happening again on United Airlines. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address the committee.
Thank you, John. Commissioner, you want to give a statement also before we start taking questions?
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. As the Commissioner for the Chicago Department of Aviation, I want to express our extreme regret for the actions of our officers on Sunday, April 9th, 2017, on board United Airlines Flight 3411. Our primary job is to operate our airports safely and in full compliance with security regulations for the benefit and safety of passengers, employees, and airline operators. Year after year, the Chicago Department of Aviation conveys over 100 million passengers through our airports. We have, like John, never know of no incident similar to this one. Rest assured that we have taken personnel actions so that the officers directly involved are not at the airport, and will follow through on those actions. If our ongoing review and investigations uncover lapses by others in the department, they will be addressed properly and quickly. I have directed the Deputy Commissioner for Human Resources to prepare a plan for increased training specifically addressing the assigned security duties of the aviation security officers, but also that address such areas as verbal de-escalation, sensitivity, and emotional intelligence. We will consult with HR specialists, Chicago Police, ASO managers, the American Association of Airport Executives, and others in developing this enhanced training program. We also anticipate receiving recommendations from outside investigations, and we will review those for implementation as well. We are also reviewing the resources currently being utilized to ensure that the scope and capabilities are sufficiently broad to cover any security needs. This review includes the CDA workforce and also our private contract for security and screening services. I mentioned earlier that we discussed earlier this year that aviation has prepared a scope of work for an outside security assessment from a well-regarded international expert to review, again, CDA security plans and to identify those best practices. This is part and parcel of our ongoing desire to be aware of and incorporate best practices in our airports that support security operations and in our daily security operations. That request will be considered in May, and if approved, will be completed in 5 months. That is part one of a two-part review. We fully expect that independent agencies will initiate investigations in this matter, and we will fully support and cooperate with these investigations. Additionally, we have notified the city's Inspector General. We understand and appreciate the high level of concern and interest in this incident. Because it is in litigation and investigations are underway and not yet complete, we are limited in the statements we can make today. As they are finalized and completed, I want to assure all of you that we will make public the findings and actions of the Chicago Department of Aviation, but of course must and will respect any restrictions required by federal sensitive security information requirements, union agreements, investigations by other entities with authority, and also legal actions. Thank you. I'd like Jeff to also make a statement.
As the Deputy Commissioner of Security for Chicago Department of Aviation, I understand and fully embrace the challenges associated with ensuring the safety, well-being, and dignity of our passengers, vendors, employees, and airline partners. I regret that I'm coming before you today to discuss this truly unfortunate incident, but wanted to assure you that we are in the process of conducting a thorough investigation and review of the events that occurred on Sunday, April 9, 2017, on board United Flight 3411, and will similarly cooperate with any other investigation conducted by an authorized investigative body. 3 aviation security officers who were involved in the incident have been placed on administrative leave pending completion of investigation. Any disciplinary action that is determined to be warranted up to and including potential termination will be swiftly implemented. I'd like to provide you with a brief overview regarding the roles of the aviation security officers play in our multi-layered approach to security at Chicago's airports. Aviation security officers are part of a public safety team at both O'Hare and Midway Airport. They complement and assist the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Fire Department, private security, and federal law enforcement. As soon as I learned the details of the April 9th incident, I asked my staff to gather all of the pertinent reports and records. First thing on Monday morning, April 10th, I met with the lieutenant who had been on duty to discuss the details of the incident, reviewed the reports that had been completed, and started the investigation at the direction of the commissioner. All relevant information is being thoroughly reviewed, and any conclusions made will be based on the totality of the evidence. Notwithstanding the very disturbing videos, staff involved must be given due process. In addition, the incident and all current processes will be reviewed by CDA
folks.
staff.
Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to dip out of that coverage there in Chicago. Now take you to D.C., where the CIA director is talking about national security measures. Let's take a look.
Later, Richard's home address and phone number were out in the press in Greece. In December 1975, Richard and his wife were returning home from a Christmas party in Athens. When he got out of his car to open the gate in front of his house, Richard Welsh was assassinated by a Greek terrorist cell. At the time of his death, Richard was the highest-ranking CIA officer killed in the line of duty. He'd led a rich and honorable life, one that is celebrated with a star on the agency's memorial wall. He's buried at Arlington National Cemetery, and his remains dearly remembered by his family and colleagues. Meanwhile, Philip Agee propped up his dwindling celebrity with occasional stunt, including a Playboy interview. He eventually settled down as the privileged guest of an authoritarian regime, one that would have put him in front of a firing squad without a second thought had he betrayed its secrets instead of ours. Today, there are still plenty of Philip Agees in the world, and the harm they inflict on U.S. institutions and personnel is just as serious today as it was back then. They don't all come from the intelligence community. They don't all share the same background or use precisely the same tactics as Agee, but they are soulmates. Like him, they choose to see themselves in a romantic light as heroes above the law, saviors of our free and open society. They cling to this fiction, even though their disclosures often inflict irreparable harm on both individuals and democratic governments, pleasing despots along the way. The one thing they don't share with Agee is the need for a publisher. All they require now is a smartphone and internet access. In today's digital environment, they can disseminate stolen U.S. secrets instantly around the globe to terrorists, dictators, hackers, and anyone else seeking to do us harm. Our nation's first line of defense against complicated and fast-moving threats like these is the U.S. intelligence community. I feel deeply privileged and still, frankly, a bit amazed that as CIA director, I get to be a part of this great group of men and women. I'm the son of a machinist from Orange County, California. I'd never been east of the Mississippi River before college, spending most of my summers working in Winfield, Kansas on the family farm. To be entrusted with leading the greatest intelligence organization in the world is something I can't still wrap my head around. And just as I did at West Point, I feel that I stand on the shoulders of giants, atop a long tradition of courage, ingenuity, and dedication. After I was nominated for this post by President Trump, I talked with nearly every living director. They spoke of the need to call things as you see them and of the apolitical nature of the job. Above all, though, they spoke about the admiration they had for their time with this workforce And what I've seen so far, their assessment was spot on. I'm surrounded by talented, committed patriots. These are men and women who signed up for a life of discretion and impact, for a career in service to their country. These officers, like me, have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. They've signed secrecy agreements. They quietly go about their work and try not to get too worked up over the headlines, including the fanciful notion that they spy on their fellow citizens via microwave ovens. But they're not at liberty to stand up to these false narratives and explain our mission to the American people. But fortunately, I am. In my first meeting with the CIA's workforce, I promised I would serve them and the American people, both home and abroad, with the same passion and vigor that I displayed as a tank platoon leader, as a business owner, and then as a member of Congress representing the 4th District of Kansas. And that's why I'm here today. As a policy, the CIA does not comment on the accuracy of purported intelligence documents posted online. In keeping with that policy, I will not specifically comment on the authenticity or provenance of recent disclosures. But the false narratives that increasingly define our public discourse cannot be ignored. There are fictions out there that demean and distort the work and achievements of the CIA and the intelligence community more broadly. And in the absence of a vocal rebuttal, these voices, ones that proclaim treason to be public advocacy, gain a gravity that they do not deserve. It's time to call these voices out. The men and women of the CIA deserve a real defense, as does our nation. I intend to do that today. First and foremost, we should know that the intelligence organizations engage solely in foreign espionage. We steal secrets from our foreign adversaries, hostile entities, and terrorist organizations, and we're damn proud of it. We analyze this intelligence so that our government can better understand our adversaries that we face in a challenging and dangerous world. We'll make no apologies for that. It's hard stuff, and we go at it hard. Because when it comes to overseas threats, the CIA is aggressive in our pursuit of information we need to help safeguard our country. We utilize our whole toolkit, fully employing the authorities, capabilities that Congress, the courts, and the executive branch have provided to us, consistent with our American ideals. We do these things because it's our job. It's what we signed up to do. It's what our president needs. And if we didn't have a tough time justifying our budget to the American taxpayers, that too would be inappropriate. As the CEO of a security research firm recently noted, the CIA appears to be doing exactly what we pay them to do: exploit specific targets with limited attacks to support America's national interests. Now, our mission is simple in concept, yet incredibly difficult in practice. I've seen that in just the few short weeks. We work to provide the best information possible to the President and his administration so they can advance our national interests and protect our country. It's a mission that the CIA has carried out for years, quietly and effectively. Our accomplishments often remain classified and secret, but a few special ones are known to the world. The CIA was a crucial player in the global campaign against nuclear proliferation and continues to be today. We helped unravel the nuclear smuggling network used by AQ Khan, assisted in exposing a covert nuclear facility in Syria, and gathered intelligence with the help of partners that persuaded Libya to abandon its nuclear program. We've also been on the cutting edge of technological innovation throughout our history. The CIA led efforts to develop the U-2 aircraft and orbiting satellites, endeavors that allowed us to surveil activities in rival states that were closed to us. We've pushed the boundaries of the possible in ways that have benefited both security and the welfare of the American public. More recently, CIA investment in technology venture in 2003 led to the development of what we know today as Google Earth. My first few months on the job have only reaffirmed for me that this innovative spirit and can-do attitude are much alive and well. So now I'd like to talk about what the CIA does not do. We're a foreign intelligence agency. We focus on collecting information about foreign governments, foreign terrorist organizations, and the like, not Americans. A number of specific rules keep us centered on that mission and protect the privacy of our fellow Americans. To take just one important example, CIA is legally prohibited from spying on people through electronic surveillance in the United States. We're not tapping anyone's phone in my hometown of Wichita. Now, I know there'll always be skeptics, and we need to build trust with them. But I also know firsthand, from what I saw as a member of a Congressional Oversight Committee, and from what I see now as the director, the CIA takes its legal restrictions and responsibilities with the utmost seriousness. We have stringent regulations, and engaged and robust Office of the General Counsel and an empowered independent Office of Inspector General to make sure of that. Moreover, regardless of what you see on the silver screen, we do not pursue covert action on a whim and without the approval or accountability. There's a comprehensive process that starts with the President and consists of many levels of legal and policy review. Let me assure you, when it comes to covert action, there is oversight and accountability every step of the way. And I inherited an agency that has deep respect for the rule of law and the Constitution. It's embedded in the very fiber of the people that work at the CIA. And despite fictional depictions meant to sell books or box office tickets, we are not an untethered or rogue agency. And so while we've had some truly awesome capabilities at our disposal, our officers do not operate in areas or against targets that are rightfully and legally off limits. At our core, we're an organization committed to uncovering the truth and getting it right. We devote ourselves to protecting our trade. We work hard to maintain truly global coverage. We spend hours upon hours collecting information and poring over data and reports. And we also admit when we make a mistake. In fact, because CIA is accountable to a free and open society we help defend, the times in which we have failed to live up to high standards of our fellow citizens have been cataloged well over the years, even by our own government. These mistakes are public. They're public to an extent that I doubt any other nation could ever match. But it's always our intention and our duty to get it right. And that's one of the reasons we at CIA find the celebration of entities like WikiLeaks to be both perplexing and deeply troubling. Because while we do our best to quietly collect information on those who pose very real threats to our country, individuals such as Julian Assange and Edward Snowden seek to use that information to make a name for themselves. As long as they make a splash, they care nothing about the lives they put at risk or the damage they cause to national security. WikiLeaks walks like a hostile intelligence service and talks like a hostile intelligence service. It has encouraged its followers to find jobs at the CIA in order to obtain intelligence. It directed Chelsea Manning in her theft of specific secret information. It overwhelmingly focuses on the United States while seeking support from anti-democratic countries and organizations. It's time to call out WikiLeaks for what it really is, a non-state hostile intelligence service often abetted by state actors like Russia. In January of this year, our intelligence community determined that Russian military intelligence, the GRU, had used WikiLeaks to release data of U.S. victims that the GRU had obtained through cyber operations against the Democratic National Committee. And the report also found that Russia's primary propaganda outlet, RT, has actively collaborated with WikiLeaks. Now, for those of you who read the editorial page of the Washington Post, and I have a feeling many of you do, yesterday you would have seen a piece of sophistry penned by Mr. Assange. You would have read a convoluted mass of words wherein Assange compares himself to Thomas Jefferson, Dwight Eisenhower, and the Pulitzer Prize-winning work of legitimate news organizations such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. Assange claims to harbor an overwhelming admiration for both America and the idea of America. But I assure you this man knows nothing of America and our ideals. He knows nothing of our third president, whose clarion call for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness continue to inspire us and the world. And he knows nothing of our 34th president, a hero from my very own Kansas, who helped liberate Europe from fascists and guided America through the early years of the Cold War. No, I'm quite confident that had Assange been around in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, he would have found himself on the wrong side of history. We know this because Assange and his ilk make common cause with dictators today. Yes, they try unsuccessfully to cloak themselves and their actions in the language of liberty and privacy, but in reality, they champion nothing but their own celebrity. Their currency is clickbait, their moral compass non-existent, their mission, personal self-aggrandizement through destruction of Western values. They do not care about the causes of the people they claim to represent. If they did, they would focus instead on autocratic regimes in this world that actually suppress free speech and dissent. Instead, they choose to exploit the legitimate secrets of democratic governments, which has, so far, proven to be a much safer approach than provoking a tyrant. Clearly, these individuals are not especially burdened by conscience. We know this, for example, because Assange has been more than cavalier in disclosing the personal information of scores of innocent citizens around the globe. We know this because the damage they have done to the security and safety of the free world is tangible. The examples are numerous. When Snowden absconded to the comfortable clutches of Russian intelligence, his treachery directly harmed a wide range of U.S. intelligence and military operations. Despite what he claims, he was no whistleblower. True whistleblowers use well-established and discreet processes in place to voice grievances. They do not put American lives at risk. In fact, a colleague of ours at the National Security Agency recently explained that more than 1,000 foreign targets, people, groups, and organizations, more than 1,000 of them tried to change how they communicated as a direct result of Snowden's disclosures. That's a staggering number. Bottom line is that it became harder for U.S. intelligence to keep Americans safe. It became harder to monitor communications of terrorist organizations that are bent on bringing bloodshed to our shores. Snowden's disclosures helped these groups find ways to hide themselves in crowded digital forests. And even in those cases where we're able to regain our ability to collect, the damage has already been done. We work in a business with budgetary and time constraints. The effort to get back access we had previously possessed meant that we had less time to look at new threats. And as for Assange, his actions have attracted a devoted following among some of our most determined enemies. Following a recent WikiLeaks disclosure, an Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula member posted a comment online thanking WikiLeaks for providing a means to fight America in a way that AQAP had not previously envisioned. AQAP represents one of the most serious threats to our country and around the world today. It's a group that is devoted not only to bringing down civil passenger planes, but our way of life as well. That Assange is the darling of these terrorists is nothing short of reprehensible. Have no doubt that the disclosures in recent years caused harm, great harm, to our nation's national security, and they will continue to do so for the long term. They also threaten the trust we've developed with our foreign partners, when that trust is crucial currency among allies. They risk damaging morale for the good officers at the intelligence community and who take the high road every day. And I can't stress enough how these disclosures have severely hindered our ability to keep you all safe. No, Julian Assange and his kind are not the slightest bit interested in improving civil liberties or enhancing personal freedom. They have pretended America's First Amendment freedoms shield them from justice. They may have believed that, but they are wrong. Assange is a narcissist who has created nothing of value. He relies on the dirty work of others to make himself famous. He's a fraud, a coward hiding behind a screen. And in Kansas, we know something about wizards hiding behind screens. But I'm not the only one who knows who Julian Assange really is. Even those who often benefit from Assange's leaks have called him out for his overblown statements. The Intercept, which has in the past gleefully reported unauthorized disclosures, accused WikiLeaks in late March of, quote, stretching the facts in its comments about the CIA. In the same article, The Intercept added that the documents, quote, were not worth the concern WikiLeaks generated by its public comments. So we all face a crucial question. What can we do about this? What can and should the CIA, the broader intelligence community, and the United States and our allies do about this unprecedented challenge posed by these hostile, non-state intelligence agencies? There's no quick fix, nothing foolproof, no instant cure. But there are steps we can take to undercut the danger. First, the days like today, where we call out those who grant a platform to these leakers and so-called transparency activists. We know the danger that Assange and his not-so-merry band of brothers pose to democracies around the world. Ignorance or misplaced idealism is no longer an acceptable excuse for lionizing these demons. Second, there are steps that we have to take at home. In fact, this is a process that we have already started. We've got to strengthen our own systems, secure our own stuff. We've got to improve our internal mechanisms that help us in our counterintelligence mission. And all of us in the IC had a wake-up call after Snowden's treachery. Unfortunately, the threat has not abated. And while I can't go into detail about the exact steps, I can assure you our defenses will not be static. Our approach to security must be constantly evolving, and we will. We need to be as clever and innovative as the enemies we face, because they will not relent, and we will not either. We can't truly eliminate the threat, but we can mitigate and manage it, and this relies on a defense in depth, which we are preparing. It depends on a fundamental change in how we address digital problems, understanding best practices that evolve in real time. Third, we have to recognize that we can no longer allow Assange and his colleagues the latitude to use free speech values against us. To give them the space to crush us with misappropriated secrets is a perversion of what our great Constitution stands for. It ends now. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to deepen the trust between the intelligence community and the citizens that we aim to protect. At CIA, I can assure you that we are committed to earning that very trust every day. We know that we can never take it for granted. We must continue to be as open as possible with the American people. As the CIA director, it is my sworn duty to uphold the Constitution and defend our national security. And as somebody who practiced law, built businesses, and ran for public office to represent my neighbors and fellow citizens, I understand why nobody should have to blindly place their trust in government. Granted, the intelligence arena can never be as transparent as other parts of our government. Secrecy is essential to the task that we undertake. But we can do better than we have. And even if we can't share everything with the American people, we can share it with the president they elected and with the Congress that oversees our work. Having served on that committee myself, I am a CIA director who fully understands the imperative for oversight. Doing right by the American people is as important to me as carrying out our agency's mission, and I'll hold all of our officers to the same standards. The men and women I work with at Langley are patriots, and I'm honored beyond imagination to lead them. They have my trust, they have my faith, and as long as I am lucky enough to have the best job in the world, I promise you that the CIA will be tireless in our mission to keep America safe. Thank you all very much.
Director, thank you for saying what we all wanted to hear. Thank you. I forgot to say this at the beginning. Undersecretary Juan Zarate, who's a senior advisor with us, is going to lead in the questioning. We're going to take cards from people, and I ask you to hold up the card. We've got people who are going to collect them, and then we're going to start assembling them. And so just hold up your cards, and you got people who are walking around. Zach, let's get them collected. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Let's not hold these up like penalty cards, though, okay? Director Pompeo, what a privilege it is to be with you. Privilege for me to be able to moderate this discussion, your first public discourse. It was a privilege for me to sit on your transition team and to help you as much as I could. You didn't need it, frankly. So full disclosure, I'm a fan of the directors. I'm not here as an unbiased journalist.
We'll see if that holds true after today.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to thank you all for attending. Just to go through the ground rules again, we'll have about a half an hour of discussion. Then by 4 o'clock, please have your questions submitted. Then I will take those questions and ask the director. At the end of that, at 4:30, I ask that you remain seated or standing so the director can move out safely, and then we'll conclude the event. Okay? Thank you. If you don't know who I am, I'm Juan Zarate, Senior Advisor here at CSIS. Director Pompeo, it's quite a declaration on your part in terms of not only an indictment of WikiLeaks, but also a declaration that there are non-state intelligence services, actively working against U.S. interests and working with our adversaries potentially. Why, in your first remarks, why talk about this? Are you worried that this is kind of the new phase of counterintelligence and intelligence work? Are you worried that the Russians are continuing to exploit WikiLeaks? Are you worried that other adversaries like the Iranians or the North Koreans are beginning to look at this model as an effective model? Why focus on this issue?
So I had intended to make my first remarks sometime in June of 2019. It's one of the great graces of this new role. But having now had the chance to observe the risk that is presented by these non-state hostile intelligence agencies, I wanted to make sure that the American people understood the threat that they pose to us. They may be small, and I mentioned one particular character a few times, but it's much bigger than that. It's much broader and deeper than that. And frankly, I think the United States government has not done nearly enough to protect our nation, our cyber infrastructure, all the things that are at risk from those threats. We have spent a lot of time looking at hard targets, nation-state actors, but now have this new threat sitting out there, which behaves in a slightly different way, but has as its motive the destruction of America in the very same way that those countries do. And they have now found, as you suggested, a model that says we will actively go out and work, we will recruit, we will do all the things that intelligence agencies that are hostile to us do, and then align ourselves with other nation states that might well have a vested interest in that. It is dangerous, and I wanted to make sure that I clearly articulated that the intelligence community and I think the United States government in its entirety have an obligation, and I'm confident this administration will pursue them with great vigor.
Director, we can have an around-the-world discussion in 60 minutes. We can do sort of topic of the day. We can do what's your top 10 threat list. You know how these discussions go. Let's do a little bit of a mix of all of that, because I know there's a lot of interest in the room on a whole host of topics. But let's take this idea of non-state actors, and you mentioned al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, the al-Qaeda affiliate in Yemen, learning from WikiLeaks. What are you most worried about in terms of terrorist adaptation, and what can you tell us about the fight against ISIS, and frankly, what comes next? We know that we're preparing to attack the capital in Syria, Raqqa. We know we've seen the attacks in Europe, most recently in Germany, St. Petersburg, Stockholm. Where is the terrorist threat going, and what's our strategy to go after it?
So the threat from radical Islamic terrorism is real and continuing, and going to be around certainly for as long as I'm in this position. We've made great strides in Iraq, taking back a great piece of the physical caliphate, so-called caliphate. We're making great strides in Syria, collectively, not just the United States. But this threat continues to change, to transmogrify in ways that are difficult. We've seen it in their cyber operations. We've seen it in their capacity to inspire threats here inside our own country. We frankly spend a lot of resources attacking this problem and have made great progress, frankly, in the 15 years, 16 years now on from 9/11. There's no doubt about that. We have the capacity to identify these in many, many instances. But you got to achieve perfection to keep people safe, and that is an enormously challenging goal. I do worry about what comes after, where these terrorists will go. The Europeans, I just literally returned from London this morning early, and our European colleagues are very worried about where these folks go to. They're much closer to them and much easier place to travel. And so we collectively, not just the United States, but all of our allies, have to continue to stay one step ahead of these terrorists. We're making progress, but the fight is continual.
Director, do we have the allies on the ground to do this work? The question in Syria, whether or not we've got the right partners, whether or not there is even the relevant force not only to take on ISIS, but to deal with the reconstruction afterward, what happens in Iraq. Do we have the partnerships that you as the CIA director need, but also as the country needs to deal with these non-state actors?
Yeah. I appreciate the question. I tend not to focus just on ISIS. They are important. They are big. They had a good run in almost up and through Baghdad and Erbil. But this threat is so much bigger than al-Qaeda. You saw what happened today in Afghanistan against the ISIS-Khorasan threat. We have to actively engage it everywhere, and I think we do. I think we have a good set of partners, and I think, frankly, this administration has done a pretty good job of encouraging our Gulf state partners to work alongside us in ways that they have not previously been prepared to do, and that will provide an important bulwark for us as we begin to fight what will be the next phase against al-Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban and the places we fund them.
Director, your first trip abroad was to Turkey and to the Gulf. Why did you go there first, and what did you hear?
Well, we have important intelligence partners there who help America each and every day stay safe, and I wanted to thank them for that. But I wanted to talk to them about the fact that I expect more, that we need increased assistance, and those pockets still that remain in those places that are funding terror or educating terrorists in their mosques. I wanted them to know that this was an administration that wanted them to think about that differently and to be true partners in this defeat of terrorism in the Middle East. And I got great reception. I had good conversations with my colleagues from the Gulf states, the intelligence chiefs from the Gulf states, who redoubled their commitment to helping the United States achieve what's frankly in all of our joint best interests.
Are you worried about developments in Turkey? You obviously have a very big election there this coming weekend. What worries you? What worries you in Turkey?
So they're a NATO partner, and we need them to behave as such. We need them to be a partner in lots of dimensions. Right? You think about issues that are related to intelligence, but more broad. Right? Finance flows. They frankly have done better work as of late in preventing foreign terrorists from going to Syria, although it's a lot less exciting to go there these days than it was for a couple years too. So there have been pockets where they've helped us, but there have been places where they've not always been the most productive ally. They're great. They let us participate in exercises that are very, very important, but we need them to be a full-fledged partners against this threat.
With respect to the Gulf partners, certainly I've heard, I know others who have relationships and contacts in the Gulf have sort of been thirsting for a resurgence of American leadership and strength in the region. Is that something that you heard in the Gulf when you met with your partners there?
Yes. And I would say that I wouldn't confine it to the Gulf. One of the things that has surprised me in my new role is how much time I spend with our liaison partners. It consumes a good deal of my day often. And what they all are demanding is American leadership. They're not looking for the 82nd Airborne, right? They're not looking for us to invest enormous amounts of American treasure, but it is often the case that in a dangerous world, America is the only country that can present the leadership that can solve many, many problems, and they are thirsty for that. And I fully expect this administration can deliver that leadership.
Let's turn to Syria, because in some ways, Syria represents a change, perhaps, in the foreign policy of the administration. You may argue differently, but at least the perception of a change, and certainly the perception that the U.S. is willing to enforce red lines in the context of the use of chemical weapons. I'm going to ask you a couple questions here, but I think one interesting question that hasn't been commented on too much is the speed and rapidity of the assessments that were made. With so much baggage with the intel community around past failures and the need to get the assessments right. How was this done? I mean, take us behind the scenes, if you can, around the intel assessments and how that played into the decision-making of this administration.
Well, so let's see, where to begin? You can imagine that the very first minutes, the question was, what happened? To the extent we know what happened, who did it? Can we prove that? How confident are we the scope and nature of what it was they undertook and under whose authority they took it? I may have missed a question in there, but there were a series of questions that immediately came. It came to the intelligence community. And in remarkable order, one of the most impressive things about the place that I work is we were able to develop several hypotheses around that, and then to begin to develop fact patterns, which either supported or suggested that the hypothesis wasn't right. And we were, in relatively short order, able to deliver to our president a high-confidence assessment that, in fact, it was a Syrian regime that had launched chemical strikes against its own people in Idlib. It took, I don't say exactly how long, but we were good and fast. Not me, our team. And I don't mean just the CIA, the entire intelligence community was good and fast, and we challenged ourselves. I can assure you we were challenged by the president and his team. We wanted to make sure that we had it right. And there's not much like when the president looks and says, Pompeo, are you sure? When you know that he's contemplating an action based upon the analysis that your organization has provided. And we got it right. And I'm proud of the work that the team did to help the president have the opportunity to make a good decision about what he ought to do, again, in the face of this atrocity that took place.
What do you then make of the Russians' disputation of those conclusions? Bashar al-Assad just now, in the last 24 hours, calling this a fabrication, the entire event. What do you say in those terms? In part because it's a battle of legitimacy and of proof.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
So with our challenges, there are things that we were able to conclude or use to form the basis of our conclusion that we can't reveal. So that's always tricky. But we've done our best, and over time I think we can reveal a bit more. Everyone saw the open source photos, so we had reality on our side too. Russia has, I think they're on their, I don't remember if they're 6th or 7th story now, none of which have an ounce of truth to them. And I would, for anyone who for a moment thinks that this is a credible man, I'll remind you what he said about the airplane that was shot down, the Malaysian airplane. Go look at his initial quotes. Go look at what he said about the fact that there were no little green men in Ukraine, and the fact that he later actually said himself that in fact it was his team. And I think to this day he continues to claim that there are no Russians in eastern Ukraine. This is a man for whom veracity doesn't translate into English.
Do we think the Russians knew about the chemical attack or maybe even were complicit in it?
So I don't have much to add. The White House put out a statement. I don't have much to add to that today.
Maybe one more question on Russia and Syria. Do you think the Russians feel cornered at this point? Are you assessing that the Russians are more likely to lash out, or is this a moment of opportunity for diplomacy, perhaps, given what's happened?
Well, as the intelligence provider, we've presented the president alternative scenarios for how lots of parties there might respond. The Russians, the Iranians, the Syrians themselves, the Syrian chemical weapons program, more particularly, what other options folks might take there in Syria. I don't know what the Russians will conclude. I've had a chance to see a little bit about how the meetings went there in Russia yesterday. I certainly hope it's the case that the Russians join the rest of the world community in condemning the attacks that took place there. We haven't seen that yet, but as a CIA director, one has to live in hope.
You mentioned Iran. Iran, obviously a player in the Syrian context, but more broadly a concern to the United States. When you were a congressman, you talked critically about the JCPOA. During your confirmation hearings, you talked about moving away from the role of being critical and more as an assessor of whether or not Iran was complying with the terms of the nuclear deal. What's your sense of both that? Is Iran complying with the terms of the nuclear deal? And more broadly, how do you see the Iranian threat on a regional or even a global basis?
I don't want to say much about their compliance with the agreement. I prefer to present that to the president and let him communicate that. You should know we're actively engaged in a lot of work to assist the president in making sure he has an understanding of where the Iranians are complying and where they might not be. We should all be mindful, given what took place in Syria, and go back and read that JCPOA and what it talks about in terms of declared facilities and undeclared facilities and how much access the IAEA will have to each of those two very distinct groups. And so that might suggest to you what level of certainty we could ever hope to present to the commander-in-chief. And with respect to the Iranians, they're on the march. Whether it's enormous increased capacity to deliver missile systems into Israel from Hezbollah, their increased strength in and around Mosul with the Shia militias, the work that they've done to support the Houthis, to fire missiles against the Saudis, the list of Iranian transgressions has increased dramatically since the date that the JCPOA was signed.
And do you see the Iranians trying to use non-state proxies as a force of influence?
Sure, certainly, in each of those places. Yeah, right. The Shia Crescent is close to being developed, and that is not in America's best interest to permit that to happen.
What do we do to push back or to deal with that?
So I always start with making sure we understand that we have to have our partners be enormous assets in assisting us in doing that, whether it's the work that the Emiratis can do in certain pockets, the places that Israel can help us, the places that the other Gulf states can provide assistance, not always simply focused on kinetic assistance. When people think of assistance, they often think of, can they put a battalion or two in the field? These are nations with great treasure and great wealth and great capacity to reach into places that America can't always reach. And we also have other allies, the Europeans, for whom the threat from Iran is great, and I'm confident that they can assist us as well. I would also argue that something like the activity that was undertaken last week in Syria would have to have been noticed by the Iranians.
Very good. Let's also talk about another party that may have paid attention to that, North Korea.
I want to clean that one up a little bit. But not much. I may double down into trouble, so here we go. What I mean by that is this was a decision-making process that was decisive, thoughtful, and truly based on a factual understanding of the geostrategic importance of the things that are facing our nation today. We had someone violate the chemical weapons treaty, right? This is not insignificant. And so I do think the Iranians ought to take note of the fact that this administration that is prepared to engage in activities that are different from what America has been doing these past few years.
Director, was there a calculus to do this at a time when there was a meeting with the Chinese leadership in Mar-a-Lago?
You know, How much more time do we have? No, I'll be honest. The decision-making process, it takes a little bit. It took the intelligence community a little bit to develop its assessment. And so, no, I think that's a little too cute. I think, in fact, this was something that we worked as quickly as we could to respond in a way that was connected to the threat that had been presented. I think both in the timing and in the target selection, we're all intrinsically connected as both a tactical operation and strategic matter to the threat we were attempting to push back against.
Shifting to North Korea, the administration has talked about the strategy of strategic patience being over, concerns about the development of the ballistic missile program, continued development of the nuclear program, the potential, as we're reading in the press, of another nuclear test based on the 105th anniversary of the founder of North Korea's birthday. What concerns you most about North Korea, and why has that become such a hot button and central issue for the administration?
Yeah, it's just progress, right? Multiple administrations have tried to deal with the threat of an intercontinental ballistic missile capable of putting a nuclear warhead into the United States, and we're simply closer now than we have ever been at any time in North Korea's history. And so if you said what's different, what's unique, what's new, maybe nothing other than each step along the way, each test, each effort, as the knowledge base increases and the capacity to deliver that increases and draws closer, it both reduces the option set to prevent it and makes more likely that you get a bad decision on a tough day from the leader of North Korea.
What are intelligence gaps? Is it largely about intent? Certainly, we're witnessing capability. What concerns you about intelligence gaps as you try to provide the best intelligence to the president?
Yeah, I don't want to speak about that specifically, but boy, I spend a lot of my time worrying about exactly that. Indeed, it's great. We'll produce great product. We'll provide really good, sound information to the president. But I worry every day about something we missed, something we didn't have access to, some pocket that we didn't go pick. And so, yeah, it's that we don't have a complete enough understanding of all that's taking place. And I wouldn't limit that to North Korea. I would put that in all of the activities that we undertake.
The Israelis talked about this a little bit in the context of the Iranian nuclear program. This was during the negotiations. They talked about a zone of immunity, concern that the Iranians would reach a certain degree of capability and a point at which nothing could be done about the program, in a sense. Are we reaching a zone of immunity with respect to North Korea?
Look, it's certainly the risk. We have to all keep in mind, as an intelligence matter, we understand that this is not only a nuclear threat, right? It's not unidimensional. You might have a nation that developed an intercontinental ballistic missile that has been developed in a way that could deliver a nuclear weapon, but we're talking about a pretty significant military, conventional forces that can do enormous harm to a major city in the world that's not very far off from the place they have their weapon system. So it is a very complex problem. It's the reason it's such a hard nut to crack and why previous administrations have frankly not done so. But it's fallen to us that we're at this time where they're close, and President Trump has said very clearly we have an obligation to prevent that from occurring.
Let me, this is kind of final call for questions, by the way. So, okay, got it. So I'll take those in just a second. But let me ask kind of a series of 3 questions that are more sort of Washington-centric. First, I just came from a panel earlier today talking about the tension between the White House and the intelligence community and where that's going. You've obviously been a very important bridge and a leader, obviously at the CIA, but a trusted member of the White House team in the early days of the administration. How do you describe where the relationship is between the White House and the intelligence community?
It's fantastic. No, don't laugh. I mean that. I can only give you my observations. This morning at 10:30, I was in the Oval Office presenting the president his daily brief. I do it nearly every day. When I'm out of town, my deputy is there, the team's there, the vice president there almost every day, too, when he's in country. They are voracious consumers of the product that we develop. They ask really hard questions. I think that's a sign of a good relationship. I always remind people that when you stop talking, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
So we get lots of hard questions about the product and how we developed and how we sourced it And are we sure? It seems completely appropriate. I literally just left another gathering where there were lots of activities underway, but almost all of them hinged on our capacity to deliver the president the intelligence that he needed. And he asks me all the time, and we do our best to deliver against it. The relationship is, in my sense, fantastic, the word that I used, because the president also is completely prepared to hear things that run counter to the hypothesis. You should know that happens to me too. I have a hypothesis about a situation, and my team presents data, and I ask really hard questions before we deliver it. It seems quite natural in the intelligence process that this would happen. And so we see that, and we deliver to him each day our best analysis of what it is he's most interested in on that given day, and the things that we think he needs to know.
There's a lot of interest in Washington about how he consumes information, the president, that is. Does he like more visual information? Does he like videos? Have you adapted the way he consumes information? Everyone, consumes information in different ways, right?
Yes, this issue consumes Washington, too. So it won't surprise anyone that after my nomination, I spent a fair amount of time trying to understand how you deliver that product to the various audiences. It's not just the president. Certainly he's our first customer, but we deliver information to the Department of Defense every day, their most senior leaders, and to H.R. McMaster and his team. So it is a broad audience that is reading the product that comes off the press each morning at 3:30 and is delivered throughout the day as well. And so my reading made very clear to me that every individual, including every president, has consumed their information in different ways. They've taken at different times, for different durations, with less or more consistency than other presidents. I guess I'd just say this. So we deliver the president his product each day. He consumes it. There have been days when I thought we were there, ready to give the brief. I thought there's not a chance we're going to get in today. It was a very busy day on a subject unrelated to national security. Each day we're there. It's like clockwork. And it's important because sometimes we only need just a few minutes, and sometimes we need a great deal more of the president's time. And in every case, he's permitted myself and the D&I and all of the intelligence community to have the window we needed to make sure that we were broadly able to help him understand what we thought was going to be very important to him.
You mentioned the D&I, the Director of National Intelligence, Senator Coates. He's now on board.
Praise the Lord.
How do you see that relationship? There's a lot of controversy.
I was the second happiest person when he was confirmed. His acting director was the most happy, I think. Look, I knew Senator Coates. I think the relationship's going to be great. We each have plenty to do, different spaces, different domains, and I am thrilled to have him on board, beginning to help make sure that the broader IC, the dozen-odd intelligence agencies, are delivering a comprehensive product to the president, not just a SAIA product or an NSA product or an NRO product, but a comprehensive product that makes sense for the president.
Before we turn to the questions, and I hope to get those in a second, I always like to end on a positive note.
That wasn't positive.
No, that's super. No, I mean thematically. That's super positive, and fantastic too. The CIA obviously, presents information about threats, analysis around terrible events like the chemical attacks, but it also presents potential opportunities.
Yeah.
Where do you see potential opportunities, not only for the intelligence community, but for U.S. national security moving forward? There's a lot of threats in the world. We've just sort of scratched the surface. Where are some opportunities that you and the team at the agency have looked at and maybe even briefed the president about?
Yeah, I can think of, there's more than a handful, 2 or 3 that come to mind. Along with General Kelly, we presented the president some options where we think we can do some really good work against the counter-narcotics threats in Mexico and in Central America. I think not a lot of resources, but a lot of focus can do some real good there. And I think we're going to head down that path. There are real opportunities in Africa as well, places where I think in the same way that we can, along with our partners, begin to develop a set of relationships. There's a big counterterrorism threat there, one that we've done a mediocre job at addressing, and I think we can, if we present a more organized solution, we can come up with very, very good outcomes. And then I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful with respect to some of the larger threats that we've talked about. With China and Russia, we can get to a place where we can find places where we are not constantly in conflict. And I think there's a handful of those as well.
Let me just take that last thread on China, because I think it's worth asking. Do you think there's hope that the Chinese will exert more influence on the North Koreans to either slow or to suspend their nuclear program?
I'm counting on it.
Okay. All right. I'm ready for the questions. Thank you. And while I'm doing this, let me also not only thank CSIS, but let me thank the Transnational Threat Project, led by the late Arnaud de Bourschgrave. Alexandra de Bourschgrave is with us in the front seat. Judge Webster is the chair of the steering committee, now run ably and expertly by Tom Sanderson. For those who don't know TNT, they do remarkable work. I was fortunate enough to be part of a 3-year study with Tom and his team on the arc of instability, looking at the evolution of militancy. They do great work. So I just wanted to thank you, Tom, for hosting. And Alexandra, thank you. And we always think of Arnaud.
You got a couple more here.
Oh, my gosh. All right, here we go.
All right, I'm going to settle in. We got a big group. Here we go.
Yeah. All right. I have to ask this one, I guess. Russia. As the investigations proceed, this person's curious, what are the big outstanding questions for you? What would you like to know that you don't? And is there any actual evidence that Russia continues to try to interfere or to use active measures to interfere in the U.S. democratic process?
Well, I don't have any comment on the investigations. They'll run their course. We'll do our duty and provide those who ask and have a right to see it. We'll give them the information that they need so that they can conduct their investigations. I think that's the agency's appropriate role. But with the threat of Russian active measures, yes, it will continue, and I would use as proof of that the fact it's been going on for decades. This is not a new problem. I was in Europe this weekend, and they're very worried about it in their own elections. They've seen it. It's not that they're worried. It's not imaginary. It's real. And it's going to take an enormous amount of creativity. It is frankly, with respect to these active measures, it is harder in a democracy, right? There are some important and tricky issues in a democracy to push back against these information wars, these set of active measures. But we've got to redouble our efforts to do so. We have to preserve the American democracy against this threat of misinformation and propaganda and the like that poses a real risk to our democratic values.
And a lot of our allies are worried about that.
They're all very worried about it.
All right, I've got two here that relate to, sort of bureaucratic questions, but they're important ones. One relates to whether or not there's a plan to restructure the intelligence community, as reports indicated that the White House had hoped to do. Related to that, let me ask this. Director Brennan had launched a large reorganization of the CIA. Some thought that it took the operational focus away from the agency. The question here is, do you plan to stand by the reorganization or revert back to the more traditional model?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on the second one. I'd certainly tell my workforce before I tell all of you, and as much as I dearly love you. But I'll comment this way with respect to the transition that took place at the agency over the past couple years. I did this twice when I ran small businesses. I did things that you would call a modernization or reorganization. In neither case did we nail it. In neither case did we get it right the first time. And so we took a look at it, tweaked it, made it better. In neither of those cases did we get it right the second time either. Look, these are continuing processes. When you're operating in an agile space, organizational structure changes to meet the evolving set of threats. And I certainly intend to make sure that the agency gets to the right place so that we can meet those threats. And with respect to the review of the structure of the DNI, there's been no policy decision made yet. I have been, and I don't have to hide it because I wrote about this in some of your newspapers, I have often stated that I believe that now 10 years plus on from the creation of this structure, it's worthy of a review given how the threats have evolved. And so I would welcome that kind of review to make sure we have it right, that we're not back to where we were or that we've not gone to a place that doesn't deliver the intelligence the president needs. A once-a-decade scrub of the structure of the intelligence community might seem, to me at least, like a useful undertaking. Yeah. That's just me. We'll see. Not foreshadowing what the administration may or may not do.
Yeah. This is a related question, but it is about the CIA directly. In the changing global threat environment, what will the agency prioritize in attracting the next generation of CIA intelligence professionals? Is it diversity, expanding the size of the CIA, et cetera?
One more time. Is the question about what kind of people?
What's the next generation of
Yeah.
CIA pros? How recruitment?
Yeah.
Are you looking for diversity? What are you looking for?
No, I'm looking for some brave young men and women who want to go do really cool stuff. In that sense, Juan, this agency has a fabulous history, remarkable people, and those are the kinds of people that we're looking for: smart people, agile people, people who are willing to sacrifice an enormous amount of their lives to go do really hard things on behalf of the American people. And we'll find them and take them from wherever we can. We need to make sure we have the languages so that we can make sure we understand what others are doing and come from a cultural context. By the way, those languages include machine language, so that we have the capacity to do some of the things that I suggested in my remarks. That is, we have to be cutting edge with respect to our technology as well. But the core skill set is the willingness to work really hard, to be really smart, and to be an enormous patriot.
I'm going to take a prerogative. I'm going to ask a follow-on question to this, and it relates to your remarks. Is there a role for non-state actors to play a bigger role in advancing U.S. interests? We often talk about the negative side of the ledger. Obviously, your remarks touched on it. We talk about terrorists. We talk about hackers. But there's also ethical hackers. There are also those that are trying to promote U.S. values and interests, NGOs and others. What's your view of the role of non-state actors in a positive way? And the reason I ask it is because that question about what are you looking for, both internal, there's an external question of that as well.
Yeah. You know, I haven't given much thought to that in the cyber realm and the hacking realm. I haven't given it much thought. It is the case today already that we have great partners all around the world who are non-state actors who are helping America do good things in places all around the world. We deeply appreciate that assistance. I'd say this too. I had a question, I think it was a week or 10 days ago, I was asked, it was about something some world leader had said that was just clearly false. And I was asked, well, what are you doing to disprove that? And this was a journalist who asked me the question. I said, well, tell me what you're doing to disprove that. Right? I mean, you're the fact finders. This is a central theme that we hear from journalists all across the world, is they are truth tellers extraordinaire. So I'm hopeful that we will get some of that truth telling from these people who will go out and do their own independent fact analysis about what all of us say, whether it's our own government, where they spend a lot of time, and appropriately so, but others around the world who are saying things that are just patently false. And the global media sometimes turns to others to debunk them, when in fact they have a great capacity to do so.
Yeah. Fantastic. Let me ask this one, because I know it's near and dear to your heart and to mine too. What, if any, effort will be made to collect more HUMINT on money laundering and terrorist financing? What's the CIA's role?
I may just let you answer that one.
No, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, so always more to do, along with our partners at Treasury and other places too. Chasing the money flows has proven important and will continue to prove important. There's always a cyber element to this. There's always a banking element to this. But very often there's also a human intelligence collection piece of it as well, that is you have to go touch something or be someplace so that you can get to that electronic solution. And it's critical that we get that right. We get this piece of it right so that we can track those terror money flows around the world as well. And then as a result of that, make good decisions about networks, good decisions about sanctions, and all of the other tools that the president has in his kit bag.
Let me combine a couple more of these questions. First has to do with the ideology of radical Islam or violent Islamic extremism. So the first question is there a clear strategy for dismantling the ideas of radical Islam? That's the question. A related one is, what can the CIA do to mitigate recruitment of Americans online to commit terrorist acts?
I don't have much to say about the first one. It's certainly important, but frankly not at the center of the mission of the agency that I run. With respect to the second part of that, the recruitment online, enormous amount of resources are being brought to bear. I remember now almost 4 years ago, December 2013, there was a man in Wichita, Kansas who tried to blow up our airport. He got very close. And through the great work of a number of elements of our intelligence community, he was foiled literally at the airport gate. It was very, very well done. He'd been recruited online. He was an aircraft worker who one might not think terrorist, but had gotten online, had found magazine inspiring, and had made an endeavor to blow up, put a truck with a bomb between gates 6 and 7 at Wichita Mid-Continent Airport, the place that I took off from each and every Monday morning. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that we're ahead of the game. It's far too complex a question for today, but the signals intelligence that we collect gets harder as encryption improves. That is, it makes our collection challenges more difficult than they were the day before encryption took place. And we all have an obligation to make sure that we don't lose access to those foreign terrorists and the information that they're communicating.
Let me ask you a question about sort of the future of intelligence as well as technology. We've got two here. One that asks, what's your plan to innovate and adapt to future threats, especially as technology changes society faster than governance, policy, or law can adapt? And a related question is, given your statements today that the CIA needs to be as clever and as innovative as the enemies we face, what is your commitment to using the best science available?
Yeah.
Specifically the 25 years of complexity science to create the adaptive culture and keen foresight you need?
That's a great question, although I know less about complexity science than I probably ought to. It is hard, by the way. I'll concede this, in a government institution to stay cutting edge. There was nothing like my time as a small businessman. When you failed, boy, you knew it pretty fast. Somebody stopped buying your product right away. And it is difficult. The agency stood up under my predecessor, a directorate dedicated to digital innovation. It's called the Directorate of Digital Innovation. And our efforts are not only to find and hire talented people who can keep us at the cutting edge, keep us out in front of our adversaries, but also to work with technologies that have been developed in other places and make sure that we are the beneficiaries of the enormous work that goes into other people developing good technology. We have to stay at the forefront. Our enemies are the Chinese spend a lot of money on this. The Iranians spend a fair amount of money on this as well. Our adversaries are investing in technology, and we have to make sure that we continue to do so as well.
Do you think a lot of this has to do with the pressures on the intelligence community, the CIA, to be more predictive? You've got to come up with predictive technologies and analysis to feed the policy beast?
We do, and the agency has spent, and I have reinforced lots of efforts in that very vein, right? There's some really good math. There's some really interesting work that's being done in the sciences to give us better capacity to do that. And what's a challenge is to make that applicable in the tactical and strategic and tactical and operational environments that we often work. These aren't things that are set piece and one has years to do. We often have hours and days to develop solutions. And if we haven't done that homework before, the chance of us being able to deliver that technological solution is pretty low.
Let me take two questions here that take us back to your remarks. One has to do with the First Amendment. It says, you spoke about the need to limit the lateral movement Assange has by misusing our First Amendment rights. Can you expand on how you plan to accomplish that? And then a second question, which is a bit more tactical, but you referred to it in your remarks. Are you reviewing insider threat detection efforts in response to the WikiLeaks Vault 7 release?
We are constantly reviewing insider threat work and need to. If there's one thing that doesn't evolve, it's the threat from insiders, inside intelligence organizations. There's a long history, I think, dating back to Mesopotamia. So this is a constant challenge and something we have to be ever vigilant about. What was the first part? First part was about?
The first part was about the First Amendment.
Yeah, First Amendment freedoms.
Yep.
What I was speaking to there was a little less constitutional law and a lot more of a philosophical understanding. Julian Assange has no First Amendment freedoms. He's sitting in an embassy in London. He's not a U.S. citizen. So I wasn't speaking to our Constitution. What I was speaking to is an understanding that these are not reporters doing good work to try and keep the American government honest. These are people who are actively recruiting agents to steal American secrets with the sole intent of destroying the American way of life. That is fundamentally different than a First Amendment activity as I understand them, and I think as most Americans understand them. So that's what I was really getting to. We've had administrations before that have been squeamish about going after these folks under some concept of this right to publish. No one has the right to actively engage in the theft of secrets from America with the intent to do harm to it.
And just remind the audience here, a Harvard-trained lawyer, which I take great pride in as well.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. Here are a couple of questions that you may not want to answer, but they've been posed.
Those are the best kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think Assad was emboldened to use chemical weapons after the Trump administration said his future was up to the Syrian people?
So you're asking me to get in Assad's head, and it's a place I simply refuse to go. Yeah. I think it's enough to say this. We know what took place. We know that it was an atrocity, and President Trump chose to make a decision in response to that.
What should our policy toward Putin's Russia be?
Yeah, I'll leave that to somebody else too. It's one of the great things about being an intelligence guy, is that I can leave to others some of the challenging questions about the details around policy. I'll let Secretary Tillerson and the President and the team present U.S. policy on Russia.
Yeah.
In 30 seconds or less.
Yes. This is a question about the State Department. Again, you may not want to answer this, but this is important, I think, for the intelligence community. The State Department is a member of the IC, of course. What impact, if any, will the proposed reduction in the State Department budget and personnel presence have on the ability of your agency to carry out its mission?
Yeah, we work closely with the State Department nearly every place that we operate, and it's important that they have the resources to do that. With respect to the budget fights, I'm someone who came from a policy world who always thought the government could do better with even a little bit less money. I still firmly believe that, not only at the State Department, but in my agency too. We all ought to be ever mindful that we're delivering value against the dollars that we are extracting from the American people. And so I think what we ought to do, rather than spend a lot of time thinking about the exact number of dollars, we ought to talk about the mission set that we have, the resources that are required to execute that in a way that is deeply excellent, and then match the resources to fit it. And I'm confident that the State Department will end up with those resources as well.
This is a related question, but it's about elections. There's a lot of important elections coming up. We talked a little bit about Turkey. We've got elections in France and Germany. We've got elections in Iran as well. We've got a transfer of power in South Korea. How does the agency analyze elections and these political movements? And is there anything that concerns you about trends in terms of political movements or these elections?
We perform intelligence on those elections in the same way that we do with respect to everything else. We try to help the president understand what the election looks like and what it tells you about the direction, the policy direction that a particular country might take, right? That's the important thing. It's not necessarily the who, but the what that follows from those elections. So our intelligence is very, very focused on trying to help deliver to the president what could be disjunctive changes in a country, right? If you have a big change in leadership in France, or the upcoming, I hesitate to call it an election, but this thing that stands for an election in Iran, you want to make sure you deliver to the president what the future might look like, and we do our best to deliver that to him.
Let me close maybe with one last question for you. Has there been anything that surprised you as CIA director? Something big or small that's been surprising, or something you didn't expect as the CIA director?
Yeah, a whole lot of people show up. The thing that, so I was on the oversight committee, so I had a sense of the people. So I had a feel for that already, but as a member of Congress, yeah, you spend some fraction of your time on that work, and then you have other things that occupy your life as well. And as I've been doing this now full time for some weeks, what constantly amazes me is the scope and scale of the work that we undertake. The enormous breadth and the capacity to deliver really well-grounded, very contextual, often highly nuanced answers to policymakers in a very, very short time. It takes a whole lot of resources to do that. There is no other organization in the world that can pull that off. And that is special and unique, and while perhaps not surprising, something I have enjoyed and that America benefits from greatly.
Mr. Director, thank you for your time. Thank you for the honor of being here on stage with you. Let's all join and thank the Director for his time.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you, man. Can I walk out with you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, so that was the CIA Director, Mike Pompeo. That event has now wrapped up. We do want to take you live to Air Force One. We are awaiting President Trump. President Trump will be boarding Air Force One and heading to Florida. That's right, he's spending Easter weekend at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump, Mar-a-Lago destined. We're carrying the Air Force One departure for you live here on News Now.
I believe so.
Again, we are awaiting the departure of Air Force One. We're awaiting President Trump. President Trump has yet to board Air Force One. He is spending this weekend at Mar-a-Lago. It's Easter weekend, but he'll be back at the White House Monday. The Easter egg roll, 21,000 plus people expected to attend the annual Easter tradition at the White House. All right, everyone. Now, as you can see, Air Force One has departed. President Trump on his way to Florida, spending Easter weekend at Mar-a-Lago, but he will be back in D.C. because Monday is the annual Easter egg roll where, as Sean Spicer said, 21,000 people are expected to attend. We are now going to take you to an event that took place in San Francisco moments ago. The Golden Gate Bridge Suicide Prevention Event. Golden Gate Bridge Suicide Prevention Event featuring Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein.
Can we ask you to sit down, please? We're going to start in about 3 minutes. Can you hear me in the back all right? Can you hear all right? Okay, thank you. My name is Dick Grosval. I'm the immediate past president of the Golden Gate Bridge, Highway, and Transportation District. Our current, thank you. Our current president, Deet Stroh, unfortunately couldn't be here, and he rescinds his regrets. He's from the North Bay, as many of you know, a great leader on our board. You know, in government, really there's no more important project than one involving saving lives. And by coincidence, of course, a little over 2 years ago, many of us in this room were out here to celebrate, at that point, the completion of the median barrier, which has already saved lives and prevented many injuries and accidents, and we're very proud of that action. And many of the same people were here, and we celebrated that, and that was a great day at the bridge. Today is also a great day here at the bridge. We're very excited about it. We are just starting. Unfortunately, we're not completing. But starting this project, as many know and as we'll discuss later today, is a big, big hurdle that we finally overcome. But the advocacy started several years ago on the deterrent system, a suicide deterrent project, and so forth. We want to acknowledge a few of those people who are here in the audience. And there are an awful lot of you who are involved in this, and I'm not going to be able to mention all of you, but we will mention a few names. First off, we wanted to acknowledge the great efforts of San Francisco suicide prevention under the leadership of Eve Meyer. They've been with us all the way for decades. Eve, please stand up. Yeah. SF Suicide Prevention, and I see John Vidori here also from Suicide Prevention, have been great. Also want to acknowledge the Psychiatric Foundation of Northern California, Dr. Mel Blaustein. Early on, some of you may know this, but in the early days, the board didn't support this project. Dr. Blaustein and many of the advocates started meeting with people and met with almost every board member at that period of time, educating them on suicide prevention and the importance of reducing access to lethal means. And then also, just as important, the Bridge Rail Foundation, founded by Paul Muller, David Hull, Dana Whitmer, with assistance from former Marin County Coroner Ken Holmes, has been very active. So, and a more recent partner with so many, the worst trend about the suicides we've had, as many of you know, is the fact that we've had so many young people the last few years. And as a result, we've resorted to another involvement. We now have the help of young people involved in the crisis text line, and we also thank them for being here. We started that last year. So to those of you who are advocates, and many of you are family members of the victims, we applaud you for your efforts. We would not be here today were it not for you. I can assure you of that, having been on this board for over a decade. And we'd like to applaud your success. We would like all the victims and the advocates to please stand up for just a moment. The families. Thank you very much. We have many important speakers today, very impressive speakers, but we also do need and want to thank a few other organizations and individuals before we get to that, just a few minutes. We will first off want to acknowledge the Golden Gate Bridge staff, their patrols, the front lines. They patrol the front lines every day. Sergeants, patrol officers, lieutenants, roadway service workers, iron workers who go over the rail, all the men and women of labor here at the bridge who are the eyes and ears of the sidewalks. We thank you for your diligent and caring efforts in saving lives. So thank you. We also, here at the bridge, of course, have a tremendous security coalition, and we want to acknowledge their involvement and help over the years, and particularly on this project and as it will be going. The California Highway Patrol, who is our partner on the sidewalks, the San Francisco Police Department, the San Francisco Fire Department, the Sausalito Police Department, Marin County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and Southern Marin Fire. And we also want to acknowledge the very difficult work performed by the U.S. Coast Guard and the Marin County Corners. So thank you to all these great agencies. And I don't think I have to tell this group how beautiful it is to be here at the bridge, even on a rainy day. And we also have to thank our neighbors and agency partners who help preserve this to be one of the most beautiful areas in the country. The National Park Service, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, the Presidio Trust, and the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. We thank you for all your help and efforts over the years. Also wanted to acknowledge our former President Janet Riley could not be here. She was also one of the early advocates of this project, early on supporting adding additional patrol officers, which we did, and that did save lives. I also want to acknowledge Jim Eddy, another former board president, couldn't be here, but John Moylan could be here. John first joined our board in 1987. He hasn't been on that whole time. John's pretty good at politics. He's been on and off 3 or 4 times. We're very proud of him for those efforts. But when John joined the board, a local columnist called him in 1987 and said, well, what do you have in mind for being on the board? And John said, well, you know, I wouldn't mind getting one of those median barriers built out on the bridge, and we need a suicide deterrent. So, John, we're about to finish both of your goals from 30 years ago. And I also just want to acknowledge we do have our first Vice President, Sabrina Hernandez from San Francisco, IBW Local 6, and our second Vice President, Barbara Parr from Napa. So thank you for being here. So the advocacy was great, but of course we also needed some great political leadership. And it takes great political leadership to embrace new ideas and to get things done, and of course to get funds. About 5 years ago, this suicide deterrent project did not qualify for federal funds. There's certain, I don't have to go with this group about the rules of government. And we were fortunate to be in District 12, represented by Democratic leader of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who took the leadership and helped change federal law. Which provided the necessary funding for this project. We would not be standing here today without her leadership in the House of Representatives, and we also want to have special thanks to her great staff, too. Please welcome the Democratic leader of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning, everyone. What a bittersweet day this is. The joy of the prospect of saving lives, the sadness of those we have lost. Dick went through a long list of those who we should be grateful to, and we are. He actually gave my speech, so I will associate myself with his remarks in acknowledging all who did so much, from our friends in labor to Kimberly Renee and the families of those who are here, and everyone he mentioned. My friends, today we are here to observe a labor of love. Today belongs to the love and leadership of every family, like Kimberly Renee's and others here, every friend and loved one who turned out their grief into a powerful call for action to prevent suicide on our beloved bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge is a source of immense pride to the San Francisco Bay Area, but for far too many families in our community, it has been also a place of pain. Last year, 233 people came to the bridge to harm themselves. Thanks to the heroic, compassionate work of the Bridge Patrol officers and the men and women who staff crisis call lines, so many of you are part of, 184 were rescued. With this ceremony, we mark the beginning of construction on a deterrent system that will save countless more lives. The start of construction of this barrier is an achievement many years in the making. I accept Dick's comments on behalf of so many people who work so hard to make that happen over time and in that particular appropriations. Of course, our great Senator Dianne Feinstein, a member of the Appropriations Committee and a leader in the Congress, and we will be hearing from, I want to acknowledge her, and also Senator Barbara Boxer, who was so much a part of it, who she and I at one point represented the bridge. She one half, I the other half. And now Jared Hoffman does, and we'll hear from him as well. I want to, though, also acknowledge Lynn Woolsey, who was so much a part of this over time. We know that it's a federal and state. Phil Ting is here to talk about the state's participation because some of our funds have to go through that route. Tom Amiano knows that. It's wonderful that you're here, Tom. But I'm proud to have been part of our Bay Area delegation in adding provisions to the 2014 Highway and Transit Bill that have allowed federal funds to be used for life-saving safety barriers and nets. We secured $125 million in pass-through federal funding to add this vital protection to our beautiful bridge. That was double what we had estimated when we started the fight, but things got more costly, the responsibility more urgent. So people would say to us, isn't that a lot of money for a net? And I'd say, no, it's not a lot of money for a life, for all of these lives that will be saved. Again, with the hard work of our partnership of Caltrans and Metropolitan Transportation Commission, the Golden Gate Bridge Board, General Manager Dennis Mulligan, we are moving forward. But of course, really, none of this would be possible without the families. Kimberly Renee will speak for the families. Thank you, Kimberly Renee, for being here, for the Gamboa family and so many others whom I have met and heard your sad stories. But she has been there, you have been there at meeting after meeting. You're here today so that we can thank you because, again, none of this would have been possible without the stories that you have to tell. And that we have to continue our conversations about mental health parity, funding for mental health, and all of those kinds of other issues. But today we want to remove one obstacle. You're using your grief to save other lives is really something I'm sure your family members whom you've lost would be very, very proud of. So we all thank you. Together we gather in the memory of every family member, and every family has lost a loved one on this bridge, and with the urgency of all we might spare from this suffering. Together we are providing a critical second chance, maybe more than that, for troubled young men and women and older acting on often impulsive thoughts. Together we are honoring a deep moral responsibility to save lives wherever and whenever we can. In this holy season of Easter and Passover, we recognize again and again that every single life is so valuable. Every one of them a spark of divinity, every one of them a child of God, every one of them precious, precious to us. Every loss, though it be in your family, is a loss to all of us. Together, we are ensuring this magnificent landmark stands as a faithful companion for all San Franciscans, Bay Area, California, everyone who come here, awing and inspiring future generations to come, but not to identify it in any way with the tragedy that we have identified it with so far. Take great pride, each of every one of you, for your tears, your grief, your sadness, your lifesavers. Thank you. We're all in your debt. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leader Pelosi. Well, we're very honored to have the senior senator from California here with us today. She is all too familiar with this issue that we're involved with here today as a lifelong San Francisco resident and the former mayor of San Francisco, and her presence illustrates the importance of this issue. And when our contingent of folks were back lobbying in Congress for this, she and her staff met with us on several occasions and were very helpful in facilitating, also getting funds for this. So we are very pleased to have Senior Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. First of all, it's wonderful to be home. While Nancy was giving her excellent remarks, I was thinking back a little bit, and I was thinking back to my final year of mayor, when two things happened. As it's already been pointed out, I had the good taste to appoint Johnny Moylan to the board of this organization, and secondly, to preside over the 50th anniversary of the Golden Gate Bridge. And that was really a piece of work, because no one stopped people from pouring on the bridge. And the estimate was there were 1 million people on the bridge. And it came the middle of the day, and I was in the middle of the bridge. And the bridge, I've yet to figure this out, but the bridge has a way of being syncopated to the automobiles. And the fact that the pedestrians had a different movement to them, and there were so many of them, and I got to tell you, there was so much weight there, that the bridge began to move in a very unique way. And so I said, who can shut this down? And I got back, I don't know. So I said, pass the word, shut it down, begin to move people off the bridge. And we did, and I want you to know that's a true story. So much for that time. My colleague, Senator Boxer, was mentioned, and I really want to pay tribute to her, because she was chairman of something called the EPW Committee in the Senate, the Environment and Public Works Committee, and as such, she was able to get this project into a big transportation bill. So she did it, and I'd like to ask that you give her a big round of applause, please. There's someone that brought my attention to this in a very painful way, and the year was 1995, and his name was Dwayne Garrett. And Dwayne was a good friend of many of ours. He was a big supporter of mine. He was a supporter of Nancy's. He had a radio show. He sold art. He sold memorabilia of all kinds of professional sports. And he was what I would call a very going concern, a big booming voice. But none of us knew the other side. And so one day, he left a note in his car, and he said, the pressure is so great, I can't handle it anymore. And he walked out to the Norse van, and he jumped off the bridge. And it caused all of us to wonder how this would happen to this man who had a wife, 2 girls, lived in a beautiful house in Tiburon. It turned out it was financial. It turned out he was very proud. It turned out he had asked for help, but he couldn't ask for help anymore. It turned out that for some reason, personal bankruptcy was not something he could condone. And it turned out that he was obviously, seriously affected by his situation. And he went and did that. And for many years, I had to wonder why. And so there are many families here today that wonder why. And I don't think anybody should assume fault. I think it's part of our society. I think it's part of the lure of this bridge. People facing the great city of San Francisco go off on the easterly side for the most part. And so many people, and so many young people. So this net is a net whose time has really come. And so I want to thank all the monitors that go up and down every day on this bridge that prevent what might otherwise happen. Hopefully, this net changes. What are the numbers in a year? 250? 140?
We've saved over 140.
223 came to die last year, 184 were saved.
223 in a year dead.
39 died.
They saved 100.
Okay. 39 people died last year alone. What you're doing here today, what the bridge is doing, and what the taxpayers are doing will hopefully turn that number to zero. So thank you so much. I'm very proud of what you've done. Thank you very much.
You know, about that 50th anniversary celebration, I believe the only one who was still around, who was around at that time now, was John Morley, and I think John was in charge that day.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this event and take you live now to that trial that is continuing, the Stephen Jones trial, the NAU shooting trial. Let's go ahead and listen in. Witness on the stand.
Running to the top of Mountain View.
What do you mean by that?
The front entrance where the roundabout is. I was running up the sidewalk area that runs parallel to the track.
Okay.
And I turned around after 10 yards or so, and that's when I saw Stephen holding a gun, pointing it towards two of the guys.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. Had you seen where the defendant went after he was punched?
No.
Earlier that night, did you ever see him with a gun?
No.
Any way he would have been able to conceal it on his body?
Absolutely not.
All right, so the next time you see him, it was where?
The next time I saw him, I was 10 yards away, and he was standing on the edge of the asphalt and where the rocks come in contact with the parking lot, and he was standing maybe 10 feet away from two people pointing a gun towards him.
All right. Did you know it was a gun at the time?
I figured it was a gun. It had a flashlight on it. He had it on, and no one points a flashlight like that.
Okay, what do you mean like that? How was he pointing it?
He was pointing it like a trained police or anyone trained to hold a firearm.
All right, what was his stance like? Let me ask you that.
Stance, he was standing tall, leaning forward.
Arms extended at all? If you recall.
I don't recall.
Okay. Where was the light pointed, or the gun pointed with the light on it? Where was that pointed?
Towards the two men.
Okay, that was a bad question. Where was he facing when he was pointing this?
He was facing towards the building, towards Mountain View.
All right, thank you. And how do you know there were two people he was pointing at?
I could see them.
Were there anybody else around?
I didn't notice. I was just focused on this flashlight and the two men.
Okay. How far away were you from the defendant and from these other two individuals?
10 yards. About.
Okay. Did you see where Jacob Mike was at that point?
No.
Was there, besides these two individuals you described and the defendant, who else was around that area, if you remember?
The same people that were around before.
Were they all clumped together?
No, more spread out.
Along where?
I don't recall.
Were they in the parking lot?
Parking lot, on the sidewalk. Not really too sure.
Okay. And I appreciate you saying that, Shay. We just want your best memory. What happened after you saw the defendant pointing the gun at these two people?
One of the two men looked like he lunged towards Stephen, and then Stephen fired two shots into him and turned towards the other guy and shot one shot towards him.
All right. When you say lunge, what do you mean by that?
It was hard to recall, but almost like a lunge, like he was going to grab Stephen or just out of intimidation.
Okay. I'm not asking you to describe what was in that person's head because we won't know. What was he doing physically?
Just lunging toward him, taking a step.
Can you demonstrate for us?
It was more like a big step. So like.
All right. And it looked like you took one or two steps? How many steps was it?
From my memory, one.
One step?
Just one step.
And how was his body positioned?
Leaning forward.
And how were his arms or his hands?
Don't recall.
Okay. How far away was this person from the defendant before he shot this person?
Within 10 feet.
Did this person that the defendant shot say anything that you recall before being shot?
I don't recall.
Did he have any weapons in his hands?
No.
Did he have anything in his hands that you could see?
Not that I could see, no.
How close was this person, the first person shot, from the second person shot?
Couple feet, 3 maybe.
So this second person the defendant shot, was he any closer to the defendant?
No, they were the same distance.
Okay. And just describe where they were standing before this lunge that you described.
From my memory, they were standing on the rocks that come in contact with the asphalt.
Do you recall the defendant saying anything before he raised this gun up?
I recall him saying, "Get on the ground," or "Put your hands up," "Stay where you are." Those typical things.
Okay. Nothing about a gun?
Not from my memory.
And I should clarify, I said before he brought the gun up. Did you only ever see it pointed at these people?
Yes.
I mean, did you ever see him pointing it at the ground before that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so describe that. Take that in steps.
It seemed as he was walking over to where they were standing, he had it pointed at the ground, and then as he got within 10 feet, he raised his gun.
Okay. And after he raised the gun and pointed at these people, was that when the lunge occurred?
Yes.
Describe this light. Compare it, I guess, to the lights around in the street. How bright was this light?
It was a bright flashlight that maybe you would take camping, just bright LED flashlight.
Was it brighter than the lights around?
Yes.
How many shots did you indicate there were at this point?
3.
Okay. How fast were they? And what I mean by that was it just 1, 2, 3 right after the other, or was there a pause?
It was 2 right after the other, pause to turn to the second guy, and then the third shot.
And how much of a pause was that?
Half a second.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
What happened to these two people that got shot?
The first person who was shot twice just fell to the ground like a rock, and the second person kind of like fell to his knees first, and from my memory grabbed his neck. Maybe he was shot in his neck, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what these people were wearing, what they looked like?
No.
When you saw the defendant showing up with this gun, were you excited to see that he had a gun?
No.
Why?
A gun wasn't necessary.
Were you at that point, concerned about what was going to happen?
Yes.
What did you do at that point after you saw the defendant shoot these two people?
I turned around and ran towards the roundabout of Mountain View because I thought he was going to mistake me for someone, or he was just going crazy. I just didn't know what to think was going on at the time, and I just wanted to get out of there.
Were you running away from these people you confronted earlier, or from the defendant?
At that point, I was running away from the entire situation.
Okay. And why was that?
I didn't want to get shot.
Did you ever see where Jacob Mike was before you ran?
I vaguely remember him being towards the right, or the left of where I was standing, closer to the track.
Okay. And let me back up. Sorry to keep backing up on you, but when you saw these two people fall to the ground, how long did you stay after to see what was happening before you ran off?
5 seconds, maybe.
Okay.
I was frozen and didn't know what to think, and then turned around and ran.
Where did you go? Which direction?
Towards the top of Mountain View, where the roundabout is.
I didn't hear that part.
Where the roundabout is.
Okay. And would that be the front of Mountain View?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go? How far did you run?
I ran all the way back to Riley Hall.
Is that where you were living at the time?
Yes.
Did you ever run into an officer at that point?
Yes, on my way down the hill from the front of Mountain View, I saw an officer coming up, and I waved him down, and I told him just make a left up, like where the sidewalk is.
Okay. Indicating what?
Indicating that something had gone on. I just wanted him to get there as fast as possible, so I didn't want to waste his time.
Okay. Do you recall hearing any additional shots besides the 3 that you indicated?
Yes, when I got near the very front of Mountain View and rounded the corner to the street, I remember hearing other shots after that.
How many?
From my memory, 4 to 5.
And so give us a sense of what was the time, how much time passed between those first 3 shots to this point when you heard the additional shots?
Maybe another 15 to 20 seconds after I started running.
Was it before or after you spoke to the police?
Before.
Okay. All right, and then you got to your dorm in Riley Hall?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you eventually speak to the police about what you saw?
Yes, probably about an hour after I called the police.
An hour after you got home, you called the police?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went to the police station?
Yes.
Shay, I'm going to put up an exhibit that we've admitted as 316. And I'm going to ask you to identify some things that you talked about, okay?
Okay.
Just pull this up. 1 second. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
And do you have a laser pointer up there?
Yes.
Can you identify what we're looking at here?
This is a courtyard. It's right where we cross the street, pretty much.
All right. So is this Franklin Avenue that we're on?
Yes.
Where were you when you recall, well, describe first, where were you when you were trying to call Hunter Todd?
When we were trying to call Hunter Todd, we were right around here.
And let me jump up to a different view here. All right. Does this give us a better view?
Yes.
All right. So where it pointed again?
Right around here.
All right. And that's just, this is if you're facing the courtyard, the left, just the end unit on the left, right?
Yes, this unit.
Right in front of, okay. And then where did you go as you began walking away after Jacob Mike knocked on the door?
Towards this direction.
Let me take a different view here. Where was the confrontation that you talked about earlier in the street?
Turn more towards the right.
More to the right?
When did the confrontation start?
Yes, sorry.
Probably right around here, halfway across the street.
Okay. Kind of at the double yellow?
Yes.
And at one point, do you recall, or where was the defendant punched in the face?
Turn more towards the right. Right around here.
Okay, you're gesturing now onto that sidewalk area?
Yes.
Past the gate?
Past, right around that general area.
Okay. And where were you pushed, if you can see it on this view?
Can't see it on this view.
All right, let me take a different view here. Too far. All right, how about this one?
Turn more towards the right.
Right?
Towards the asphalt.
Okay.
Right around here, maybe.
Okay. Did you see anybody running into the parking lot? Besides yourself, obviously.
No.
Nobody was chasing anybody this direction?
Not that I saw.
All right. Now describe which direction you went after you were pushed.
Up towards the roundabout.
And you're gesturing up this sidewalk area, up the hill a little bit?
Yes.
At one point, you described earlier, stop, and you went about 10 yards, turned around to look at what was going on. Where were you?
Right behind this tree, approximately.
Maybe we can see it on this view here. This far or farther?
Literally right there, pretty much.
Right here where the scan location is?
Yes.
Okay. Describe where you saw the defendant with the gun the first time.
Right here.
And you're gesturing at the corner of the parking lot?
Yes.
And where were the two individuals that he shot? Where were they located at first?
On the rocks.
If you had to describe the distance that this the first shooting victim went before he was shot, how far did he lunge or take that step?
He was standing on the rocks, and he took a step onto the asphalt. So maybe a couple feet.
So you indicated earlier it was about 5 seconds or so that you stayed in this area at this scan location number 1, right?
Yes.
Before you took off, and just tell us again where you went.
Up the hill towards the roundabout.
And I think we got a view of that. This direction?
Yes.
And the roundabout would be just past this track area, this fence?
Yeah, just right there.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's take a first-minute afternoon recess break. Please remember the
All right, everyone, we'll go back to the NAU shooting trial in a moment. We do want to bring you these aerials. These aerials come in from just moments ago out of Atlanta. We have some breaking news there. There are reports of 4 people shot at the Westlake Marta train station. So the Westlake Marta train. The feed is cutting in and out, but I did want to give you guys an update. Marta sent a statement saying they received preliminary reports that 4 people were shot at the Westlake Marta station. Marta police received the call at around 4:30 Atlanta time, so it was about an hour ago. Emergency responders are on the scene, and we know a suspect has been detained. Suspect has been detained and the investigation is ongoing. Again, Skyfox Atlanta over the scene there. It is a bit hazy there in Atlanta near that scene. We know the first few images are coming in. Fox Atlanta have tweeted some of the images. I'm going to go ahead and put these images on the screen so you get a look. First image in from Westlake Marta train station shooting. 4 people shot, suspect detained. Breaking news out of Atlanta. Here is another look at the aerials coming in. It is, again, a bit hazy for some reason. Not a very clear feed coming in from Atlanta. These are pictures from earlier, a breaking news situation. All right, everyone. I just want to give you the latest information that we know, courtesy of Fox 5 in Atlanta. There isn't a lot of information at this point. We just know that Marta police say 4 people were shot this afternoon at the Westlake Marta station after reports of shots being fired. Police say they received the call just before 4:30 Eastern Time, and 1 person has been detained by authorities. Again, as you can see, Skyfox flying over the scene. There is a heavy police and emergency presence. We don't have any additional details about the incident. We don't know the condition of those people shot. This Westlake station has been temporarily closed as a result of the shooting, and Marta is using a bus bridge between 2 stops to accommodate riders. Looks like Skyfox in Atlanta leaving that scene now, so we're going to take you back to the trial, the courtroom. The Stephen Jones trial continues. Stephen Jones accused of shooting 4 people, killing 1 on the campus of Northern Arizona University. And since not much activity is happening at the trial right now, we'll go back to this in a little bit, but we do want to take you now to, we'll take you back to that Golden Gate Bridge suicide prevention event. Golden Gate Bridge suicide prevention event. We showed you some of it earlier. We'll continue to show it here on News Now.
We are also very blessed, as most of us in this room know, to have such great members of Congress here in Northern California. And they all assisted in helping us get the funds necessary for this project. That included Congressman Mike Thompson and Congresswoman Jackie Spear, both of whom have their aides with us here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you, former Congresswoman Lynn Woolsey, as has already been mentioned, and of course, former Senator Barbara Boxer. But while the South Tower is in Leader Pelosi's district, The North Tower, has been noted, is in Congressman Huffman's district. So we also want to acknowledge the great work that Congressman Huffman did in helping us. We met with him several times, and he also helped facilitate getting these funds. So please welcome Congressman Jared Huffman.
Thank you, Dick. Well, I am so proud to be one of the representatives of this great old landmark behind us. I'm proud especially today because the Golden Gate Bridge is just as beautiful and iconic as it ever was, but it is constantly evolving to become safer and more reflective of our critical values and priorities. This day has been a long time coming. And you know, as a congressman, I spend a lot of my time in meetings. And I can't even tell you how many meetings I have in a given month, in a given year. But it's pretty rare that one comes along that really shakes you and changes you and haunts you. That's what happened in 2008 when one of my constituents, John Brooks, who's here with his wife Erica, came to visit me. And he's holding up a picture of his 17-year-old daughter, Casey. But John came to tell me his story, a story like so many of the surviving families here today. And he told it so bravely and so calmly, so with such poise. And I just turned to mush. I mean, I, like many of you, can't even imagine the pain that these families have gone through. But I think John knew then and there that he had a convert, and from that moment on, I have been a big supporter of this suicide prevention barrier, which would not happen without these incredible families and the way they've taken their pain and grief and turned it into purpose and stayed focused with that purpose with incredible patience, because this has taken a long time, and with incredible resolve. So politicians, you know, get the limelight in these moments. We get the speaking roles generally in these ceremonies, but make no mistake, we would not be here today. This would not be happening but for these incredible survivors who are here. So let's just pause and thank them one more time. Now, as important as this is, we know that this is only part of the challenge we face with suicide. Unfortunately, the numbers are going the wrong way for us on suicide. We're actually seeing an uptick in suicide attempts and in suicides here in the bridge and around the country. And unfortunately, those numbers are going further down in the age group. So we're seeing younger teens begin to fall into this demographic. Suicide is now the third leading cause of death between people 16 and 24 years old. So we've got a lot of work cut out for us, and I know that when Leader Pelosi and Senator Feinstein and I go back to Washington, we're going to keep working to do more, to do much more to reform our broken mental health system. And I just, in my brief time with you, want to give a couple more shout-outs, because many people have been recognized, many people have played a heroic role in trying to reduce suicides here on the bridge and in bringing us to this moment. But it's important to recognize the Marin County Coroner and the United States Coast Guard for the role that they play. It's a grim role many times, but because of their responsiveness, they too have been lifesavers in some of these situations. So thank you to all of you. Thanks especially to the Coast Guard and the coroner who haven't been mentioned. I'm honored to be with you and so proud to be taking part in this important milestone.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning John and Erica Brooks. They have been regular attendees at our board meetings over the years and have been very heartwarming in their comments, and thank you. We are now going to get to a survivor family. As has been noted, this would not have happened without them. Our next speaker lost her son, 18-year-old Kyle, in September of 2013. And she or her husband, Manuel, have attended every one of our board meetings since that time and have spoken and have educated new board members and have educated all of us. And Kimberly, Renee, and Manuel have been just been very inspiring to all of us at the board. And so please welcome Kimberly Renee Gamboa.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Kimberly Renee Gamboa. And this is my 18-year-old son, Kyle Emerson Gamboa. And like Dick said, Kyle jumped off the bridge on September 20th, 2013. He was just starting his senior year at high school at Sacramento Waldorf School. Kyle is what led us to the journey to the Golden Gate Bridge to ask why and how suicide could happen here, and how to prevent future suicides at the Golden Gate Bridge. When Kyle died, the movement for a suicide barrier at the Golden Gate Bridge had been ongoing for many years. We, my husband Manuel, and myself just got involved and helped as much as we could. We had help from many before us that had lost loved ones to the Golden Gate Bridge. I want to thank John Bateson, the author of The Final Leap, that answered so many of my questions about suicide and the Golden Gate Bridge when I desperately needed to know how and why suicide could happen here. The Bridgewell Foundation, that was referenced in The Final Leap, where Dave Hull answered my email on how I could help with the suicide barrier and suggested I attend a Golden Gate Bridge district meeting. Either myself or Manuel, or both of us have attended every meeting since November 2013. Thank you, Bridgewell Foundation and all of its members. Kevin Hines is a survivor of a suicide attempt at the Golden Gate Bridge, and he has dedicated his life to help thousands find the light in the darkness and help people to cope with mental illness and suicide, and he has been a great support. Dana Whitmer, a Bridgewell Foundation member, that helped immensely in starting a petition for a suicide barrier through change.org. We received over 158,000 signatures from all over the world in support of a suicide barrier, and many stories of lost loved ones to the Golden Gate Bridge were submitted to us. I'd also like to thank the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and their overwhelming support and help in funding the Suicide Barrier Project. Manuel has attended a couple of meetings, and they have been very supportive. Mark Prado from the Marin Independent Journal. He was the first one who told our story of Kyle and helped gain media attention to the Suicide Barrier Project and suicides on the Golden Gate Bridge. I also want to thank the Golden Gate Bridge Survivors Group in providing compassion and support for survivors, especially when you don't know what to do after this happens. You're just in such shock. I'd also like to thank Dana and Candy Houston. They host an event called Names in the Sand every year that honors all that have lost lives to the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's pretty much open to all, and it's been a very nice support every year that we can get together and meet new people and reminisce with others that have been going for a while to the meetings.
Hey guys, good afternoon.
I'd also like to thank also Erica and John Brooks for all their efforts in educating youth and public on suicide and mental illness, and Mia Menair and Sonia Hayes and their group, the Bridge Watch Angels, and their extraordinary efforts in preventing suicides on the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'd also definitely like to thank the dedicated board members and staff of the Golden Gate Bridge who have been incredibly supportive, compassionate, extremely knowledgeable, resourceful, and creative in pushing the Suicide Barrier Project forward and making it happen, along with currently increasing their efforts in preventing suicides at the Golden Gate Bridge. And there's many more individuals and organizations who have worked tirelessly to make a suicide barrier at their Golden Gate Bridge a reality. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all of Kyle's friends and family who are in this with all of us. Today marks the beginning of the end of suicides on the Golden Gate Bridge. Soon, no family will experience the devastation and tragedy of a suicide on the Golden Gate Bridge. Thank you.
Well, we've covered the federal government and a few other things, but we also have to recognize that we needed more money than just the federal government. So we went to the state. 12 years ago, this board, as I mentioned, didn't support the suicide net, and when Tom Amiano was on the board, he gradually started educating people about the need for this and was a lead, and you'll hear more later on about his leadership in getting funds from MTC. But it was important that we essentially garner state funds to supplement the budget that we needed for this project. This project received $7 million in state mental health funds, which at the time was unprecedented. We acknowledge former California Senate President Pro Tem Darrell Steinberg, California Senator Mark Leno, who was a member of our bridge board at one point, and as I mentioned, Tom Amiano regarding that. We also thank State Senator Mike McGuire and new State Senator Scott Wiener, who served on our bridge board and MTC, as well as Assemblyman Mark Levine. Our next speaker, who is a friend of the bridge, is the current chair of the Budget Committee member. Please welcome Assemblymember Phil Ting.
Thank you, Dick. Let me again just thank Kimberly Renee for your amazing story. And again, I know Representative Huffman mentioned this, but to all the families, I think your stories, your sacrifice, your tireless advocacy have really led us to this place. I also wanted to thank Dick and the Bridge Board and Dennis and his team for his leadership. We are all just stewards of this national treasure. And I know that at times we've had to struggle with how do you preserve this amazing symbol for our city, for our state, for our country at the same time, while providing more and more safety in a modern society. The medians were an amazing change for automobile traffic, and now we move to preventing suicides. And Leader Pelosi talked about it, that when you actually have a solution that you know will work, it's a very rare opportunity for those of us in public policy. It's very rare that you actually have an answer. And in this situation, we absolutely did have an answer. We just needed to see the will and to find the way. It is really because of her and Senator Feinstein and really the advocacy of our leadership in Washington. But really at the state level, it was my former colleague, Assemblymember Amiano. He was the beacon of light in our legislature. And he was the one who was the moral voice. Too often you hear about numbers. You hear about lives lost, how much money it costs, these trade-offs. And I don't think when we have a solution that's so obvious, that is something that is so preventable, that we can't take the opportunity to do it. So I was proud to serve with him and watch him in action. And as a legislature, we were very honored to be able to be part of the solution to help get this deterrent over the final finish line. And I can't wait till we come back here in a couple of years to actually see this amazing net get built. Because I know you can't really see it from far away. You have to be pretty up close. So we'll be back again to really celebrate that so we can pay honor to all the memories of the families, to all of you, and to all your loved ones. That's the best way we can honor them, is to get this done. So again, thank you so much for your advocacy, and thank you for helping us really take care of this amazing bridge.
Thank you. The next two speakers, and we are getting close, the next two speakers represent the organizations that gave us the federal money for the steel net. The first, California Department of Transportation, commonly known as Caltrans, provided $70 million in funding through their local bridge program. $70 million. We thank them for that. We thank their staff and district.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Golden Gate Bridge event, take you back now live to Arizona. The Stephen Jones trial continues with witness testimony.
Now, the first person that was shot, you've described for us how that person lunged at Stephen. You didn't know who that person was at the time, right?
No.
Do you know who it is now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you were recounting this that evening to the officers, what you said that person did at first before he was shot?
I believe I said he lunged.
Okay. And let's turn to page 8 of this transcript. And actually, at the bottom of page 7, you see where the officer's asking you to tell you more about the guys that lunged at Stephen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, take a moment to read to yourself your answer. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So, just there on that page 8, those first couple lines, does that refresh your recollection into what you told the officer that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So do you recall now telling the officer that...
Objection. If we're going to refresh recollection, we need to ask the witness if it's refreshed.
I thought I just did that.
And then he's just going to read what he said?
I didn't read it.
He just asked if he recalled telling the officer, and I didn't hear the rest of his question.
All right.
Go ahead.
So now your memory's refreshed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling the officer that you saw this guy run up to Stephen?
Lunge towards Stephen. Do you mean run up and punch before he had the gun?
No. Let's go back to page 7 there. You see the question. So tell me more about the guy that lunged at Stephen. Last line on page 7. And then your response. Again, you just read that response to yourself, right?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you saw this guy do when he was lunging at Stephen? How you described it to the officer?
When he ran up and punched Stephen, this was before he had the gun.
Okay, so as you look at this, it's refreshing your memory as to the punch earlier.
Yes.
Okay, that's your recollection of what you were telling the officer about.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move on. A little bit later, the officer is trying to clarify about the lunge. Do you recall what you told the officer then in describing that lunge?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you tell the officer?
I told the officer that he took a large step, like a lunge, towards Stephen.
Did you also tell the officer that the second guy possibly lunged as well?
I don't remember saying that.
Let's go to page 9. Line 17 there, that's your answer. Go ahead and read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. And so you're clear that the first guy lunged, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the officer that the second guy possibly did as well?
Objection 106, if you could refer to the 2 lines above.
Okay. Starting on line 17 there. They're asking about the lunge. Go ahead and read your answer there to the officer.
I did not see him lunge, but I hope to God Stephen would have not shot someone that didn't at least motion of attack, or at least know that, like, I don't even know. The first guy definitely lunged, the second guy possibly.
Okay, so the second guy possibly as well.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say that when these guys attacked you out there on the street that you were terrified?
Yes.
Did you think that you would get brutally beat up?
I thought I was going to get beat up, yes.
You have a very intense fear at that moment?
Pretty intense.
You feel like they were not going to stop until you were hurt?
Or until we ran away, yeah.
You have a moment here.
Sure. Redirect. Thank you. Just a few follow-up questions, Shay. Going back to Exhibit 44, page 9. Your response to the officer about the lunge from the second guy was, "I did not see him lunge." Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you don't know what happened if you didn't see it?
I didn't see him.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's clear. When counsel asked you a moment ago if you were terrified, were you terrified of the defendant when he showed up with the gun?
I was more confused than terrified.
Well, don't you recall telling the officers that you thought you might be on a rampage, and that's why you ran away?
I just, after the first two people were shot, I didn't want to be around anyone that had a gun.
Right. At that moment, did you feel like a gun was going to resolve anything?
Just a second. Counsel, approach, please.
Judge. Shay, at the point that you turned around and saw the defendant with the gun, at that point, were you able to get away?
I was kind of frozen in shock as to why someone was holding a gun.
Sure. What I mean is, were you surrounded by anybody?
Oh, no.
At that point, were you the farthest away from this group?
From the group that originally, attacked us.
Right. Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
right, that's all I have. Thank you, Shay.
Okay, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions. Looks like we do, so I'll see counsel and court reporter at the sidebar. Mr. McConnell, thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. The state calls Chase Jones.
Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name, please?
Chase Jones.
And are you, where'd you grow up, Chase?
Southern California.
Are you, or have you been a NAU student?
Yes.
Are you currently an NAU student?
I am not.
You've graduated?
No.
Okay.
I left.
You've moved on?
Yeah.
In the fall of 2015, were you an NAU student?
Yes.
And where were you living at the time?
At the time, I was living in Mountain View.
Mountain View Hall?
Yes.
All right. Which wing, if you recall?
The one closest to Franklin.
Okay.
I don't remember what wings they call them or things like that.
All right. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, just so you're a little soft-spoken.
All right.
So, fair to say that Mountain View Hall housed exclusively fraternities and sororities at the time?
Yes.
And were you in a fraternity?
I was.
Which fraternity was that?
Pi Kappa Phi.
Okay. That, wherever your room, did that overlook the parking lot there that's adjacent to Mountain View?
No.
Okay. Chase, I'm going to ask you about the events of the early morning hours of October 9th of 2015. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Somewhere shortly after 1 a.m., were you at home at Mountain View?
I was.
And where were you?
I was in my hall. I was going down to the lobby to fill up a water jug. They only had one drinking fountain in the whole building at the time.
Okay, so you were headed down to the lobby at that time, in that
Yes.
time frame? And had you been out that night drinking at all?
I had not. I'd been in my room playing video games.
Okay. So, when you were in the lobby, what were you doing?
I was just filling up my water, and then my RA worked the desk that night, so it was kind of normal that I'd go over and talk to him. So I was heading over to talk to him.
Okay. Was there something that happened in that time frame that captured your attention?
In that time frame, walking over, there was another two, I think it was an RA, who came up from, there's a floor below. They came up from that floor and said that they had heard gunshots. And
You're saying?
Sustained.
Okay. So they said something. I'm not going to ask you what they said. And again, without indicating what was said, did anybody else come through and say something alarming?
No, those were the only two.
Okay. Did you respond to that in any way? And I don't mean verbally, I mean...
Yeah, there was a window that overlooked the parking lot, and I walked over there because two of my brothers I hadn't seen him for a while. One was my roommate, and the other one had been driving that night, and so I knew I could see his car from that window. So I went to see if I could see his car or see them.
Okay, so you looked out the window?
Yes.
Which direction did you see when you looked out that window?
I believe the direction that window faces is north.
Okay. What
so
were you
towards Franklin.
Towards Franklin?
And the parking lot, yes.
And the parking lot, okay. Fair to say there's Mountain View, and then there's this like wide sidewalk or driveway, and then the parking lot?
Yes.
And is that the area that you could see?
Yes, it is.
All right. When you looked out the window, can you describe to the jury what you saw at that time?
At that time, kind of looking out the window, I just saw there was a girl in the parking lot, and she was in a lighter color. It might have been white or pink. And she was in a parking space, and there was somebody she was kind of helping. And so that was basically all I saw was that, and kind of thought to myself, oh, something had happened.
All right. So that's all you saw?
Yes.
What did you do next?
After that, I turned, ran to the stairs, and told my RA to call 911, and then I ran out into the parking lot.
All right. Which direction did you go, or how did you get out to the parking lot?
So down the middle floor kind of thing towards the bottom lobby to the wide the wide sidewalk, and ran along the sidewalk until I got into the parking lot.
All right. What did you see when you arrived in the parking lot?
When I arrived in the parking lot, there was the girl that I had previously seen. She was hunched over helping somebody who had been hurt. And then there was a small little rock like patch thing where they put bushes and stuff. And there was a kid in those bushes with another two over him. And then I saw somebody who was standing back, and I approached them to ask them what was going on.
All right, let's talk about, you said there were two over him. What do you mean by that?
They were kind of hunched over, like he had been hurt, and they were trying to help him or do something.
Okay. Did you notice whether he was moving or not?
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether the other guy with the girl helping him was moving or not?
He was kind of moving his legs a little bit, but that's all I remember.
So you said that there was another guy kind of standing back?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
So I had just seen somebody standing back. I had taken a class, and I was kind of mentioned stuff about like first aid to ask somebody who's not helping, who they think needs help most. And so I approached to ask that, and basically he was turned away from me at the time.
All right. Can you describe, and we'll show you some photos in a few minutes, but can you describe where that person was relative to the two people who were on the ground and the people that were helping them?
So he would have been kind of towards the west, towards more so inner campus, and the other two people would be closer to Mountain View Hall, so towards the east.
Are you able to estimate distances between them?
I'm not very good at distances, so no.
All right. So you went to ask him essentially who needed help, right?
Yes.
And what was the next observation you made?
The next observation I made, he turned around, and I just noticed a quick movement of the hand moving towards behind his back, and I could kind of see the bottom end of like a handgun. And so at the time, my train of thought went, okay, I'm going to not worry about these other people and make sure I'm not going to get hurt myself.
All right. So I think you described which direction he was facing when you first saw him. And maybe can you give us a little more detail about that, how he was standing, which direction he was looking?
So the direction he was looking was, again, towards the west. And so when I came up, I asked, hey, what's going on? And that's when he turned around to face me. So he wasn't initially facing me when I got out there.
All right. And that's when you saw the hand movement behind the back? So you described how your thought process changed when you made that observation. What did you do?
After that, I started to talk to this said individual because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't want to become somebody else who was hurt. I didn't want to turn my back and somehow end up, because I didn't know what was going on. So I started to talk to him and try and figure out what was figure out what was going on.
What do you mean very lightly?
I didn't really want to know what was going on. I just didn't want to be another casualty or somebody hurt along with everything else.
Okay. Where were you standing when you initiated that conversation?
So I was a little bit back. There was a tree and like a sidewalk with a curb, and that was in front of a couple of parking spots, and so that's where I was standing.
Do you recall which hand he was holding the gun in?
I don't fully remember now.
So, not what was said, but did he reference towards any other people in the parking lot area?
Yeah, so he pointed to another individual who was further west, closer to campus.
How far away? I know you said you're not good with distances, but
3 or 4 parking spots, so in the parking lot.
All right. I'm going to ask you, with leave of the court, if you'll stand up and demonstrate the hand behind the back movement that you observed.
So, I guess from my perspective, I would have been facing this kind of angle, and the person was.
Okay, you guys, we're going to hop out of that trial for just a little bit. We will take you back to it, but we want to alert you on some breaking news where a passenger is stuck at an amusement park, Six Flags America to be exact, in the D.C. area. So let's pull this up for you guys right now. Someone's stuck on one of these roller coasters that you see here. People on the ground looking up, probably, calling emergency crews, taking pictures, trying to figure out what exactly happened here today. We are working to get you guys the latest details, but you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, keeping you updated here on the latest. 24 people stuck on Joker's Jinx roller coaster at Six Flags America. Again, the name of that roller coaster is Joker's Jinx roller coaster, and that's at the Six Flags America. Prince George's County fire officials say 24 riders are stuck aboard a stalled roller coaster at the Six Flags America theme park in Bowie. A high-angle rescue team is working to rescue the riders on the Joker's Jinx ride right now. Also, a photo posted on social media shows the riders several stories in the air of the stalled roller coaster. Yeah, they are several stories in the air, as you guys can see right now. You're getting live footage from the chopper there, where passengers are stuck right now. You guys, this is the time where people start going to amusement parks. This is not the first time we've covered a situation where riders are stuck. Working to get more information about this for you guys. Give me one moment. Pulling up the latest. We appreciate you guys watching with us live here on Fox News Now YouTube stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Any comments, questions, concerns about this stream today as we're showing you this live breaking news, tweet us at our show handle. That's Fox 10 News Now. Again, everybody, passengers are stuck on this ride. This is at Six Flags America in Bowie, Maryland right now. We know that 24 people are stuck on the Joker's Jinx roller coaster. That's the name of the ride there. Again, Prince George's County fire officials say that 24 riders are stuck on this ride that's stalled right now. Now, a high-angle rescue team is working to rescue the riders on this Joker's Jinx ride. A photo posted on social media shows the riders several stories in the air, and as you guys can see this from the news chopper, they are very high up right now. This is probably right, you can see right when they're going around, and they were just about to make a drop on that ride, probably right where the scary part was just about to happen there, and the ride stalled. So, you know, if there's going to be any part that's going to happen, at least they weren't upside down, or any part, you know, where you're really scared on this ride. Looks like they were just coming around the bend there, and they were about to go down and take a wild ride here. Again, this is at the Six Flags America Park. And if you guys are wondering, Joker's Jinx is located in the Gotham City section of the park near Superman Ride of Steel roller coaster. Here comes emergency crews on the scene right now. A lot of people are on the ground as well, posting photos on social media, writing statuses, stuck in the air, hashtag Six Flags. We also have some tweets coming in from the chief spokesperson for the fire department there, Mark Brady. So I'm going to pull up some tweets from him to get those updates officially from emergency crews there. So let me pull this up for you guys. So take a look. Here's the tweet from Mark Brady, again, the official spokesperson for the fire department there. Again, this is in Prince George County, Maryland, or I guess we should say Bowie, Maryland, where this is happening. And take a look at the tweet in the upper corner of your screen. He says, "Riders are upright. No one appears to be in distress." Yeah, you know, they were probably really scared at first, and now it's more just a waiting game until they can get down safely. If anyone has experienced this before, have you ever been on a roller coaster where you are stalled and you have to be helped down, or, you know, the ride official has to somehow re-rack the ride and get it started over? Let us know in the comment section on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. We'd love to hear your story, or in the live chat section on our YouTube stream. Let us know, has this ever happened to you? This would seem like a rare case, but we've actually streamed situations like this before on our show here where riders are stuck. This is the sort of thing that happens, and it is the season now where people are going to the amusement park more often. And this one is at the Six Flags America in Bowie, Maryland. Pulling up some more tweets here from Mark Brady, again, the chief spokesperson for the fire department there. He tweeted this as well. Let's pull this up for you guys. Confirming that the Six Flags DC Joker's Jinx ride has stalled with 24 riders on board, developing a plan of action. Again, a little bit more information about this ride to you guys. This is, again, called the Joker's Jinx. And if anyone's been to Six Flags America here in Maryland, let us know in the chat. Have you guys ever been on this ride? Love to hear what it's like. Myself, I've never been on a ride like this, but you can tell this is obviously the big deal roller coaster at the park. Probably not a ride you want to stall on, especially if you're a first timer and you're scared to get on that roller coaster, and this is the one thing you think is going to happen, that your parents always say, no, the ride is safe, come on, nothing's going to happen. And there they are, they're stalled right now. But it looks like, again, everyone seems to be okay. No one's in distress. But this is the way the ride works. So after boarding the Joker's Jinx, riders are launched through a narrow launch tunnel into a, quote, spaghetti bowl of track, which contains a cobra roll, a sidewinder, and many twists and turns, as you guys can see clearly from the chopper here. The coaster doesn't have a mid-course brake run like the similar rides at Kings Island and Kings Dominion, which I'm from Ohio, so I've been to Kings Island. But instead, the coaster has multiple rings that the train goes through. After the rings, riders spiral downward and to the left. And after more twists and turns, they pass through a corkscrew before arriving at the ride's final brakes run. Interesting. But again, you guys you're looking here live on Fox News Now as well as Fox 10 Phoenix. Take a look at the emergency crews on the scene there. They've got to find their way up the ride to get these guys down safely. I'm going to get you guys some more updates as we watch live here on Fox News Now. Also want to mention to you guys watching, this is not the first time this has happened on this ride. This is the same ride where 24 people were trapped in August of 2014. And on that day, riders were given umbrellas by rescue crews to handle or to get some shade to handle the heat. It was a very hot day there in August of 2014, and emergency crews had to give all those passengers umbrellas to shade themselves from the sun. Again, that was 24 people that were trapped in August of 2014 on this same ride. And now you're seeing 24 passengers stuck today on this ride. Now, so this brings up the question, is this a situation where they're going to eventually need to just shut the ride down or, figure out the mechanics of the ride? What is it that makes it keep stalling? I mean, obviously, for an amusement park, this is the kind of coverage they don't want on their park. They want people to see it in a positive light, that the rides are safe. So, they definitely don't want these sort of situations happening. But it looks like everyone's okay, and in the meantime, we get a look of what it looks like there at Six Flags America in Bowie, Maryland. Okay, everybody, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, I am going to play an update from Mark Brady, who is the chief official spokesperson for the fire department there, doing the rescuing right now that you're seeing. So that's what I'm about to play in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Let's hear what he has to say.
Got reported 24 riders on board a stalled roller coaster ride, Joker's Jinx at Six Flags America. We're setting up to put our high angle team in position to effect the rescue of the riders. So far at this point, we understand no.
Looks like the video cut off a little bit. Hopefully he will post a new one there, giving us updates there from the ground. They're setting up this emergency situation where they've got to get these 24 passengers down from this ride at the Six Flags America in Bowie, Maryland right now. I'm looking on Twitter right now to see if there are any passengers tweeting or posting from that ride right now. No one has tweeted to the official Six Flags DC account. Oh no, it does look like someone did tweet. So let's see here. Let's pull this up. So you can see Dennis Lopez has stuck in the air, hashtag Joker Jinx, hashtag Six Flags. And it looks like he did post an Instagram to go along with it. So let's check this out here. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like he's actually posting from the ground, clearly. But he is there right now. So he's saying that, all these passengers are stuck in the air right now. A lot of people tweeting from the scene there that are on the ground, but I'm trying to find if anybody's actually up there on the ride tweeting right now or posting anything to social media. We'll have to wait and see. But again, though, Mark Brady, the official spokesperson for the fire department there, did tweet this. He said, riders are upright. No one appears to be in distress. So that's always good news. It's great that they weren't, that they didn't stall at the part of the ride where they're, going upside down or, heading down very fast. That's always a good thing. But hopefully they'll be able to get these 24 passengers down safely today. Again, this is at Six Flags America in Bowie, Maryland. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake joining me
Hey.
now as well to discuss this crazy situation that's happening. I'll put us in the upper right-hand corner just so people can still see.
My husband and son just got back from an amusement park. So the minute you said this happened, I said, was it at the park they were at? It was in Maryland, so thankfully they were
way.
in California. No, they weren't there.
I was like,
But, you know, when you recently have been to one of these parks, whenever you're, I don't know about you, but maybe I've worked in news too long, you start to kind of imagine what could go wrong, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, not even being in news. Don't you grow up thinking that
Yeah,
when you're on the
like,
roller coaster?
oh, these have been stuck before. So we've got 24 people who are stuck on the ride. And right now what we're looking at is, let's move this box real quick so we can see the full picture. You've got the fire crews ready. They've gotten in the ladder truck here. They're lifting the ladder, and they are about to take the basket up and try to start taking people down. I'm not sure if they've gotten some down, if we've missed any of that.
I haven't seen it yet. It looks like 24 passengers still stuck up there. Can that even reach that high, this ladder?
You know what? I'm not sure where it is, where the passengers are stuck. But 24 people stuck. It's called Joker's Jinx, and it looks like the Jinx is on those riders today at the Six Flag Park.
Yeah.
This is the Prince George County Fire, I believe. This is the local fire department that handles that area. And it looks like they're either raising up to kind of get some rescuers up there to assess the situation even further, or to actually start plucking people down. Now, if this is a true ladder truck, they should be able to then raise the ladder up.
Okay, so hopefully they will.
So we'll see how high. I'm not sure how high up the folks are stuck. This looks like a pretty fast one, a more modern one that has kind of the loop-to-loop, you go upside down, that kind of thing.
Yeah, one that takes a lot of courage to ride, at least for me.
The scream factor's up there.
Yeah.
You know, this is a fast roller coaster, most likely, because of the way it's built. And it just apparently stalled out. Now, we've got what appears to be at least 2 firefighters and 1 rescuer. Maybe they're all 3 firefighters, I'm not sure, but I can see that the 2 men, or the 2 firefighters on either side of the basket here have their full garb, their firefighting garb on. I'm not sure what the middle one is. And I think they may be able to get to an area where they can access these passengers. Thankfully, the passengers are not on an upside-down part of the loop.
That's what I've been saying. This is one of those situations where you fear this, and your parents always tell you, it's fine, they do this all the time,
right?
And then you stall. So,
Six Flags, I mean, I grew up going to Six Flags parks. I always felt like they were run pretty well, and this could just be a typical, a stall out. This kind of stuff happens. I wonder if it was a sudden stall, or if it kind of stalled and then it ran a little bit longer and they kind of slowed to a halt.
Yeah, that would be bad if it just jerked and stopped, abruptly.
Have we gotten any word from people that are up there?
I've been looking on Twitter. People have been posting from the ground, but no one up there. So I'm not sure if,
Some of these rides, you need to leave your bag. They're so fast, you leave your bag in a cubby hole.
Yeah.
Even your shoes, sometimes, if you're wearing shoes that aren't, tie-ons, you kind of leave those in a cubby hole as well. This one looks like it's fully enclosed. You're in kind of a basket. You're strapped in.
Mm-hmm.
So you could possibly put your bag down by your feet. But pretty scary. And they've been up there, would you say, about 45 minutes?
45 minutes, yeah. The chief spokesperson for the fire department there
Now
says
look how
about
close
45.
they've been able to get here.
This is incredible.
I see somebody waving, going, hey, come over here and get me first.
So they look like they're okay. That's probably just boredom at this point, just waiting until they can get down.
This is a good reason, too, if you ever have to use the bathroom at an amusement park, use it when you have a chance to. Don't wait. It's like, oh, I'll use the bathroom after this ride, then you get stuck for an hour or so.
That would be awful.
So we have, they've made kind of contact, it looks like, with the riders. They've got the basket lifted. They've lifted the ladder there on that fire ladder truck. And it looks like they're communicating with some of the passengers. This is going to be a tricky rescue because, the passengers are not one false move, one wrong move, and they could fall. So they probably have to get them harnessed up. Each of them is going to have to put a harness on and make sure that when they make that step off onto the basket, if this is what they're going to do, that they are very safe. If a slip or a fall, they don't want them obviously falling to the ground. And right now, believe it or not, they're probably in the safest spot they could be in.
Yeah.
They are belted down in that, in the ride. The question is, those bars that sometimes come down on your waist to keep you in when you're doing the loop-de-loops, have those been loosened and let up to where they can get out of this, situation here?
Oh yeah, how does that work? I guess, can the ride guy, the guy that runs the ride, can he loosen them up from when they're on the ride? That's a great question.
This is going to be a slow recovery and a slow kind of a rescue, because if they're going to do it this way, if they're not going to be able to get the machine riding and get it down, it's going to be one basket at a time, one person at a time, and it could be kind of slow going. Again, for those of you just joining us here on Fox News Now, we've got passengers stuck on Joker's Jinx, which is a more modern type of roller coaster at the Six Flags amusement park, and this is the one out in the East Coast in Prince George County, which is in the Bowie, Maryland area. And we've got, I believe they said 24 people stuck on the roller coaster ride, and they've been there for just short of an hour. And right now we've got the fire rescue making contact. It looks like one of the rescue members is getting out, perhaps, of the basket, or maybe he just was moving around in there. It looks like he's actually trying to access the ride here and the rails. So I'm not sure if this is a maintenance guy that they brought up. Now, they could be skipping the rescue part and bringing a maintenance guy up to do what he has to do so they can get this thing moving and just bring them down. That would probably be the easiest thing. Get the maintenance guy up there and have him fix the ride just enough to get that train, basically the ride itself, the passengers, slowly down and around to get them back to where they started from, and that's the best way to get them off.
Mm-hmm. And some roller coasters too, I don't know, you can see that there are some ladders and there's ways that mechanics can actually get up to you without having to have a fire crew, lift you up. But I've never been to Six Flags, so it's interesting. You went your whole life, and so you probably rode roller
Well, not to this
like
one. I mean, they've got Six Flags all over, but it looks like, what? Did they drop the guy off, or is he back in? He's probably assessing. That would make more sense, have a maintenance person go up and try to do a repair just to say, let's get this thing moving again. I'm not sure how far into the ride they were. Were they getting towards the end? I'm sure there's a lot of variables here that go into how they assess what they're going to do here. Is this from the scene?
Yeah, it looks like Mark Brady, the chief spokesperson for the fire department there, took a video update. So let's play that in the upper corner of the screen. And
he wrote on this thing, "Rescues starting. Everybody is doing good on board stalled car." It's going to be a high-angle rescue. That's going to be a little bit more involved. Again, that's individually pulling each person off the ride, putting them, into the basket, the ladder truck that's up there right now, and then bringing them down individually. This is going to be a little more involved.
And let's play it, the video, and hear what he has to say, too.
Okay. Okay, well,
he didn't say anything, but
we get the idea. I mean, they're operating, sending the ladder truck up, basket with. It appears that there were two rescuers, maybe three. I saw two firefighters in there and somebody who didn't appear to be in a firefighter's garb. But they're, it's going to be slow going. When you get stuck on a ride, it's typically, they want to make it the fastest way possible. Or not the fastest way, the safest way possible. Speed is not necessarily even part of it. This could take 5 hours, and they don't care. As long as each and every one of these 24 people gets down unhurt, that's what matters.
I'm checking the Six Flags DC Twitter account, too, and obviously everyone in the news and, emergency crews are tweeting at them. They haven't tweeted anything yet, probably haven't sent out a statement yet, but always interesting to see if anybody's actually on that roller coaster tweeting to Six Flags or tweeting anything.
Yeah, they probably want to keep this off their main page.
Yeah, they definitely do.
For people, here we go. Breaking on the scene of Six Flags roller coaster. I'm trying to get an idea of who's on there, if I see any kids on there.
It's mostly reporters at this point tweeting about it.
Well, I mean, on the ride itself. A lot of these rides, there's a requirement for a certain height that's going to keep the age of the passenger to maybe 10 or older. Just this last year, my kids have been tall enough for all of us to get on the same ride at one time, but for a while there, our son couldn't get on the rides. He was too short.
That's really interesting you just brought that up, because this guy Marcos just tweeted, is this one of the reasons for the strict limitations of who can ride, height and weight?
Yeah, the last thing you want is to have one of these rides, something go wrong, and you have a 4-year-old up there. Now, the more dangerous rides are the ones that have a little bit of risk for something like this happening. You don't want to have a 4-year-old up there or a 3-year-old up there, at the top of the ride having a meltdown. It's bad enough having to rescue adults. If you've got a child with an issue, you've got more problems right there.
Well, I mean, look at the ride, too. I would think a 4-year-old wouldn't want to ride that yet, or you wouldn't want your 4-year-old to ride it.
I can't tell right now if they've managed to bring anybody onto the basket. Can you tell?
I can't really tell. Hopefully Chopper will zoom in. It looks like possibly the mechanic is working on something right now.
On the track, perhaps, to free this, the train, the ride stalled out. And because of that, the 24 people got stuck on the ride, and they're now trying to attempt to rescue what do you call it, a high-angle rescue? But perhaps they're actually going to attempt to get this thing moving again. And I don't know how these things stall out. I mean, I thought it was kind of, once they get moving, they're moving pretty fast, and I don't know if something happened with the brakes, and they froze up.
Of course, the worry for most people when they're on a roller coaster is they're just going to take off into the sky and not, really though what happens is they just get stuck on the track and you can't move forward, which is less scary than obviously.
I see some arms kind of, waving towards the rescuers, or maybe they're waving towards the helicopter. Yeah, they're like, oh, we're on the news tonight.
Yeah.
But we've got what appears to be 3 firefighters, at least 2 firefighters, and maybe one, somebody who does more like the tactical stuff. And I don't know if they're sending out, well, they just dropped something down. I wish I could see this a little bit better. It looks like they're putting something here, and I don't know if that's to protect people from falling, or how this is working.
Yeah, either they're going to bring them down one by one, like you said, or they're going to get the ride moving again from up there.
Now, one of the reporters in that area said that a similar incident occurred on the ride in 2014.
Yeah, where I believe, let's see what it says here, 24 people were stuck. Yeah, the same ride where 24 people were trapped in August 2014.
Yikes.
And on that day, they had to give them umbrellas because it was so hot.
Oh,
so they could have some shade. Imagine being stuck on a ride here in Arizona.
Oh.
120-degree weather.
Well, we've had some incidents with our small amusement park, with injuries and things like that. So this is not unheard of. And yeah, the weather, you're right in the middle. You're just the sun's beating down on you. Not a fun. The fun quickly ends when you're in a situation like this. It was like, oh, we were having a great time, and then we got stuck.
Yeah.
So this is in Bowie, Maryland, which is outside of Washington, D.C., and 24 people are stuck on a roller coaster. Prince George County is the county, and it looks like they've got the firefighters and rescue up there trying to either get to the passengers that are on this ride, or do a quick maintenance, do a little bit of maintenance and get the ride moving again. I have a feeling it's going to be a rescue. And they're really trying to position that basket just right up against the truck, or right up against the train perfectly.
Oh, yeah, looks like they're moving up a little bit on each, coaster bin there, they're trying to do something. So you were right.
I wonder if they're talking to the people who are in there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Well, this would fit 24. So if it's full, we have 24 people. But sometimes, like when I go with my family, and if my son's not tall enough, there's just 3 of us, and so we have 1 empty seat. But I'm assuming there are 24 people on here because all of the wire copy that we're getting from the Associated Press is saying 24 people.
You always have to have that good group with you, so it's not 3
My
with an empty
kids
seat or 2.
want to sit in the front all the time, if possible. It's
Really?
more fun. So this is it at Six Flags, and the ride is called Joker's Jinx, and it looks like the joke is on the people on the ride right now because the midway through, the cars stalled out. They didn't get to go through the final loop-de-loops, and they're just kind of stuck there. Although I'm looking at this ride, and I can think of about 20 other worse places to be on the ride stuck. At least they're kind of stuck where they're all sitting upright. They're not hanging upside down, being held in place by the,
oh my
the
gosh,
band
that would be
around
the
their
worst,
lap.
and the blood would be rushing to your head. People would just be. That would be
That's
much
when you would
worse.
start to panic,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
would
we're
panic.
looking at on the ground. We've got some fire trucks there, and I see a few people staring up. But for the most part, I imagine this is one of those things where if you're at the park, you just kind of look up there and go, "Oh, that's interesting. Glad it's not me." And then you get on with your day because how often do you get to a park?
Right.
You want to make the most of it. You don't want to sit and stare at this. Although there are a few people who are watching and kind of gawking at the scene, I imagine most of the people in that park are thinking, well, this is our opportunity. That's 24 fewer people to get in line with on the other rides, so we'll just keep moving about. 24 people, though, are probably getting a little bit antsy up there. They've been on the ride for about an hour's time, and they're stuck at the top, the very top. I mean, there's a little bit higher area they could be in, but it's pretty close to the top of the Joker's Jinx. It looks like a pretty fast-moving roller coaster. And the fire department is attempting a rescue mission right now. And this is going to be slow going because they're using a ladder truck. They've got a basket, and they are starting to inch their way towards the passengers. At one moment, I thought maybe they're just sending a maintenance guy up there with the firefighters. But now I'm starting to think that maybe they're going to start slowly working their way, figuring out which passengers maybe they have to start with. If they got anybody with a health issue, get them down first.
Yeah, I keep checking Mark Brady's Twitter account, the chief spokesperson for the fire department. He hasn't said anything yet about what the plan is. But it's interesting. I mean, the question is, if you saw this happening, would you get on the ride again right after they fix it?
No, and I imagine they will have to, by state law, keep this thing down and get it inspected. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this ride because for people who are, roller coaster aficionados, this is in the section of the park that they call Gotham City. Joker's Jinx, so it's obviously a Batman-centric feature in the park.
Oh, cool.
And it opened back in 1999, so it's been open about 18 years, May of 1999. It is a steel-launched ride, and at its height, at the top of it, it reaches 78 feet, which is just short of 8 stories high. So imagine an 8-story office building. And it looks like they're a good 10, 20 feet from the top. So they're probably a good 60 feet up from the ground, maybe a little less. They're about 6 stories up from the ground, these people. The length of this is 2,700 feet, and it goes 60 miles an hour. So we're looking at a massive track that runs 2,700 feet long, but it goes 60 miles an hour, so I imagine this ride is not a very long ride. The ride is 56 seconds, so somewhere in that 56 seconds of thrill, this ride came to a halt. And I don't know if it was a screeching halt or a slow halt, but it came to a halt as the cars basically just fizzled out and stalled. It has a G-force of 4.5, and you have to be 54 inches to ride, which...
So that's...
oh, gosh, let me try to do some math here. 12 goes into 54. Almost 5 foot tall? No?
Yeah, it looks like...
4.5 feet tall.
4.5 feet tall, okay.
4.5 feet tall to ride. It's 2 trains with 6 cars. Riders are arranged 2 across in 2 rows for a total of 24 riders per train. It does 4 inversions. So we're talking about when it does the loop-de-loops, it goes upside down 4 times. And we're not sure where this was in the ride. Was it just going up and if it never got enough? Here we go. This is a better angle, by the way, of the, is this the rescue? Do they have somebody in there yet? Or is this, I think they're trying to get a better angle. It's going to be a tough angle to get these people off of this ride. Oh, I see. It's
and
another.
one by one, too, right?
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm just now getting a wider angle here. We've got 2 baskets operating now. So that other fire truck that was there, another ladder truck, getting the basket up there. And now we're watching one of the rescuers who is harnessed, and I am assuming either attached to the ride or that basket, starting to rescue one by one. It looks like he just handed him over something, and this is probably another harness, handing it over to one of the park goers. You're going to have to put that harness on, he's probably telling them, and they're going to double check and triple check that it's tight and it's secure before they can lift them out of that ride and move them. And before they lift one person out, they've got to get both sides secure, because once they lift that bar, you've got 2 people who could stumble out.
Have you experienced this before? It feels
No,
like
I
you've
haven't.
been in this position before. You're like, listen.
I'm just I just talk.
No, but that's right. That's the point. So they have to harness the other person too.
You can't lift the bar on a 2-person bar, and it might be where they have to get all 4 of them. If there's 4 people per car, it might be one of those things that once the bar comes up, both bars come up.
God, it's crazy. Yeah, because as soon as one comes up, the other one comes up. You're right. It's too bad that not all of them can come up at once.
Oh, this is one of those rides. I love these kind. It uses linear induction motor technology to launch the train from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3 seconds. So this is one of those you just shoot out.
Yes.
And I wonder if there wasn't enough to propel them and they just kind of slowly came to a stop, or if they had been going for a while.
Yeah, that's one of those where you sit there and you're waiting until it just launches you. That's always a scary way to start the ride and a fun way to start the ride.
It's in the park near the Superman Ride of Steel roller coaster, for those of you who are Six Flags park goers and you've been to this park in D.C. It does not have a mid-course brake run like the similar rides. It has multiple rings that the train goes through. After the rings, the riders spiral downward and to the left, and after more twists and turns, they pass through a corkscrew before arriving at the ride's final brake run. You know how some rides, you're doing the ride and they kind of come to a slow in the middle of the ride, then they go again?
Uh-huh.
This one, it sounds like, does not have that.
Oh, that's interesting. And I wonder if that has to do with its stalling. Like, what is it that makes a roller coaster just stall like that? I'm going to look that up.
So this has a cobra roll, a sidewinder, and a corkscrew in it. This is like a triple threat.
Jeez, and it looks like there are some parts of it that go, upside down and really
This sounds
go
like a
down
fun
far
ride,
and
actually.
steep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this actually does look like a fun ride.
So again, at the top height, this would be 78.8 feet, so just under 8 stories. We're talking a 7 or 8 story building, and these people would pretty much be up there. And look at this, brave rescuer. He's securing them. They may not even trust the actual victim of this stall to do the harness themselves. I mean, you really have to make sure that the harness is on really tight before you take somebody out of that, because the worst thing that could happen is somebody they're trying to rescue falls to their death when they come out.
Yeah.
This is the most dangerous part. Being stalled and stuck up there is one thing. You're just kind of stuck. But getting out and getting into the other basket at that height, and you're going to have people up there who aren't too afraid to go on the roller coaster, but they're afraid of heights.
Yeah.
So they go to step off this thing and imagine how scary that would be, and they can sometimes kind of freak out, and you've got to deal with people who are stressed out, probably getting hot, probably getting thirsty, and they've been sitting up there waiting for over an hour now for the rescue to begin, and they're starting to probably in their head imagining the things that can go wrong, And so you're dealing with people who've been sitting there just kind of waiting and thinking about what kind of a position they're stuck in.
Sure, and imagine if it was your first time writing this as well, and this is what happens. Take a look at this shot, too.
It almost looks like they've shut down some of the other rides, too. It looks like they've got the water ride behind it here. We're looking at the water ride behind it. I don't see anybody over there. They probably shut this whole area of the park down.
Yeah, I was going to say it looked like a pretty slow day there at the park,
Yeah.
but maybe they did shut down this whole area.
Well, let's think. It's 4 o'clock here, so we're talking 3-hour difference. It's 7 o'clock there.
That's true.
And
how long do they usually stay open? Around 10?
Here we go. Looks like.
Let's take it back to this
there we
shot
go.
here.
It depends. My husband and son, they were just at Knott's Berry Farm in California.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the park stayed up until 10 or 10:30, and they stayed until it closed. So, I mean, sometimes the parks stay open later. Maybe not there. I don't know. Because I'm not sure if this is a year-round park or if it has a season. Some of them, when they're in a winter climate, they don't have, they don't have a. But
They
look
don't
at
have it
this.
open, yeah.
We've got these rescuers. I mean, right? I'm afraid of heights, so the idea of sitting up there on that. Where these rescuers are sitting there, and obviously they are harnessed. They are harnessed. I
Yeah, let me
think
remove
maybe
that
to the
lower third.
ride.
Yeah,
they might
look at that. They're literally
Wow.
standing on where the coaster.
But you can see where they have something hanging from the back of them, the harness. So if God forbid something were to go wrong, we've got now 2 more rescuers starting to make their way up. And what they might be doing is they might have to walk people off. They might have to get everybody harnessed, and then they slowly walk them down on the track a little ways to the basket.
Oh wow! See, that would be.
But this is
terrifying.
going to be a very slow rescue. I imagine this is going to take, before they start moving people out. Well, this guy looks like he's standing up. Oh, we got somebody standing up. There we go. The first one.
Oh, great! Yeah, you
She's
can
standing
see that.
up, and she's in the most safe spot. She's right next to the basket. She's pretty level. These ones in the back where there's a bit of an incline and they're kind of twisted and sideways is going to be a little more dangerous.
I mean, I think that's terrifying because they're almost just leaning right off, like you could just fall right out of your seat.
So he's handing her over. I don't know how many people they'll put in that basket before they lower the basket and then have to raise the basket back up.
That's a good point.
It looks like she's standing, and I don't know if she's holding on or he's holding on to her. And they're going to make the actual step off into the basket of that fire truck. It's a Prince George County fire crew and rescue crew here, and she's got her arm around no, she's in the basket now. Looks like she just is making her way into the basket. We've got one person safely off the ride.
Look at that.
Well, that's something to celebrate.
That's amazing.
She's
Now everyone's thinking, okay, this is going to take a while.
She's like, see you later. I'm out of here. Again, this ride is 78 feet high. So while this train is not at the top of the ride, it looks like it may be 10 or 20 feet from the top. And so we're still looking at people who, a fall from that level would be fatal. Let's face it. I mean, this is not the worst thing to be stuck in a ride. They will get down. They'll make it down. And at least they're kind of stuck in a place where they're sitting upright. They're not hanging upside down. Nobody's dangling out. But this is the reason why they're so careful when they do this. When they, how they make you sit down, they have everybody double check their safety belt, then they put the bar down and you can't breathe anymore because the bar is so tight.
Right.
This is one of the reasons why, obviously.
I always get scared because I'll think they didn't check well enough. They barely tapped the bar.
You're
you
like,
know?
wait.
So I do. I'm checking because, God forbid it pops up and
it makes that like clink, 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 clink sound.
Yeah, it's terrifying. And think about, like you said, the people in the back are they're tilted. So
A
you
little
can
more,
see
yeah.
They're sort of almost.
Well, the ones that they're rescuing that are right in front of this basket, they are also tilted.
Yeah.
And
good thing that this coaster just is locked in on the track so that.
That's true. I mean, you wouldn't want that coaster moving. You wouldn't. At this point, you want it to be kind of locked into place so that they can, go about rescuing these people. Now we've got this other basket, and it looks like the rescuers walking up the track of the ride, and probably going to be approaching the people from the back, maybe at least getting harnesses on. What would maybe make this a speedier process would to bring a bunch of harnesses up, get everybody in their harness. And then when the firefighters go to individually rescue them, they can just clip them on and they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Because the part that you want to make sure is that they're ready for the rescue and they're in a safe situation. 24 passengers, thrill seekers, probably getting a thrill that they did not expect and did not want at a Bowie, Maryland area Six Flags amusement park. This is just outside of Washington, D.C., and it seems to be a pretty nice day there. I don't think it's too cold. I'm seeing people in T-shirts. 24 people got stuck on the roller coaster when it stalled out. It's called the Joker's Jinx roller coaster. It's located in the Gotham area of the Six Flags amusement park there in Prince George County, Maryland. And it's a roller coaster that's pretty high speed. It goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. So this is a definite thrill. Everybody, when they go to the park, that's probably on their list of must-do rides.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's only a 56-second thrill. It's not one of those long rides. It's a short but fast and probably pretty crazy ride. It goes upside down, twists and turns. 24 people can ride on each train, and it sounds like they have 2 trains. And the ride layout is pretty interesting. The elements, they have a cobra roll, a sidewinder, and a corkscrew. So this is one of those really fun rides that, is probably one of the bigger thrills in the park. And for it to stall out, that means it's going to be closed down for a little bit, maybe a day, maybe 2 days or longer while they wait and get this thing back working, and then they get the inspectors in, because you can't have a ride like something
Just
like
go
this
again.
happen and then just flip the switch and put it back on.
That's a good point. I was thinking, did they just start it back up again? No worry. I'm sure they would not do that. So
the interesting thing here is we're dealing with nightfall. It's 7 o'clock on the East Coast in Bowie, Maryland right now, and I'm assuming they've got another hour of sun before the sun sets. I'm not sure when the sun sets in Bowie, Maryland. But
gosh, could you imagine doing this when it's dark out? I mean, you don't want to be still stuck up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make it a lot harder. So they've got to work as quickly as possible without, risking anything. They want to be very, very careful as they remove these 24 people. It looks like they have gotten a couple people, at least one person, in the basket. And they're probably pretty close to getting the second one.
And it does look like a really fun ride, but like you said, even if you like roller coasters, if you don't like heights, you don't want to be up there for that long. You kind of think, it's just going to go over once real quick. You don't think you're going to be stuck up there for 45 minutes to an hour.
They've got less than 40 minutes of sun right now. The sun's going to set at 7:43, and it's 7:08 right now. So we're talking about 35 minutes of sun that they're dealing with, and you're going to get maybe 10, 15 more minutes after the sun has set of dusk, and then we're going to see it go pretty dark. So I think they're trying to get this thing moving, and that might be why they have both baskets up there. If this were, let's say, 3 p.m. their time, they would probably try to. They wouldn't be in such a hurry, but right now they're dealing with the sun going down.
That is, probably the worst time for this to happen to you. It looks like
they've gotten 2 people out, and it looks like they're bringing the basket down now to take those 2 people down.
So 2 at a time is what it's going to be.
Yeah,
it seems.
And I think it's really going to depend on how many people can fit in that basket, and maybe
weight and
maybe
height
they
and...
drop down one of the firefighters. I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible.
They're probably trying to figure out the way to do this safely where they don't have, they can do it as quickly as possible and as safe as possible.
I'd love to be the first person. Just, okay, I'm down now. I'll just, thank you so much.
Yeah, I wonder what they do. They probably give them a free trip back to the park. What do you bet?
I don't know. I mean, what happens if this happens to you and you're on the news? Does the park offer you anything, or?
I would think you get a free trip back. At the very least.
Yeah.
Maybe with kind of that front of the line, you can pay a little extra to not have to wait in line.
There's always those moms, though, that push it to the limit of, no, that's not enough. We want a year's pass and blah, blah, blah.
Well,
you never know.
And they've been up there for, I would say we're going on, what, an hour and 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, it's the last
Since
tweet
we've been
that came
covering
in was about an hour ago, yeah, from the fire department.
So I can't tell if they haven't gotten that basket down just yet. I see in the very wide shot, the other basket is still up there, but what they really need to do is get this other basket positioned better where they can start removing people a little quicker. Because the sun's going to set about 7:45-ish, and that's putting them at, they probably have a good 40 minutes of enough light to get these people down. But I don't know if that's going to be enough time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to be up there when it's dark, and then they're trying to figure out how to put the harness on you, but they can barely see, and that's going to be a difficult situation. Again, that's interesting. You said that they closed down probably that area there in the park, unless the park's closed now. I don't think so, though. I think you're right. They probably closed down those other rides nearby.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to have anything else happen, and maybe they close the whole park down. I don't know if they...
It could be possible since, I mean, look, all the fire trucks had to get through. Everyone had to get through without anyone in the way.
So people watching around the country here on Fox 10 News Now as we watch 24 people who basically signed up for a thrill ride today, getting more of a thrill ride than they signed up for at Six Flags DC, which is the Six Flags amusement park in... why am I forgetting the name? Bowie, Maryland.
Yeah. No, but there's just so many Six Flags all over.
Yeah, this one's
in
just outside of D.C.
Yeah, this is definitely probably one of the most popular rides there, as you can see. But this isn't the first time this happened. This happened in August of 2014 with 24 people being stuck as well. So this is, obviously they did something to fix it in 2014, but it happened again not too long later in 2017. But the first time it happened, they had to give passengers umbrellas because the sun was beating down so hard. So luckily that doesn't happen in this situation, but they are beating the clock. They're trying to beat the clock here with the sun setting. Looks like we're getting kind of a ground shot right now. Looks like they're bringing those two people out of the basket.
Ah, they're free. Woman and a man, perhaps. I can't tell. And they're on solid ground again, and that's always a good feeling, I imagine, especially if you've been stuck up there for an hour or so.
Oh, yeah.
Now the basket's going to make its way back up. My question is, will they remove some of the firefighters, or are they bringing some more rescuers up? It looks like they've got 2 more rescuers that they've added to the basket, and perhaps these are people who are just going to make sure that everybody can safely make it down.
Yeah, because I wonder, do they need more than one rescuer in that basket to go up? They could probably bring down more people, but who knows? Maybe there's one guy that needs to harness them, the other one that needs to, run the machine. We'll see what happens here, but...
I'm trying to read for any updates.
Looks like we did get another tweet from Mark Brady, the official spokesperson there at the fire department. I'll pull this in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. It says, I have added a backup Twitter account. Okay, so I'll check the backup Twitter account as well of the fire department there. I've been looking through, but it looks like most of the tweets are coming in from him about this situation here.
Well, I don't know if this is true. One person wrote, "Help, I'm stuck on the Joker roller coaster at Six Flags and I'm live streaming." So I don't know if this is accurate. I'm going to check this out.
See if we can check that out.
If it's not...
Oh, man.
Might not be.
Let's see. We are reading a tweet, though, from Mark Brady. He says, the plan is to remove children first. The first adult and 2 children are in the safety of our bucket and being prepared to be lowered. Okay, so that tweet came in about 30 seconds ago. And you can see in the video here as they are lowering But interesting. So yeah, removing children first, sort of like the Titanic, women and children first, and then whoever else can get down. But of course, I would think, I would love to be removed first if I'm on one of those really tilted carts.
Yeah, that's when you wish you were a child.
Yeah, it's like, just
one of
please
the
let
many
me
times
off.
in life you wish you were a child.
The men are always, why do I have to go last? But luckily, no injuries, it seems. I haven't had any injuries being reported, so that's good. It's just probably...
It's going to take time. It's 24 people. You cannot rush these things. There's only, you can be brisk, and you can try to get it planned and organized, but you cannot rush a rescue of 24 people who are a good 6 stories up in the air and probably tired and a little bit nervous, and they've been like freaking out. Maybe some of them have. You just can't rush something, because this is where it's dangerous. Getting stuck on a roller coaster isn't necessarily dangerous. It is getting off of a stuck roller coaster that can be very dangerous. And so they're trying to do this in an orderly fashion as quickly as possible, but there, you just can't risk having something go wrong. They are working against the sun, because the sun is going to set here in probably a half an hour. So, right now it looks like the basket's heading back up. They've got 2 trucks there with baskets, and they're working from the back now. It looks like they're getting everybody in their harness, and that's probably the smart thing to do, because that's going to take the time. You want to make sure everyone's harness is on correctly, it's tight, it's not loose, it's not going to fall off if something, God forbid, were to happen. So, they're checking on everybody, making sure they don't have anybody with a health problem that needs to get off right away, and they're going to in an orderly fashion, go basket by basket full and bring everybody down. Question is, now that they've gotten the rescuers up there and they're getting people harnessed, how quickly can they do this safely?
Mm-hmm. And you got to give it up to those emergency crew members that are up there, that are staying up there until everyone's down. I mean, if you can see those guys literally standing on the tracks.
I know, it's so crazy. I could never do that in a million years.
Oh my gosh, I would be terrified. Yeah, that's terrifying. When they say, oh, I'm a firefighter, they don't just fight fires. They do stuff like this, too. It's not just, what you would think.
Mm-hmm.
It's all these situations where they have to rescue people out of crazy incidents like this.
And they're bringing that basket pretty darn close, so it's not like they have to do a big step, and when they look down, they go, oh my gosh, we're 60 feet up. They're bringing that basket right up to the edge. So hopefully it's just a little step out of the train and step onto the basket, and then we lower you. And they'll just go from one basket to another. Now that they've kind of got the first 2 out, that's always the hard part, getting the first ones out, and then you hit the next one, hit the next one.
Right.
Looks like they're right here. They're lifting somebody up, helping them. I think, I can't tell. It's kind of hard to see here. I can't tell if they've just gotten one more person maybe into the basket.
And again, this is called the Joker's Jinx ride. Just updating this lower third in case anyone's coming into the show and wondering what's going on. All right, you guys. Well, you are still watching live here. 24 passengers stuck today on this Joker's Jinx ride. I had Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake up here with me hosting. She is getting ready for the 5 o'clock news now, though. So you guys got to tune in for that as well if you're here locally in Phoenix. She's getting ready for that 5 o'clock news. But we will keep on this footage for as long as we can. This is a situation, you guys, where they've got to get down a few at a time. Luckily, it's not one by one, but it's, a few at a time. They are trying to work against the clock right now, trying to get these people down before the sun sets. Again, if anybody has been on this ride, or if you've experienced being stuck on a ride that has stalled, let us know. You can tweet out our show handle, that's Fox 10 News Now, or let us know in the comment section of Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, or in the live chat here on our YouTube stream, Fox News Now. Lots of ways to contact us and share your opinions here on the show. We do know that children are going to be removed first. Now, there was one adult that went down with 2 children. We do know that the first adult and 2 children are in safety. They were in the safety bucket, and they were being prepared to be lowered. They were lowered just a few moments ago. We saw that happen. I'll put that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, as you can see, just when they are lowering them here. Check this out. This is right at the moment where they're lowering them. I'm pulling this up from the Twitter account of Mark Brady, again, that official spokesperson there for the fire department. But you can see that that's the bucket that they're lowering them on. Just lower them down safely, slowly, take them out and move on. But I'm still checking around for Snapchats, Twitter, Instagram posts from people that are up there. Maybe it's one of those roller coasters where they were not allowed to bring their phones up with them. But luckily, no injuries reported. We just know that they've been stuck for a while, so at this point it's probably a lot of boredom that people are feeling, and other people probably could still be scared. I know myself, I'm a baby when it comes to this stuff. I would still be feeling scared, thinking that anything can happen. Looks like they've got the situation under control though, and everyone's going to be okay, hopefully. Reading some of your comments, asking you guys if you ever experienced this before. Have you ever been on a roller coaster that has stalled? Looks like some of you have been. I'm scrolling up here just a little bit. Yeah, TLC's saying overbooked roller coasters will always get stuck. Well, I mean, if they've got seats there and everyone can get in, I'm assuming that that's protocol to just let everyone in there and take this ride. But hopefully everyone will get down safely. I know a lot of people that are afraid of heights, you can ride a roller coaster knowing you'll only be up there for a little bit, and so you kind of get over your fear of heights, but then you're stuck up there. I can imagine some people aren't, having a blast with this. I'm assuming some people are probably still very frightened at this point in time. Yeah, David Lee in the chat, this is correct. This is the same ride where 24 people got stuck in August of 2014, where emergency crews had to hand them all umbrellas to shade themselves from the heat because they were stuck up there for so long. Yeah, Temporary Channel making a good point. How do you overbook a roller coaster? Yeah, you don't overbook a roller coaster, but I think what the guy was trying to say is, maybe it just seemed like it was so packed that they got stuck, but that's obviously not what happened here. It just seems like the roller coaster stalled, and that involves, a lot of what goes on with the mechanics of a roller coaster, but this isn't the first time this has happened, so, they're probably going to have to shut the ride down and figure out, why does this roller coaster keep stalling? Looks like the sun is just slowly setting. They have about 20 more minutes until the sun has set. Hopefully, it doesn't seem like it's taking too long if they're able to get in at least 2 or 3 people every time. There's 24 people on there. Hopefully, they'll be able to get everybody down before the sun sets. I don't want to be up there when it's still dark, hopefully that doesn't happen. Gotta give it up to these guys. Look at this. These emergency crew members literally standing up there. They have no fears, it looks like. So these guys are very brave. Gotta give it a shout out to these emergency crew responders that risk their lives every day. And like we were saying earlier, You know, if you're a fire crew member, they don't just put out fires. They do stuff like this all the time, where they're rescuing people from incidents that you wouldn't even think would happen. And this is the stuff that they have to do. So they put their lives at risk every day to help us out. If you guys are just joining us, you're watching Fox News Now, part of Fox 10 Phoenix, where we stream live 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday, events from all over the United States, including political events, any breaking news events, fires, roller coaster, situations like this, car chases, anything that you can think of. We stream it live here. No commercials, no interruptions of, any ads or anything like that, which is great. No editing. This is all raw footage that comes from the cameras live on the ground or the news choppers live at the scene. So that's kind of the beauty of our stream, is we get to provide this breaking news for you guys as it's happening. So we provide all of the information that we can, but we don't know how things are going to end, especially with car chases. We update you guys as we're watching the chase all together live, but because it's live, we never know how they're going to end. So that's kind of what's unique about our show. Looks like the camera's getting a little shaky. Chopper's been in the air for quite some time. This has been going on for about an hour and a half now, I want to say. You're getting kind of a wider view of the park here today. Again, this is the Six Flags America Park in D.C., Bowie, Maryland to be, or I guess I should say Bowie, Maryland, kind of D.C., outskirts of the D.C. area, where 24 passengers were stuck today. They're taking them down, maybe 2 or 3 people at a time, children first, and then the adults. It looks like, though, they did take one adult down with 2 children, and they did land safely. But, Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake was bringing up a great point of, you're really harnessed in there when you get in this ride. So they have to work out the mechanics of how they can get them out of their seats and then reharnessed so that they can get them in the bucket there that the fire crews have. And then moved down safely, get them out safely, then move the bucket back up. Looks like they are trying to harness everybody, get them ready to go so that every time the fire crew's bucket comes back up, they can just pull them in one by one and get them down and back up quickly before the sun sets. I'm trying to remember, and I want to hear from you guys if you've ever been in a situation where your roller coaster has stalled. I don't believe that it's happened. I think I would be able to remember. It would be sort of a traumatizing experience if you're up there that long, especially like these people. I'm sure the adults are just thinking, gosh, when can I get down from here? I want to get out of the parking area on time. But the kids, if you're somebody who loves roller coasters, maybe this is really fun and cool to you. But if you're someone who's typically scared and you're scared of heights, we don't know if there's any, crying, screaming kids up there right now. It's very possible. You have to be about 4.5 feet tall to ride this ride. So they do have, some pretty strict limitations on who can ride the ride. Someone was tweeting earlier, maybe this is why they have such strict limitations. Yeah, I mean, on a ride like this, you wouldn't want a very young kid to ride it anyway. You can see that there's lots of twists and turns and no slowing down points. Just thank goodness that it didn't stall when they were upside down or something like that. Chris Lee commenting, I've been on a roller coaster once, and that was one time too many, never again. I may or may not have cried a little bit. Yeah, some people are really scared of roller coasters, so I feel for anybody that's up there right now that didn't want to ride this ride, got convinced to ride this ride, and now they are stuck. Because you always tell yourself right before, it won't happen to me, those situations happen so rarely. And then, imagine if you're stuck in one of those very rare situations where the ride does stall, you're probably not too happy. And Carrie made a good point too. Imagine if you have to use the bathroom, if you had to use the bathroom before you got on the ride and now you're stuck up there and it's been an hour and 45 minutes and you're trying your best, to stay calm. That's a tough situation too. My co-host, Mike Page, up here with me now to sort of give us some updates, too. You said it's going to get dark in about 40 minutes? 30 minutes?
30 minutes now. So you would think that the first responders here want to get this done pretty quickly here because it's going to be much difficult once the sun goes down there in Maryland, out on the East Coast. You figure, it's 4:30 here. It's already 7:30 there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not a situation you want to be in when it's dark, Mike, are you someone that's afraid of riding roller coasters?
Oh, yeah, I won't. I've done it only a couple times, and that's just because of pure pressure. 100% pure pressure. But, yeah, we have back home, we have a Six Flags Great America as well.
See, I've never been to a Six Flags.
Now, what do you guys in Ohio, you have what is it?
Kings Island. We have
Kings Island.
Yeah.
There's
it
another
used to be
one.
Paramount Kings Island. Now it's just Kings Island.
What about the Cedar
Point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been there. I just always did Kings Island because it was about 30 minutes away from Cincinnati.
Okay.
And they had big roller coasters like that there.
Yes.
But I have never. My ride's never stalled, and it does take a while for me to get the courage to get up there. So I was saying, imagine if you were convinced to get on today's ride.
Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine if you were, think about this, could you imagine if you were on the fence and then your friend was like, no, come on, it'll just take 2 minutes. This ride will just take 2 minutes.
And then this happens.
Because that's usually that's how short they are, just 2 minutes.
Right.
2.5 minutes. I think 3 minutes is the max that you'll find there. But 24 passenger. But we've been seeing more and more get off, right?
Yeah, and I'm updating this lower third because obviously 24 are not stuck anymore, but that's the number that was originally reported.
Hey, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been upside down.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying, because imagine if you were upside down, the blood would be rushing to your head. Everyone would be.
Oh, you'd be.
You know what?
You'd be in a situation you wouldn't want to be in. But not like these people want to be in this situation at all. But it could be a lot worse, and it looks like the first responders there are just doing an absolutely great job. And kudos to the PIO out there, Prince George's County, Maryland, Mark Brady. Mark Brady's been doing He always does a real nice job on social media there. Really great PIO out there on the East Coast. And I even took one of his live shots one time when there was another incident in Maryland when there was a construction worker trapped.
Really?
Yeah, so Mark Brady always puts it together, always does it big time for us.
Well, that's great that he's so responsive and he's giving so many updates on social media. So I keep checking his Twitter account. No, that's actually the Six Flags Twitter account. I've been checking theirs too. They haven't sent out anything yet. Probably, they don't want to make any sort of announcements yet about it. But the latest tweet is this one. I'll pull this up again for everybody that hasn't seen it. The plan is to remove children first, and then they said that the first adult and 2 children were safely.
Hey, it's just like you're on Titanic.
That's what I was thinking too, and it makes sense. I mean, they're going to bring the children down first. That's easiest. They're lightest, and then bring down the rest of the adults. So.
And just looking on social media with people that are from that area and have gone to this park and on this attraction, I guess what people have been saying on social media that this ride particularly usually has problems.
Yeah, this is not the first time this has happened. It happened in August of 2014. 24 people trapped.
See.
And they had to give them umbrellas because it was so hot.
Oh, okay.
To shade them from the sun. So I was saying, what if it happened here locally in Phoenix and it's 120 degrees?
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
that
that's
would be awful.
Sami was asking me earlier in the day. She says, how come we don't have an amusement park like this in Arizona?
They're building one though, right?
That's what they
claim.
But who wants to sit when it's 115 degrees out on a plastic seat?
Well, let's hope there's a water park involved.
Yeah.
That would be nice, right? A water park here would be amazing as part of that. I'm assuming we have some water parks around the area. I haven't really...
Yeah, there's 2 of them, but they're not it's not a big attraction.
Well, at least, you can probably cool off a little bit from
absolutely.
it, right? I mean, all we had in Ohio was the beach water park, which was fun,
Hey, there you go.
in Ohio. But this, out of Bowie, Maryland... I've never been to a Six Flags myself, but these are huge parks, and it looks like they did close down the surrounding area to get these. They probably had to get all of these fire trucks in here and kind of clear out the people that want to run up and take photos and stuff like that. So.
Jeez.
But someone sent a tweet to Carrie and I saying, I'm stuck up here right now, and it was just, a fake video of someone pretending to be stuck up there. So, got to give you props for almost making us believe you were up there. I'm trying to give someone on social media though who's actually up there, but I'm assuming maybe they weren't allowed to bring phones on this ride. I don't know. What do you think?
Who knows? But all I want to say is, let's hope they get some dinner tonight. Let's hope they get some. Let's hopefully they get their tickets reimbursed, they get some cash when they leave.
I'm imagining, I wonder after this you're kind of like, okay, I need a break a little bit from the roller coaster scene, or maybe, someone who loves going to the park gets right back up there the
What
next
is this
day.
called? It's called Joker's Jinx?
Joker's Jinx ride, and it's part of the Gotham City, so it's sort of, Batman themed Joker's ride with the purple and the green.
Yeah, I went back home. I went to the Six Flags of the Batman ride. That's been there since like '93. This ride, and anyway, it's a cool ride because your feet dangle.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
See, I can't handle that. I don't like that, and I think all of these really scary thoughts of what could happen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one I went on was the Superman ride, and that one it's like you're actually flying because they invert you.
Oh
so
my gosh.
You're like this.
Oh, you're laying down?
You're laying down.
I cannot do the laying down rides either, you guys. See, I'm kind of a baby with this. So if I were on that right now...
Would you be screaming?
I would be making a fit, I think. Well, if I were a kid, I think now I'd be fine. I'd be an adult about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were a kid, I think I probably would be crying a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Because look how you can see the seats are tilted. You kind of feel like you're almost hanging over on the side. You're pushed to your door on the side of your cart there, and you're probably feeling like, oh my gosh, if my door came unfastened there or anything. Those are the thoughts that would be going through my head.
This is just what an ordeal for these riders.
And we've been streaming this for over 2 hours now, so this is pretty, or almost 2 hours, I want to say.
Yeah, it has.
About an hour and 40 minutes, and luckily it's still light out.
Yeah, luckily, but it is getting darker. You could see that Chopper there has to gain up to expose some of that light there.
And if you guys are watching on Fox 10 Phoenix, definitely, send a thumbs up or, an emoji or something to give a shout out to these first responders who are risking their lives standing on these tracks. You got to give it up to these guys. And look at this.
That's a good point there.
Incredible work
That
they have
is
to do.
a good point.
You think when you sign up to be a first responder, you just never know the kind of situations you're going to be facing. And this is, they still have fears. You could still be afraid of heights and be, in that line of work, and they're standing there on the roller coaster track. I would be thinking in my head, like, God forbid the coaster just starts again.
Oh, yes. Yep.
So.
Well, folks, this has been a day that I can guarantee you the riders did not think was coming. They did not think this was coming.
I hope too when it stalled it wasn't a quick stop where it kind of jerks your neck.
Yeah.
Hopefully it wasn't like that.
Mm.
When you ride the old coasters, they're sort of,
Yeah. I saw somebody asked me today, are they pulling them out? What is this a ride called United?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw someone talk about that.
A lot of those comments in the chat. A lot of people still talking about that.
They wanted to know if the roller coaster was named United. Wow.
Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of people have been throwing out that joke there in the stream. And you stream that all morning. So if you guys missed that, we cover everything here. We covered the United news, and now we're covering this.
When I drive home some days, I think about all the things we've streamed just in that day. When you drive home, don't you think about all the things that happen?
Oh, on a typical day?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Because when I'm driving home, that's really the only time for me that I could really just kind of understand everything that happened.
Yeah, I would. Someone will say, what'd you cover today? And I'll probably remember, the major events. But if you think about it, it's, I covered a fire in Chicago.
Yeah.
I covered a car chase in Los Angeles. I covered President Trump landing in Florida. Just so many different kinds of events. So,
yeah, it's great to be here.
Especially when we were covering just the election period and all the rallies every day. We had Hillary and Trump back and forth, back to back, on all these different rallies over and over.
I know.
It's crazy. So that's
and you got a show later this evening. Why don't you talk about that? If for people that are watching that are going to continue to watch all night.
Right. I have, the Jeff Flake Town Hall, which will be interesting. You showed a town hall last night, so it's kind of interesting. These town halls can be very exciting to watch because everyone is really sharing their views, and some people come in really upset and can't wait to share their opinion. So they can be kind of interesting to watch, and it should be interesting to see how Jeff Flake responds, and then possibly some protests outside too.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We got our very own Courtney Griffin. She'll be out there.
Yes.
She'll be covering it.
She is a great reporter here at Fox 10. You guys should follow her on Twitter as well. And again, tweet us too, Fox 10 News Now. That's our Twitter handle if you guys have any comments or questions or anything you want to share. Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever been stuck on a ride like this? I'd love to hear from you.
Beautiful.
Give us 1 second while we work to get some more information for you guys about this roller coaster situation. Again, you guys, this is pretty crazy stuff. 24 passengers were stuck today. They are taking them down maybe 2 by 2 here. Luckily, we thought maybe it was just going to be a situation where they had to take them down 1 by 1, but they're getting about 2 people down at a time. This ride stalled about an hour and 45 minutes ago. And so they've been up there for a long time. Think about anybody that's scared of height, anybody that has to use the bathroom. This is a long time to be stuck up there. And this is at the Six Flags in Bowie, Maryland. And this ride is called the Joker's Jinx Ride in the Gotham City part of the park. So you can kind of see the theme there of the Joker theme. If anyone is a Batman fan watching right now, appreciate you guys watching as well on Fox News Now, which is our YouTube stream, and then Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Let's see if we can get a close look. It doesn't look like too many people are still up there, so they have done an excellent job today getting everybody down as quickly as possible. Again, they're really working against the clock here, trying to get these passengers down before the sun sets. And we gotta thank these first responders who do this kind of work and risk their lives. You know, these guys could be afraid of heights too. Just because they're in this line of work doesn't mean they don't have their own fears. So we have to thank them for working so hard for us today. Yeah, Diane said helicopter is going to run out of gas. Diane, you make a good point. I mean, we've been streaming this for quite some time, but luckily the helicopter that we're streaming from is sticking in there and doing a great job giving us this coverage. Let's see if we can get a look at how many people are still up there at this time. It looks like they might have gotten everybody down except for maybe one. It's hard to see. They could just be up there now trying to fix the ride at this point. They do have to get the coaster back down at some point, and you know that ride's going to be shut down for a while until they figure out what happened. You know, they don't want this to happen more than once in a month. The park knows that the news is covering this, and they try to do their best with running a park, and this sometimes just happens. Great. Now Six Flags has sent out a tweet, so this is great news. I've been checking the Six Flags DC Twitter account for quite some time, so let me just pull this up for you guys here. You can see Joker's Jinx is stalled in a safe position. All riders safe. Continuing efforts with PG County Fire. That's Prince George County for short. But again, great that the Six Flags America DC location did finally send out that tweet. You know, when this sort of thing happens, they do have to sort of get a hold of their PR person and kind of work out what kind of statement they want to make about this situation here. They know that a lot of news stations are covering this right now. So great, they said, it's stalled in a safe position. All riders are safe. So I'm assuming it looks like to me maybe there's a few people in the back. It's getting a little dark. I'm unable to see. Yep, I just saw someone move their hand. So it looks like a few people in the back there still. But thank goodness it looks like they might have gotten most of the kids down. And they're doing this all before the sun sets, completely, at least. You can see the fire truck there on the left side as well with their lights on. Probably helping, too, with lighting up there. But, these amusement parks, they stay open late, so I know that they've got some lighting situations that they can probably help out with if it gets a little too dark. Again, anybody that's just joining the stream today, 24 passengers were stuck on this ride called Joker's Jinx at the Six Flags in Bowie, Maryland. And they've gotten most of the passengers down safely, taking them down, two at a time, as fire crews bring them down in their bucket there from the ladder. And this has been going on for almost an hour and 48 minutes, I want to say. And I've been looking up tweets as well from the Six Flags Twitter account, who did tweet just moments ago saying that the ride is stalled in a safe position, all riders safe, continuing efforts with PG County Fire. And then, of course, I'm checking the County Fire Twitter account as well. They've been sending out updates saying that they wanted to remove children first and then bring the adults down. Looks like we are getting a little bit of lighting there on the roller coaster. And if any of you are new to the stream and you're wondering, well, this is Fox 10 Phoenix. Why is this streaming out of Bowie, Maryland? We have a streaming show here where us hosts bring you guys the latest information on events from all over the United States. And this is the only network-owned news show that has hosts streaming live events for you guys all over the United States, out of Washington, New York, Los Angeles, wherever it may be. We stream it, we host it, we bring you guys the latest information. So any of you wondering, about that, we do stream events here locally in Phoenix too, but a lot of events all over the U.S. And it looks like, you guys, that Chopper is now leaving the scene. It looks like they have gotten most of the passengers down. So we'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens, but it looks like everyone got down safely, so that's great news. Again, you guys, we appreciate you watching with us live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. I'm your host, Mary Kate, going to take you into the next event here in the show. And coming up next is my co-host, Mike Page, who will be taking you into the next few hours as well. Giving you a live look of the White House while I take you to the next feed. Thanks for watching, everybody. Okay, everybody, let me pull up the next event for you guys here in the show. Give me 1 second here. Let me just give you a... Okay, everybody. Appreciate your patience here. Trying to figure out. Okay, so this is the next event I wanted to take you guys to. Let me pull this up for you here. One more event, and then my co-host Mike Page will be taking you guys into the next few hours of the show here. This story coming out of Illinois. The family of an Illinois man files a lawsuit against St. Paul police for the March 15th fatal officer-involved shooting. So let's hear more details about this case. Let me pull this up for you guys. All right, here we go.
I want to turn over to Kim Handy.
Good morning. I would just like to say that my son, Cordell, was a gift from God, one of my heartbeats. My child did not deserve to die in that execution-style manner. It wasn't a homicide, it was an execution. And I would just like, I want justice. Justice for every mother and father that are out there hurting and suffering because of a loss to police brutality. Justice for every brother, every sister, every grandmother. Justice for every uncle. Justice for every friend. I want justice for all. I should not have to be without my child today. My child was a wonderful person. Bright-eyed, charismatic, a beautiful soul, a smile that was so angelic that when he walked in the room, he just light up a room. And today, because of people, police, not people, police wanting to pay the judge, the jury, and the executioner, I am without my child. No parent should ever be without a child. And I want justice.
With that, we'll take a few questions if any of you have them, and then we have an announcement before we leave.
I would like to see reform. I would like to see that the police get better training. They need a battery of psychological testing. Because how do we know what their frame of mind is when they get up in the morning? We don't. There needs to be change. Because without change, this pattern, it will continue with black young men, as it did my child.
The other thing that's important to note, on several cases across the country and here in St. Paul, the narrative that is put out by the police, and in this town by the BCA, is not consistent with the facts. We have contradictory and inconsistent statements that are very different from what the BCA has said. So Ms. Handy wants a full investigation. We want the truth of what has happened. And when you ask about systemic reform, we want real fundamental change. In Chicago, the Department of Justice came in and issued a scathing report on the pattern and practices of the police department in that town. If you look at the statistics of what has happened in St. Paul, one of the most livable cities, it's a dangerous place for black folks.
What are the details of those statements that contradict police?
The contradictions will be discussed in the litigation.
So what number with Fox 9 here in town? What number lawsuit? You said you filed several of these across the country?
We filed several federal lawsuits. My law firm has filed several. You can look at Pacer. We represent more families of shooting cases in Chicago than any law firm in Chicago, and we have other cases in other jurisdictions. Anything else? Yeah. So, you have a question, sir? Okay. So there's one more, a person who has been a champion and an advocate in this town, who I'm sure you all know is doing an event later today. You know Michelle Gross, so she's going to make a comment.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Gross, and I'm president of the organization Communities United Against Police Brutality. St. Paul has a serious problem. It's the killingest police department, the deadliest police department in this state at this time, and has been since 2008. Part of the reason that has occurred is because St. Paul has had an ongoing failure to discipline officers who engage in misconduct. This was most recently brought to light in the case of Brett Palkowicz, who is the officer who kicked Frank Baker into the hospital, nearly killed him after he had been mauled by a police dog. This is unacceptable, and when the police department actually attempted to take action, they were told by the arbitrators that they could not fire Brett Palkowicz because he had been engaged in previous kicking incidences and had not been disciplined, and other officers had been engaged in previous incidents and had not been disciplined. So for that reason, the arbitrator ruled that Palkowicz could not be fired. So we have what the city referred to as a dangerous and untrainable police officer who is forced to be on our payroll. This is unacceptable. As a result, a number of organizations in the Twin Cities are working together to try to bring about some change in the police department. We are starting with a community meeting this evening at 6 p.m. at the High School of Recording Arts, 1166 University, and we invite all of you to be there, and we invite the community to be there. We must start this dialogue. A number of members of the City Council and the police chief and possibly the mayor will be at this meeting. But we need to start this dialogue, and it starts with our demands, not excuses from the establishment. And that's what's going on for this evening, and we invite you all to be there, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle. Thank you, Michelle.
What's that? Okay, everybody, that was the family speaking out after that officer-involved shooting that happened in Illinois. They are speaking out, saying that they're going to file a lawsuit against the St. Paul police there. All right, you guys, coming up next is my co-host, Mike Page, who will be taking you into the next few hours of the show, and then I will be back on again at 7 o'clock to host the rest of the show for tonight. In the meantime, I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House. Mike Page coming up next.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to take you to a live event where there is going to be a town hall coming up here in Oregon. Representative Greg Walden of the 2nd District there in Oregon is going to be having a town hall. Let's go right to it.
And I'll try and speak both clearly and distinctly, because I know there's an echo and that makes it difficult. And so the extent to which I know many people want to express themselves, that's why we're here. We'll get into that in a moment. But first, I want to thank Mike Franklin, the Vice Principal of Mountain View High School, for accommodating this meeting. And second, I want to invite out the Boy Scouts from Troop 21 under Scoutmaster Greg Ford. They're going to present the colors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can please stand and move your hats, and we'll turn it over to our Boy Scouts from Troop 21.
Color guard, attention. Color guard, forward march. Color guard, halt. Color guard, prepare to post the colors. Color guard, post the colors. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, reform ranks. Color guard, forward march.
Another big round of applause for Boy Scout Troop 21. I want to thank them for posting the colors, and I want to thank all of you for turning out for this town hall. As you know, I do a town hall in every county every year. This is my 140th town hall, and my 4th of this week. Received 13,761 emails, phone calls, postcards, and messages from people in Deschutes County, and we responded to 12,602 already, and we intend to respond to everyone. I know it's going to be hard for people to hear, so if we do that, and I'm here to hear from you. So who has the first question? Okay, we have a couple of my staff out with microphones. They will bring them around and hold them to the extent you can either make your way out to the center. That will make it easier, and we will spend time getting your questions because I'm here to listen. So we'll start with this lady right here. Thank you for being here.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I have a couple of comments about immigration, and in your regime, which seems to be founded on... Sorry. Your regime, which happens to be founded on fear, hate, discrimination, and repression, leads automatically and inevitably into a police state. And it bothers me, especially for lots of reasons, especially for immigration and any group, any society that labels people in terms of whether they are legal or illegal, rapists or terrorists or anything else is abominable. And I am opposed to the ICE stormtroopers and these... homes, thus people, destroy families, incarcerate people, and deport them. I'm also opposed to the use of the local police and forcing them to cooperate with ICE. ICE should be melted. Appalled by this decision about not allowing communities to offer sanctuary. I am opposed to the walls. We can afford this wall, but we can't afford Meals on Wheels. I'm totally opposed to the ban on Muslims. And my question to you is, what kind of values and what kind of actions do you have in terms of decency, humanity, and justice?
Thank you for expressing your views and for being here. I start with this, and I always have, which is deep respect for each other's opinions, even when I disagree. I think that's part of how we've always operated as Oregonians, to respect each other, even if we have disagreements on policy. I tried to work that way in the U.S. Congress, reaching across the aisle to pass legislation. And in fact, according to the Lugar Center that evaluated bipartisanship in the Congress, I'm 46th in the House for being bipartisan. I have a good record of that, and I believe it. And that's how you get things done in Washington. We've had pretty good success in that. I also think that you should not discriminate against people based on their gender, their orientation, their race. I'm responding to your question, and that's my answer. You're welcome. Let's go over to this side and take another question. And again, so we can hear her, please.
Thank you for coming here this evening, and also for holding this late enough in the day when those of us who work to make it. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So here's my question. On March 28th, you voted to overturn an FCC rule that required telecommunications companies to get customer permission before their apps and websites could be sold to third parties. My question to you is this: how does your vote, which makes our privacy a commodity to be traded among telecom companies, fulfill your job description as our congressman to protect our interests and act on our behalf in Washington?
Okay, I'll respond. So, that's not how it works. Be where I'd start, and let me explain it by that. So under Section 47, USC 47, Section 222, you are protected in your privacy. In the Communications Code of 1934, both Sections 201 and 202 prevent the very kind of thing that you object to. The Federal Communications Chairman, Ajit Pai, the head of the Federal Trade Commission have both agreed that they can continue to provide those protections under existing law. The rules you refer to were never enforced and haven't been in the last 2 years when the FCC did away with the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission's protections on your privacy. Now let me make one other point if I might. If you look at the agreements with Ben Broadband or Minority GorgeNet, they all have statements that protect your privacy and allow you to opt out or opt in. They do not sell your data, and if they violate that agreement they have with you, they are subject to prosecution, as they should be. Now, one final point, if I understand that that's just the ISPs, the internet service providers. That's all that affected. Let's go over to the edge providers. The edge providers are who? Google, Facebook, Amazon, all these others, and they were never covered by that privacy rule. And in fact, if you have, anybody have an Android phone? It checks in on your geolocation and what you're doing about 200 times a day. I know you don't. And that's the difference. But the question is about privacy. I think there should be privacy rights for consumers across the whole internet ecosystem that protect everybody's privacy the same and allows you to opt in or opt out. And if a carrier or an edge provider doesn't do that, then they should be held accountable. And that's what we will get to. Well, right now you're protected. Your health information, Social Security, tax information, all that is protected by other bodies of law individually. And the agreements you have with your ISPs are also continuing to be enforced just as they have been over the last 2 years when those rules were promulgated, but those rules were never in effect. And I'm going to do away with them because they don't make sense and they treat people differently on the internet. We should have a common we should have a common privacy regime across the internet to protect your privacy and mine. Next.
Sir, I would like to thank you for what you've done for Veterans. Okay. I'd like to thank you for what you've done for
Hold on just a second. Maybe you can turn it aside.
I'd like to thank you for what you've done for the VA health care. I'd like to thank you for standing up and conservatively standing for the ICE agents and our law. I believe that the Hispanic community is a great community and we need them. But I think the felons and the drugs ought to leave this country. And I want to say, we continue to support.
All right. Again, we respect. Well, let me respond. Thank you for your comments. I will always do everything possible to help our veterans. All of us should share in the common bond to take care of those who wore our nation's uniform and gave us this right to have this discourse. And we should thank our veterans. Second, we need to do more to help them. If you look at the report that just came out, even on the Ben Clinic, a 28-day wait period is too long. So I won't get into it tonight because I know you have more to share with me. But there's legislation I'm working on to help get more providers in these facilities to cut the wait times, to get help where it's needed so you don't have to wait 28 or 38 days to get access to care. All right, let's go to this side.
Congressman Walden, thank you for being here today.
Glad to be here.
What is happening in our country by our own president is not normal. preserve the truth about Benghazi, and you called for an independent select committee investigation into that matter. My question is this. A foreign country interfered with our presidential election. Let me repeat that. A foreign country interfered with our nation's presidential election. When are you going to stand up for our country? Not for your party, but for our country.
First of all, no country, whether it's Russia or anywhere else, should ever be allowed to interfere in our elections, period. Okay. But again, second thing is, before we did the independent investigation, the committees of the House did a lot of work. I believe that the bipartisan work in the Senate, in the Intelligence Committee, coupled with the bipartisan work in the House Intelligence Committee, should have the first opportunity to do the investigation. They could do it in a classified setting at a high level, and whoever was involved in foreign areas, especially Russians, we should take appropriate action once they've gotten the information. Now, both Democrats and Republicans on those intelligence committees now support the investigation. I think we should give them the opportunity to do their work. They are best suited to do it. All right. Go back over here. No, she's got the mic up there. We'll get her on people. All right, perfect.
Thank you. Congressman, listen, you have seen the Access Hollywood video. Perhaps also you've seen the interview with Howard Stern that Howard Stern gave.
Actually, I have not seen that.
I'm trying to tell you what he said. Okay, you've heard it. About Mr. Trump's comments from the day of his wedding to Melania. I think it's easy enough to say that Donald Trump is an admitted sexual predator. That's self-admitted. Excuse me. Please tell us in detail how you could vote for and support such a person.
Let me ask a question. I will. Hey, hold on, everybody. Hold on. You're starting to act like Congress here. So I would assume that many of you in here supported Bernie Sanders and wish you were in the White House. Or Hillary Clinton. This, just so you know, this district, our district, I know this isn't, I'm getting it. Our district voted for Donald Trump by 20 points. Right? I did support. I did vote for him. because I was confronted with that choice, and I felt we needed to go a different direction. And I think my director will be in the room and not and take Oregon's issues to him. And I will. Go back over this side.
I don't envy your job. For the last 40 years, every presidential candidate has exposed their taxes. President Trump said he would, but they were under audit. IRS said he can still reveal his taxes. There's a bill working its way through Congress, I believe, by 40 or 50, I can't remember, but the Presidential Disclosure Act. It's also interesting that the Oregon legislature also has a similar bill. Where do you stand on a presidential candidate or a city president revealing their taxes so we can find out ethical and moral values?
So, as you said, the principal candidates for president have consistently, since I think Jerry Ford, maybe slightly before that, released their tax returns voluntarily. I do not support that bill, but I think presidential if you want to talk about it prospectively, that's a different discussion. But I think retroactively, every one of us has a protection about our tax returns. All right. Jenny, I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay, next. Yeah, please stand up. She'll hold the mic. It'll be easier. Then you can read your... Oh, wait a minute. Who's in charge of mics? Maybe you can come down this way. There we go. All right, well, let's go over to this. We'll come back once you get that mic figured out. Let's go over to this side right up here.
Hi. In light of tragedies that have occurred at Newtown and closer to home, places like Springfield and Roseburg, I'd really like to be able to understand why you voted to put guns in the hands of people who are severely mentally ill.
So I assume you're referring to the Congressional Review Act repeal under Social Security. Because I joined the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, in believing that you should protect people's Second Amendment rights. What that rule said was, if somebody basically asked for financial assistance, what that rule said was, if you're on Social Security, you ask for help doing your finances, that Social Security, and somebody was assigned to do that, would automatically turn you in to the national database, and you would be denied your ability to have Second Amendment rights, and there's no right to appeal. And that's why the ACLU said they disagree with that and supported repeal of that rule. And that's why I voted for it, because I will always stand up for our constitutional rights.
Senate would consider tax reform proposals from the White House when Trump has not disclosed his tax returns. Especially in light of stories in the newspapers that Trump himself has rejected tax proposals that would hurt his own businesses. So my question to you is, how can you consider any tax proposals generated by the White House when you don't know what conflicts Trump has with respect to those proposals?
So the tax reform proposals are being developed by the House Ways and Means Committee under the leadership of Kevin Brady. I've not seen those yet because the committee's working on them internally. But I do think we need to change America's tax code to make it more simple and fair and create jobs here in America rather than and not at the highest rates of industrialized growth. I don't think whether Trump revealed his tax returns or not should affect that policy.
Thank you for coming, Greg.
Good to be here.
For other...
Oh, yes, let me just, before you finish, let me just make one statement, if I could. As I said, I would rather have this any day of the week than people who sit on their butts at home and never vote and never participate.
For other than the hard left, we are losing freedom of speech in our colleges and universities. Is there a congressional solution for this loss of our First Amendment rights?
Thank you. You know, my degree from the University of Oregon, but for one basket, was great having the Final Four though. My degree was in journalism. I've been a staunch defender of the First Amendment rights of the press, and I always will stand up for the press, even when occasionally they don't get it quite the way I like it. That's okay. I own radio stations with my wife. I've covered news events myself. We ought to have a vibrant First Amendment right on our college campuses, in our schools, in our communities that's always protected so that you can say what you just said and you can say what you said, and we do it with respect and not intimidation. These are important fundamental rights of democracy, and I will always stand for our First Amendment.
I'd like to know the possibilities of the Republicans working with the Democrats and fighting them, knowing that the ACA, better known as Obamacare, needs tweaking, not totally rescinding, but the chances are of you working with the people who are all, we're all the same.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just a second. So on healthcare, there's a lot of work we have done and will do going forward in a bipartisan way. Let me give you a couple of examples. First, this is the year that we will reauthorize community health centers. We have 55 community health centers in our district. This is the year. Okay, on the ACA, there are things that we hope they will work with us on and we will work with them on. I'm not optimistic about it on ACA. It is kind of a litmus test for both parties, quite honestly. But beyond that, there's incredibly important health care work that needs to be done. We will also reauthorize the Children's Health Insurance Program. That provides 98.1% federal money into state of Oregon to help children have health insurance. Our committee will reauthorize that. I anticipate that to be in a bipartisan way. And I will stand up to the administration if they try and cut funding for NIH, because medical health is connected to research. And I support it in a bipartisan way, the 21st Century Cures Act. It does three important things. It included the Biden moonshot for cancer. $500 million, we put money in there to do that. We expect it to be spent on cancer research, and the committee I chair has jurisdiction over that. We're going to fight to make sure that happens. Second, we put billions of dollars into NIH for advanced medical research. Dr. Francis Collins is an amazing wonder. We're working on that. And then the third thing, it relates to mental health reform. Because we need to get help into our communities. We spend $130 billion a year on 112 programs, and we don't have the services at home that we need to help people here. We're changing that. President Obama signed that into law. We need to make sure that it works and gets into our communities.
Representative Bolden, I'm very happy to be here.
I'm glad you're here.
I'm 73 years old. I'm a veteran. I have over 35 years of government service.
Thank you for your service.
And the main reason that I'm here today is because I have voted in every election since for the past 50-some years. I'm concerned not so much for me, but my children, my grandchildren, and what we are leaving to them. And there are certain things that just really bother me about what I see in Congress. And I think people need to know, number one, on your part, what an integral part you are of the Republican money machine. And determining who gets supported by the Republican Party and how much money gets put into the election. And you are here to serve us. Here's the reason you exist. Government does not exist as a profit center. Government is to serve the people. And that is that's important. And if you want to cut things like NPR and things that people need, it's ridiculous. And why do we spend money on a wall that is not necessary? Disingenuous on your part, an article in the bulletin this morning to refer that you're going to get questions from a bunch of liberals. Basically, we're concerned people. So don't characterize us and try to pigeonhole us. Amen. Because we are concerned with what we're seeing.
I've been a supporter of public broadcasting and will continue to support public broadcasting, just as I've supported the arts. And I think the government should support the arts. And so I will continue to do that. They're important in our children's education. They're an important part of our fabric in the country. And certainly in our district with the Shakespeare Theater down in Ashland, the arts matter economically. And so I think we should support them. I have, I will. I oppose the administration on their efforts to zero out funding. As for your question about campaign finance and all of that, I think you'd have to admit people in both parties and all candidates end up having to raise money to run ads, to run their elections. They're expensive, I wish they were, but it is what it is. Yeah, you're right. It was a multi-part question, so I forgot the wall. So let me respond on the wall. 2006, Congress in a bipartisan way passed legislation that was supported by both of our senators at the time and I think 3 of 5 House members, including me, that authorized protection and security along the border. That produced 700 miles of either fence or wall that exists today. Now, going forward, I don't think it makes sense to build a wall from one end of the border to the other. It doesn't make sense. Now, wait a minute. Don't get too happy here. Because I would say this. My own view, and I've expressed it in every town hall I've done, every meeting, that where people have asked, is this, that a country that doesn't have control of its borders does not have control of its security. And I think that matters. So I do support that. But that can be done in multiple ways, using technology. Along the Rio Grande, it can be done using patrols with boats. And when we also need to reform America's broken immigration system. It needs reform. And I would support it. And the two go hand in hand. So I won't go on any further because I know there are other people that have questions. Where are we? Right here.
I'm a student at Mountain View High School, and I'm concerned with the direction the country is going on environment and climate change because of I was just wondering where you were going in the direction of it.
Sure. So the question was about climate change and the environment. So the good news is because of the development of natural gas in America, we've been able to ratchet down our CO2 emissions in 2005. As a result, we're using less coal power. And as a result of improved infrastructure in distribution lines, power lines, if you will, and investments that are coming, we now are better able to link renewable energy throughout our region. Pacific Corp just announced a multi-billion-dollar expansion of the power grid in Wyoming and Utah that will now connect in. The climate clearly is changing and it's getting warmer. All right, so I don't know about that. The question is what we do about it. The question is how we deal with this as a country. And so there are smart things we can do that will continue to bring down our emissions. More renewables, a more effective energy grid, distributed energy, battery technology, battery-operated vehicles to reduce our Flake, solar, hydro. We just are working on in-stream hydro, advances in hydro. We just had hearings on that. Geothermal. We have legislation on all those issues coming.
Sounds really great. Except for we've got a budget that needs to be approved, correct? Or is it already approved that you guys defunded the EPA? We've got slash on, and we have all this proposed at least.
So president's proposed budgets. And
where are you on this?
We haven't taken up the president's budget yet because
these guys get to inherit the planet right here.
Yeah. That's right.
So do our kids and our grandkids.
Right.
This is a very serious issue. What do we have without an environment that is actually sustainable?
If you review the 2007 IPCC report from the United Nations, one of the other things they identify is smoke from wildfires. And so something we can do here we can do here to reduce emissions is do better management of our federal forests. You all know when you're here, smoke is those are emissions we can actually do something about. So we're working on that. Oh, there you are. Okay, next.
Congressman, for this town hall meeting. I'm a long-time unaffiliated voter, born and raised in LaGrange, and now living here in Bend. I was privileged to have met both Oregon Senators Mark Hatfield and Wayne Morris years ago. Both represented the best in Oregon. They're famous for standing up for principles they believed in and speaking truth to power, even when they were a solitary voice in opposition to a president from their own political party. Your reputation is that you obediently carry out whatever is the agenda of your party leadership. I've listened to Donald Trump unapologetically question President Obama's place of birth, disparage American prisoners of war, a Gold Star family, journalists, Mexican immigrants, war refugees, climate scientists, the disabled, our intelligence community, our judicial system, and women. All of this has been followed by silence from you. Is there any statement that Donald Trump could make that you wouldn't stand up and publicly present?
So there are, and I have issued public statements on them. I've issued them on my Muslim comments. I spoke out against the references on POWs because I have deep respect for those who have served. There have been others along the way. I've spoken out today on some of his budget priorities. I also think it's important to be in the room and try and affect these decisions inside the White House. And that I can do more of that way than simply issuing press releases. And so that's what I intend to do.
I have a why question followed by a who question.
Okay.
The why was, why did your committee produce a health care bill that took away or would take away health care coverage for thousands and tens of thousands of your and at the same time make tax breaks for billionaires and billionaires? From Planned Parenthood, even though, as you know, no federal funds are used for abortion in Planned Parenthood. Why you guys produced that crazy bill, why and who you think you represent when you do that.
On the issue of the funding for Planned Parenthood, it's $422 million that would be diverted to the 55 public health centers. We have four Planned Parenthood clinics in our district. We have 55 rural and federally qualified clinics. We will get more care for more men and women in those clinics across our district with that money. work in progress. It is not finished. It still needs to be improved. We have in Oregon and the Obamacare exchanges, premiums have gone up 50% in the last 2 years. Nationally, they're up 25%. And we need to make sure people have access to affordable care in those exchanges before they get out. Across America, there were 225 counties last year where you only had one option for insurance on the exchanges. This year, that's 1,022 counties where you only have one option on the exchange, and 5 states are down to 1. By next year, if we don't act, there could be whole states and lots of people have no access to an insurance product on the exchange. And we're trying to fix it.
You're very brave. I would first like to say that I believe that's right. It's my commendable effort in Washington on behalf of all United States military veterans, and I applaud you.
Thank you.
Secondly, we're at a time in our country's history where good and honest individuals have to stand up and be counted for the sake of all their citizens, and that starts with our elected officials. I remain in dedicated support of our constitutional Second Amendment rights.
So do I. Let him speak.
As a retired man,
let's be respectful. People want to make their case.
Speaking as a retired officer, I would most strongly urge you to engage the Congress in earnest efforts to enact reasonable and objective point-of-sale background checks on any individual desiring purchase of any projectile weapon, whether it's through a reputable and licensed gun dealer or broker, private sale, or through gifting. I cite a legal transaction, both the buyer and the seller, and I believe they should both be held equally responsible. I would further strongly favor the moral inclusion of any weapons where there is a transfer of use or ownership between family members, especially if there is an issue of mental health. This will certainly not prevent 100% of the carnage we have come to experience within our American culture, but it will most assuredly have a profound impact on recognition that we, as a nation united, bear responsibility to our citizens. To further protect and defend them from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. I've repeated those lines many times over my military career, and I believe as strongly today as I did when I first stumbled through my initial oath as a recruit. We, the people. Thank you for taking the time to listen to those individuals within our community who truly understand what a great country we already have in America. Taking a lot longer than I thought it would. It's all right. And are willing to place themselves in the vanguard for our continued common security within a world becoming more chaotic at every turn. The assemblage here this evening provides further evidence that we do care about what happens or does not occur in Washington. I ask that you remember work for all our citizens, not just a privileged few. Let thankful for our dedicated military service members wherever they are serving. And God bless America.
I'm not ready to go as far as you are in terms of the background check fees. And I think more states need to participate in it, but I do draw the line at that. So.
Mr. Walden, during your tenure, the middle class in the United States has been devastated. And since and including World War II, the United States has been in 24 armed conflicts. We are essentially a nation that is perpetually at war. We are now in 5 areas of the world. We're at war in 5 different areas of the world. Potentially 6 if we start with North Korea. So what I don't understand is why 58% of our budget has to go for the military. And yet, we are the only developed nation without single-payer health care. Both Senate and House members have the best health care in the nation. And certainly middle class, upper middle class paychecks. But you don't seem to care about the rest of us. You seem to be intent on keeping your jobs. Only that's your priority. Re-elected every 2 years. You have forgotten about the people that you supposedly represent. And I agree with whoever came in earlier saying, you're not serving the same people you used to. Things have changed. And we need you to do your damn job.
So appreciate most all of that. So on the issue of our health care, just to put that one out there. So my wife and I are in the Obamacare exchange by law, as members of Congress should be. We were put into the Washington, D.C. exchange. I have a Blue Cross Blue Shield policy that I spend $799 a month for, plus dental, plus vision. And so that is what we pay for. So we are in the exchange, and I have some jurisdiction over the exchanges, right? So what if we do things that hurt the exchange, then we're hurting ourselves. If we do things that help others. The issue for me on health insurance is we got to bend the cost curve down. We've got to get the cost for people down. Our law, our proposal, according to the independence of CBO, said it would reduce premiums by 10%. We would actually bring costs down. Now, there's a lot of work around to do that in terms of the subsidy structure of people and move forward. But I'm not a supporter of the government-run single-payer system.
I'm Robert Marvelous. I'm from Bend, Oregon. Mr. Trump just fired 59 missiles on a Syrian military base without authorization from Congress. My question is, are you willing to rescind the War Powers Act and restore the power to declare war in the hands of Congress again?
No, I think there are times where the commander-in-chief should have that authority back expeditiously. This is precisely what President Clinton did in Kosovo to protect people from slaughter. I think what the president did in this case was targeted, and it sent a very clear message to not use sarin gas on innocent civilians. I think it was appropriate. I support it. It also is in compliance with the War Powers Act because he notified Congress on a timely basis as required, just as President Obama did when he used that authority, just as when President Clinton did when he used that authority. Can we come? Go ahead. She's had it right there. Caitlin, can you? Who's got the other mic? Why don't you step out here for a second, just so you can finish up? I don't know what happened. Get me right here.
My question is, with other administrations, we had agreements through the United Nations and through our allies to pursue these things. The bombing weapons that took place in Syria a couple of days ago was not authorized. It was a unilateral action by the United States. On top of that, the commission who was monitoring chemical weapons in Syria announced 3 days ago that there was no evidence yet determining who was responsible for that. Trump acted without having any evidence other than his saying that Syrian government was responsible. This I consider an invasion of another country's sovereignty. And I'm asking, will Congress rescind and start taking responsibility for the declaration of war? We have fought too many years without any formal declaration. We are the only country that has continually invaded other countries. And we do it with remote weapons where the countries that are being attacked are not even the countries that have attacked us. And I find this morally, legally wrong. And I have to support that.
Thank you. So as I said earlier, I do support what President Trump did in this case. I think he followed the law. I think what is most morally wrong is when a country uses nerve agents on innocent civilians as occurred here. And so I think it was right. And so I don't support repeal of the War Powers Act because I think there are times where this power should reside with the commander-in-chief, whoever that is. Second, and I think it was the right thing to do. And in terms of we're the only country that invades anybody, you're forgetting Iraq, and it's the whole invasion into Kuwait. You're forgetting what the Russians did in Crimea. There are a lot of bad actors out there, and there are a lot of our allies that look to us to protect freedom and security around the world. And that's why I support a strong American defense. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I want to thank you for coming out.
Sure.
It's got to be helpful to everybody here.
No, it's part of the job. It is.
There's so many things that we could discuss. I just came from the coast. I work at the Critical Access Hospital and I see the people who would lose their insurance as a result of the architecture of the bill that you're trying to pass to repeal the Health Care Act. And what I can't understand is how you think saving 10-15% premiums on providing, by taking away primary health care from people, is going to result in any type of financial gain when you consider the impact of the secondary fallout of these people not having primary health care and having secondary problems, further stressing all of our social situations. I was fortunate enough to serve these people that are disenfranchised, and those people need insurance. And whoever said before that we suck from all of the industrialized nations of providing health care, we put it in the wrong place. And what you're trying to do is take it away from primary care and from the primary sources that are going to do the most good. So what I would ask you is all the costs. I'm working in the emergency department. We spend millions of dollars on band-aids that's not going to work, and it's not going to save money. You're going to take the people that are most disenfranchised and take away their opportunity to have any meaningful contribution to society. And if you think that the plan, again, I want to thank you for putting work into this whole problem, but repeal the Affordable Health Care Act is not the answer. The answer is to take what we got and make it better. The Affordable Health Care Act is a damn good step in the right direction, but it's not perfect. So, if we can simply work with it, again, you have to work with both sides of the fence, let me please finish, and not support Trump in repealing and taking away the funding to force the Democrats to concede that's not the CSR. So really what we've got to do is we've got to come to a centrist, and I'll finish with this, we've got to come to a centrist perspective because America wants health care.
Yes.
And it's got to be for everybody. It's really can do it. $30,000 a year for my family, and I'm proud to do so because I earn money, but that's not the way it is for everybody. And you've got to have it for everybody, and what you're doing doesn't give it. America wants health care for everybody.
So, first of all, thanks for your work in the emergency room. I know that's tough duty. I served on a hospital board in Red River for nearly 5 years. And I will answer this question if you give me just a chance. On the cost share reduction, I will share the responsibility, the CSR payments that are in the news right now. I spoke out back in January about the need to make sure those are funded. It's $7 billion. I disagree with holding anybody hostage over that. It was a contract with the providers, with the insurers for this year. It needs to be funded, and I said that publicly, privately, to the president and to others, and I believe it needs to happen and on time, and I will support it. When I was in the state legislature, I helped implement the Oregon Health Plan that led to the 1115 waiver that has grown into what the Oregon Health Plan is today. It is important that we continue to work on these issues. So let me make just one quick point. We are keeping in the reform that we're doing protections for people who have pre-existing conditions. I never want to go back to the days where you couldn't get insurance or you couldn't afford the insurance you have because you have a pre-existing condition. Second, the same goes for lifetime caps they used to put on. So that when you were stricken with a terrible disease and you reached a certain point, you were out of insurance. We are not going back to those days. We are not touching it. Third, you ought to be able to keep your kids on your policies until they're 26. I supported that before. I support that today. On Medicaid, we will continue to fund Medicaid And I fought to make sure that states like ours could continue to add people on the expanded rolls through the end of 2019. And those who are on there will continue to be funded at the full 90% level. And so there are things we're trying to do while we reform the markets so those that can't get access to affordable insurance today can. We're not there yet. Some of what we put forward needs to be reformed. But most of it devolves to the states, and the states have more opportunity to make these decisions as Oregon did with its 11-15 waiver. Because I think Oregon can make better choices than Washington. Oh, there we go. Good evening. Can you hear me now? It's a Verizon commercial. Okay, let's figure out if we can get
Hello? There we go. I'm a pediatrician. I take care of kids here in Bend in Central Oregon. A lot of kids, Medicaid, and OHP, and I've truly seen the amazing effects of the Oregon Health Plan and the Medicaid expansion over the last 5 years. In terms of providing better health care for children, I think the American Health Care Act is one of the most unconscionable, not humane pieces of legislation we've ever seen. I think that removing health care from 24 million people is criminal in a country with resources. A specific question for you. Half of the children in this district, 87,000 children, rely on Medicaid and CHIP, mainly Medicaid, right, for their health care. Can you assure your district that funding for Medicaid won't be cut under any future replacement plan, and that CHIP will be reauthorized for 5 years without any further restrictions?
So first of all, on CHIP, that's under our committee's authorization. We'll reauthorize it this year. I assume it'll be for another 5 years. It'll be bipartisan. For Oregon, the last time we authorized it was when we took care of your SGR problem, where docs would be penalized in their reimbursement under Medicare, and I supported the MACRA, which got rid of the SGR failed formula. It would have resulted in, if you take Medicare patients, massive reductions in what docs get paid. We fixed that about 2 years ago. As a consequence of that, we reauthorized CHIP, and we increased the amount of money that went into children's health insurance. Today in Oregon, CHIP pays 98.1% federally for those children. The ACA took kids off of that insurance and put them into Medicaid in many cases. Those are called stair-step kids. Those kids could go back on CHIP, and for the state of Oregon that's facing an $882 million shortfall in Medicaid today, before anything's been passed in Washington, they would actually get a higher reimbursement under CHIP than they do under Medicaid. On the per capita Medicaid piece, we would pay CPI plus medical, which is 3.7%. Oregon, under its 1115 waiver, is committed to not spend more than 3.4% under the conditions of the 1115 waiver. So you would be above what Oregon's already said they won't go above based on the medical CPI. So I can make that point too. Where is that? I'm going to find where it is. Oh, here we go.
Okay. Greg, my name's Greg as well. 2 G's at the end.
Yeah, I like
okay.
that.
Yeah, I know. This is an issue, many important issues have been talked about so far, and this might seem like a small issue, but it affects students across the state of Oregon. Last week, the Mountain View Oregon Battle of the Books team went to the state contest. Before that, librarians, teachers, students across the state wrote letters to you asking for you to continue funding for libraries and museums. The deadline for that letter was the Monday before that contest. You did not sign. Now, this program was started with seed money from the Library Services and Technology Act grant, and that was in 2008. It has grown over these years as the most successful program of its kind in the entire nation. You are cutting half of its funding next year. Voting against this, I do not understand. Federal programs involve not just the national government, but prompting states and partnerships. And this state has been successful creating a model that should be followed by other states in this nation. We have a low graduation rate in Oregon, but this is the best literacy and lifelong learning program we have, and you voted to defund it. Are going to be voting.
Now,
you did not sign the appropriations.
I actually have not seen the appropriations. I may have come in. I've been out here. I'm doing that.
Others do.
I've been working on a few other issues. I'll take a look at it. The appropriations bill has not been completed. The appropriations bill has not been completed. I'm happy to take a look at it. Let's see. I support libraries. I've met with the librarians almost every year. They come to Washington. We work on their projects. I've supported funding in the past. I have not voted on this bill you're talking about today. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention, and I'll see what I can do to be supportive. Thank you. I will do that. All right, Nick.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming to listen to this energetic group.
Yeah, it's good. It's democracy in action.
Absolutely. I have a real concern about the bipartisanship that is taking over the government. People will not move anything forward in the government unless their label can go on. We've seen that with healthcare repeatedly. We've seen it in other areas. And most recently, with nuclear option having been taken to steal the Supreme Court position, how will Congress ever work together?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm not the Senate, so I don't have a vote on their rules or on their appointments. I know when I agree. So let me move off of that because I don't have a say. I would have supported Neil Gorsuch, yes. Now, because you asked, but I don't have a vote on that. I thought he was a competent jurist. The last time he was approved by unanimously in the Senate, he served with distinction on the courts. But to the rest of it, he should have had a hearing. Again, it's up to the Senate. I don't have a vote on that. But to your bigger point, I want you to take away one thing from tonight. Well, you'll take away a lot, I know. But one thing that I think is really important. What you don't see is how much we all do work together. I know you don't. We do it in this delegation. Some things we disagree on. You see that. But there's a lot that we work together on in Congress. We passed a whole bunch of bills almost unanimously in the House that we worked together on veterans care, on the 21st Century Cures legislation I mentioned earlier. That passed with Joe Biden's cancer shot in there. That passed with President Obama signing it. We had probably 400 members of the House. It took 3 years. What's that? Oh, you don't understand some people in Congress. Because we're spending money. We're spending money on NIH. And I mean, that, to me, that's right. To me, it's an investment. I mean, I met with the Alzheimer's people when they, both here and back in Washington. By 2050, society will spend $40 trillion on Alzheimer's if we don't find a cure. So we're working on these things. Well, I think you'll find if you look, there's a lot of bipartisan. Earl Blumenauer and I just passed a bill to transfer land up on Mount Hood that Ron White and I worked on, and we both passed the bill. He passed it out of the Senate committee so that we can get development out of a watershed and get it over to government camp where it belongs. So there's... See what? Yeah. You're not. And First Amendment rights are critical to all of us. And my view is all I ever owe anybody is a thank you if they have given me support. Period. That's all they deserve. And I think the last 3 months have shown I'm more willing to vote against people who have contributed to me. Club for Growth is today. running ads against me because I'm not doing everything the far right of my party wants. Those ads are on probably KTBC. We're helping pay your salary. And so my view is, and the hospitals have supported me, docs have supported me, they oppose this legislation. You have to leave this business with your integrity, and I intend to do that. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Oh, up there.
Representative Walden, I commend you for recognizing that climate change is occurring.
Yes.
Climate change will have serious health implications for hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Americans, not to mention citizens worldwide.
Right.
In order to prevent the worst effects of climate change, the U.S. must follow through on its agreements under the Paris Climate Agreement. We need to address fossil fuel use at home. Obama's Clean Power Plan does that. You receive a 5% score from Oregon League of Conservation Voters. In 2014, you took $118,000, more than $118,000 from fossil fuels. Will you please speak to the importance of the Paris Climate Agreement and the U.S.'s obligations under that agreement to our citizens and citizens worldwide?
As you know, that agreement stems from the agreements clear back to 1992. And it's a voluntary agreement for the countries involved. Now, I think we can do a lot of work to break down emissions, and we have. Again, as I said earlier, by power switching from coal to gas, that helps. By getting renewables, that helps. All that helps. Now, here's what I think we need to be aggressive on, is making sure that other countries that today, like China, are putting on coal plant after coal plant, don't do that. And so I would push back on them so that they're going to be, everything we say here will be exceeded by them over there. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to our economy. I don't think it works effectively for the environment. So I think we can get a better deal to bring down those emissions, especially if we get our natural gas into the market. So that's what we're doing. And we need to continue to invest in advanced fuels. We need to continue to invest in battery technology so that our fleet, we need to look at geothermal power. We need to look at all these things. Oregon has vast geothermal resources that could be used to heat homes. They do it in Klamath Falls. Heat homes, heat the OIT, generate electricity. That is completely renewable. And we should be looking at these non-carbon emitting renewable energy sources and take that technology and put it out into the world. And then we make it here and we sell it there and we get carbon out everywhere. You may have to move a little bit this direction. Yeah, we're working on it. I don't know what come further this way, Nick. You're out of the range of the... Come a little further, Nick. There we go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Sure.
We brought up Obamacare, and one of the first reasons of Obamacare this afternoon was about the individual exchanges. And I think both sides of the...
That they're not working
well. I think
right.
Both sides of the House would agree with that.
Yes.
Both sides of the Senate would agree with that. But with simpler solutions.
Yeah.
For instance, in the exchanges, they are being individual exchanges because there's only one group that I understand can possibly get their insurance through the exchange, and that's the small business group.
And individuals.
Other than that, it's purpose of insurance is to spread risk over
Community
one
rating, correct.
So what simple, there may be an objection to this, but one simple solution might be to have more ability to form groups in the individual market. For instance, professional associations, technical associations, associations of employees where no insurance is offered, churches could do it. And I wonder what you think about coming back and doing the tweaking on Obamacare in ways such as this.
Yeah. So actually, I've supported association health plans, and the House passed a bill to move those forward as an option. We also are working on legislation to expand access to health savings accounts. For some people, that's a good option. And people, these are all pieces of the puzzle. Federal employees have a health savings account, if you will, that they use. Individuals use. I think they can be a piece of this puzzle. What you're talking about is association health plans. As you said, churches can get together, different groups can get together and form a pool. I support that. In fact, I supported that. We voted on legislation this year already to try and move that forward in the House. And I voted on it before. In fact, I worked with people here in Bend years ago on a multi-employer ME law, which was for the Chamber of Commerce headed because small businesses couldn't get access to health insurance. They got that up and running, approved by the Department of Labor, and then the ACA said it's not good enough under the rules and shut it down. It was working here. Now, we've got to continue to experiment to find things that will work. When I was a small employer, we provided insurance for all of our employees. We paid 100% of the premium. And I got to tell you, for 21 years we did that. And my father before me, we paid the premiums 100%. But every year when we went to renew, we were a small business. And we had no market power. I always wanted to group up, have market power, get better rates, but I didn't have that option. The things you're talking about make a lot of sense, and I support it.
Upper left.
I just got to find where the microphone is.
Upper left.
Upper left.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for coming. I have some questions about regulations for you.
Okay.
On your Facebook page, you have a story about Jake Hurley, who was affected by salmonella outbreak in peanuts.
Right.
Yet earlier this year, you voted in favor of the RAINS Act, which will decrease regulations, and more recently, you have voted to increase pollution in small streams and watersheds. My question to you is, have you talked with one of your staffers here in Bend about the problem of decreasing environmental regulations and the effects on health?
Right.
How do you, the counter argument was, you've got to grow the environment and the economy, regulations are too burdensome. But how do you grow an economy when the workforce is sick from pollution? And how do you justify promoting corporate profit at the expense of public health?
So since you raised the issue of Jake Hurley, let me tell you what that was about and what we did about it. The Energy and Commerce Committee, I led the effort to do the investigation on a corporation called Peanut Corporation of America. We subpoenaed the records, we subpoenaed the emails, and this guy now is in jail for the longest period anybody's ever been sent to for his offense. And his offense was this. He ran a bad operation. They found salmonella in the peanut paste, and he said, check it again, which is illegal. And when they got a negative response, which they can't do, but they did, he said, cut it loose. They shipped that out. It found its way into peanut butter crackers and all kinds of things because it's paste. 11 people died. As a result of our investigation, Justice Department picked it up, and he's sitting in prison. He was a corporation. He did wrong. He deserved that penalty, and we revised America's food safety laws to try and make sure it doesn't happen again. Now, second, let me give you another example that law of why getting regulations right matters. So under that law, the FDA recently came out, and they wanted to do water quality control on irrigation in onion fields, under the idea that somehow you could spread salmonella. All right? It's never happened in bulb onions, dry bulb onions. We grow a lot up in this district, down toward Ontario especially. It's open irrigation. They want that water to always be kept at basically swimming pool quality. It's impossible to do. It does have salmonella in it, but here's the deal. It flows from crop to crop to crop. It changes dramatically with salmonella content. But the part of this that matters is none of that matters, because there are two separate kill steps along the way with dry bulb onions. It would have put the onion growers basically out of business if that rule had gone into effect. I got the FDA to come out, see it on the ground, figure it out, modify the rule so that we could have both agriculture industry in our district and apply it where it makes sense. There are other commodities and crops that don't have those steps. So my job is to help get it right for Oregon, for Oregonians, and for America. And that's what we work on all of these rules and regulations.
With all this talk about climate change, I applaud you and hope that you do vote for continued funding for green energy, solar power, etc., the batteries you spoke of. So, with this in mind, I'd like to follow up with that as well. I question why you've not only not stood up to the Trump administration's anti-environmental rhetoric and actions, but have actively supported and voted to, as we mentioned, repeal the Industry Protection Act, so I'd like to hear about that specifically. Oppose protection of public lands, such as the Hawaii Canyon lands, hindered the Klamath Dam removal agreements, supported fossil fuel friend Scott Pruitt to head the EPA, and applauded Trump for forcing the continued work on the Keystone XL pipeline and the Dakota Access Pipeline.
So let's start with Oregon. So the canyon lands, the Hawaii, there are 7 layers of federal government protection on those lands today. All right? There was a assembly not quite this big in French Glen of local people there who felt very strongly in opposition to that because they felt that these lands were being managed well today, and most people would probably agree with that have gone out there. The local sheriff said to me, I have a $9,000 search and rescue budget. If you suddenly start making this a big national area, people are going to go out here, what am I supposed to do when rescues occur? These are the real things that come to I think those lands are federally protected now. I was the author of the legislation. I've been the author of the legislation that protected the Steens. That was my bill. It was in coordination with our delegation, Governor Kitzhaber at the time. I worked day in and day out with Bruce Babbitt, who was Secretary of Interior, and Bill Clinton signed it into law. That was the Steens Mountain Cooperative Management Protection Act. I was one of the authors of the legislation that set aside wilderness on Mount Hood. I backpacked around there with Earl Blumenauer 3 nights, 4 days, and we came to an agreement. We passed it in the House. Things changed. We were thrown out of power. They came back. We continued to work together with Ron Wyden, and that bill became law. And we're continuing to work on that. So on the, go ahead. Keystone, I think makes sense. I'd rather have oil and pipelines. I'd rather have oil and pipelines than rail cars or on our highways. And so we have a lot of pipelines already in America. It's how we move fuel products to where we need them. I think it's safer in pipelines than it is in rail cars like the ones that derailed their closure this year. So that's why I support pipelines. And some of that bottom oil would have been in that pipeline rather than perhaps in those rail cars.
quickly about this Green Protection Act and why you think that allowing mining companies to freely dump their waste into rivers is best for the American people.
All right. So it would have put approximately 64% of coal out of reach in the U.S. In some areas like North Dakota, and I've talked to the congressman from North Dakota, where they do, if that rule had been in place, you would actually end up with worse recovery after mining than before. And so it didn't apply and work well state to state. It would have cost jobs. I think we can come back and do something better.
Congressman Wall, thank you for taking on the crowd. My question regards the regulations imposed on small businesses.
Okay.
As an employee for a small business, it provides a valuable resource not only to Deschutes County to the Northwest as a wildland firefighter. We are constantly facing situations out there on the fire line where, because of the area that we're in, there are restrictions on how we can suppress or try to contain a fire. A few years ago in Lakeview, in the Lakeview district, they had to use dynamite to blow up a tree because it was on fire in a protected area, which contributed to a 200,000 acre plus fire between Oregon and Nevada, give or take a few acres. What can we do, what can you do to help us roll back some of those regulations to let us get out there and protect the lands that we have?
Thank you. So a couple of things. One, Congressman Fazio, Congressman Schrader, and I have worked on legislation to try and bring more flexibility in how our public lands are managed. And precisely to do two things. One, to try and prevent fire from being catastrophic and destroying watersheds, habitats, and our forests. Second, to be able to come in afterwards and restore that habitat, take out the merciful timber while it still has value as appropriate per site, use those proceeds to pay to restore, just like the state of Oregon would do, just like a private landowner would do, just like counties do. We need jobs in Eastern Oregon, we need to reduce the fire loading in our forests, and we need to protect our watersheds and habitat. So I'd rather have you out doing that thinning work, like we do, than have you out having to fight catastrophic and deadly fire. It pollutes our atmosphere, it destroys our watersheds, it has burned through Bend at times, it's put sisters out of business at times. We know what that's all about here in Central Oregon, and we'll continue to work to try and give you the tools you need to protect us when fire hits and to minimize the catastrophic nature of those fires. Okay, over to this side. Yes, sir.
My name's Patrick. Newly minted registered nurse. Right, so you answered my question about healthcare, but I landed a job with the behavioral health department.
Can you talk just a little louder?
Yeah, so I'm a psych nurse now at St. Charles. I've been there for 8 months.
All right.
So I put suicide on the forefront of my mind.
Yeah.
Right? Something that affects everybody. I think but we had a suicide center in the middle school last year.
Yeah, if you can talk just a
There
little
was a
louder.
middle school last year that was a lot of people in the school were affected by suicide.
Yes, they are.
And so whenever we talk about things, when we're talking, I live in Colin, Sandy Hook, West Virginia, Walker Community College here in North Carolina. And we do a lot of talking. What are you going to do about the mental health side? We talk about guns whenever we gun people, right? But the big issue is conflict resolution.
Yes, it
and
is.
teaching kids how to deal with emotions and letting them be able to come forward. We don't have resources in schools to teach kids how to find the stuff that they need. So we're never going to solve shootings with 30 rounds or 15 rounds, mag attacks. Who cares? Mental health is
yes.
And getting to kids at a very young age. What are you going to do?
Yeah, appreciate that. Several things. In the 21st Century Cures Act, we not only revised America's mental health laws, but we said, let's figure out which programs through peer review actually work. And stop. This has grown. The last bill John Kennedy signed before he was tragically assassinated is the Mental Health Law of America. We haven't done a revision since then. We've only added to it. So there are $130 billion a year that you spend as taxpayers on mental health in America, and yet it doesn't get to where you are. So we are trying to drive that money down, figure out that the 112 mental health programs funded by the federal government, they've never evaluated which ones actually work from those that don't. So we're going to have evidence-based programs and fund those. And then the third part is get the money down to the communities, down to people like you. And then we're also working on our veterans' suicide rate. It is an incredible tragedy in America how many veterans and active duty military take their own lives. And so through the VA and the Department of Defense funding, we're trying to address that issue as well and beef up the help for PTSD. And so this is something we have common ground on. And it's a matter of getting the programs right and getting the funding down here and out of Washington. And I'm committed to doing that. We got time for a couple more questions. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Taylor, and I was just wondering why do you want to take away the Affordable Care Act? Because it will kill my uncle, my dad, and all their family members that have sicknesses. And why do you want to do that?
Yeah. So when we look at the Affordable Care Act today, premiums are getting to the point where people are having trouble finding. If you're not one of the people that's subsidized, you're seeing premiums go up and you're seeing deductibles go up. And $6,000 for people who have no subsidy is a lot of money for a deductible. There are people here who think we should have the government run it all in a single-payer system, right? Is supposed to take care of our veterans, and it has problems that we need to fix. Now, is this your answer? So, if I could add, are you on Medicare or are you on ACA? Yeah. Oh, I know you're with the other. Yeah.
My name is Beth McBride. Emailed you, sent you letters, called you, you haven't responded. What Taylor's talking about in our family, my son, her father, her uncle are all going to die because of your action and taking care,
So are they on Medicaid or the expansion population or the exchange?
It's really a matter of what they're on. The fact is, if you control health care, it's 18% of our economy. You are going to destroy our country.
All right. Yes. We're trying to fix it so it will work. We're trying to make sure that we can get it on the market that we can afford. Here's the other thing. So, understand, in Oregon today, there's another part of this equation. States are in partnership with the federal government on Medicaid, correct? Right. So on CHIP, on the Children's Health Program, that's 98.1% that the federal government pays. The state of Oregon picks up the difference. On the expansion population, it's 95%, it's going to 90%. On Medicaid, it's 63%, traditional Medicaid. That's what the federal government spends. We rank fourth from the bottom among states on what the state of Oregon puts into Medicaid. Right below us is Arkansas, Kentucky, and New Mexico. So even with all of that, Oregon is $882 billion in the hole just on its Medicaid program without any change from the federal government. And the Senate Democrats, one of their budget alternatives was to stop the expansion. I don't think we ought to do that. There's a way to deal with this going forward. Now we go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Alden. My name is Barb Campbell. I serve on City Council here in Shannon. I serve on the City Council here, and our streets are crumbling, Mr. Walden. You took office in 1999. You are being referred to as a professional politician in advertising today. The year after you took office, you started defunding the Federal Highway Trust Fund. Stopped getting the support it needed about the year after you took office. You've been deficit funding that trust fund for the last 8 years or so because the sustainable funding was cut. I want to know what you are going to do for us when you have reduced the amount of funding for our highways every year for the last 15 or so years.
Well, once again, I have supported federal funding of highways each time it's come up. That includes the trust fund. We've also added to the trust fund the general fund money at times to make up the difference. That is. As is other funding for other programs when you exceed a balanced budget. So you can pick on that one and say, oh, don't spend it there, but you also say spend on all these other things. We do have a deficit problem in this country. You're correct. And so, unlike the city council, so
We don't have a wealth problem. We're the richest country on earth.
So let me ask you this. When you all put forward a gas tax proposal for the city of Bend, did it pass or did it fail? When the gas tax proposal, it failed. So when the voters in Bend said, should we spend more for transportation in Bend through a gas tax, it went down, right? So voters have spoken on that issue. So we have come in and helped with federal money into the state of Oregon through the STIP program. You all have a say in the money how it is spent. By the way, that's what helped pay for the Bend bypass years ago, the bypass around Redmond. A lot of that money came from federal funds, and I supported that effort time and time again. And we fully funded the transportation program for 5 years. Prior to that, it was on a year-to-year, sometimes 6-month basis. And by the way, when the Democrats were in charge of the House, the Senate, and the White House, they did not raise the gas tax during that period where they had 60 votes. This is tough stuff we got to work through to make sure that we have the infrastructure we need. But I have supported transportation funding time and again.
We're the richest country on earth. We should be able to do it all. Healthcare and streets and education.
All right, let's have this.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thanks for being here, by the way, and speaking up. It's hard at times.
Since Donald Trump rolled down the golden escalator, his rhetoric and policies have been cause for fear for millions of Americans. I personally wouldn't suffer very much under many of his proposed policies. But what does scare me greatly is his militant assault on the First Amendment. For much of his campaign and since he was elected president, Mr. Trump and his advisors, Steve Bannon, have invoked the words of some of history's most despicable people in calling the free press the enemy of the people. This troubles me greatly, and I wonder how you can, in good faith, stand beside this man while he goes against the very things that make our
So let me talk about First Amendment, because that's the crux of your question. And I agree with you on the importance of the First Amendment. As I said earlier, I have a degree in journalism. I helped write a federal shield law, though we never could get it enacted, so that members of the working press could protect their sources. I've supported the open records law in Oregon. It makes sense. Government should be transparent. But it really matters to our democracy that we have an independent press, and even though we disagree with them, we should respect them and their job that they do. I have somewhat been in their shoes because I covered events. And I can speak for myself, and I'm going to, in the sense that we always should have a vibrant press. And today, in the world we live in, it's sometimes hard to sort out fact from fiction with social media, things on the internet. They perform a very important role. They perform an extraordinarily important role to sort all that out for us. And I value that. Okay, let's go.
I'm David Johnson.
Wait, I can't hear you until they get something.
I'm David Johnson from Sisters, Oregon.
Thanks for being here.
Member of the Band of Brothers.
Thank you for your service.
And I'm a Vietnam veteran and a retired Navy captain. And my preamble, that's not my question. I wanted to thank you for all the support you've done for the veterans, not only in Oregon, but nationwide. My question is that I respect General Mattis, four-star Marine, who heads up the Department of Defense. He is the only one in the administration that says climate change is real and it's a national security issue. I would like to have you publicly state that you agree with climate change. I'm not going to embarrass you, but don't read the record for the past 10, 12 years, and it's not been a controlled environment. You say good things, and I'm going to ask you to walk the talk. We need to have you and the general stand up to Trump and tell him that it's not a hoax. We need to protect the land, we need to protect the air and the water, and besides the national security for the military, it's a national issue for the United States and there's Mother Nature. And I really implore you to come up publicly.
Well, let me just say that. I don't believe it's a hoax, and I don't believe it was perpetrated by the Chinese. I disagree with the president on that point. We've got about an hour longer than proposed, but that's all right. But here's the deal. I'll take one more question here because we have to drive over the pass to Bedford. And I have a town hall there at 7:30 in the morning. There's 3 inches of snow we have to get through. We will have the ability, we stayed an hour longer than originally planned, but we have the ability for people to give their questions, and we'll go over to Nick for the final one.
Thank you, Congressman.
Yes, I will. I'll do a town hall next year. I do them every year. I've done 2 in red, 2 in the pine, red over here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you, Congressman Walton, for being here with us tonight and listening to our concerns. And I got to say, it takes a lot of courage to, take all the abuse and things that you have tonight, considering that most of these people are very important for you and decide. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk to you, and what I'm saying is, considering that most of these people didn't vote for you, no matter what you do in the future, they're not going to vote for you anyway.
It doesn't matter.
But it's good that you come here and
we respect it.
What I wanted to say is that since I retired from the Forest Service 10 years ago, and I had 37 years of service with the organization, I still continue to keep up to speed with policy and regulations and things that are going on with natural resources. I still deploy to wildfires, and so I see firsthand a lot of the damage caused by overregulation and the use of existing laws Before I go further, though, I want to express to the media here, as well as folks that don't really understand, I think they have a misconception of what conservationists are. And if you look at the definition of a conservationist is a person or a group, and what they do is they believe in the, it's all right, well, they believe in the balance between man and nature, and that both can coexist. Yes. Common sense natural resource management. On the other hand, a preservationist believes that man and nature can only exist if man is excluded or has a limited presence in nature. And so I think when you look at some of the organizations, the extremist organizations out here now, they really are preservationists. They don't refer to them as conservationists. And then these preservationist groups have also hijacked Oregon's wildlands.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Coming up on about 7 o'clock here almost. We're 5 minutes to 7, almost 10 o'clock there out on the East Coast. Hope you're all having a great Friday Eve. We are just moments there away from TGIF, everyone, so congratulations on that part. We're going to take you from one town hall to another, and this one is right here in our own backyard in Arizona, in Mesa, Arizona. Senator Jeff Flake is set to begin in just a few short minutes with his town hall. So we'll bring that to you live. Let's take you to the event right now as people are still filing in right now at the Mesa Convention Center. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. You are watching News Now right now live on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are waiting for Senator Jeff Flake to be holding his town hall meeting at the Mesa Convention Center. You can see people are still filing in, and they will be able to ask questions to our senator in just a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, everyone. You know, senators are great at filibustering, but I don't want to do that. I want to get right to questions. But before we do we have any veterans in the audience here?
Right here.
Right here. You're a veteran? Would you please come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let's hear it for the Air Force. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. We want to get right to questions, but first I want to ask, who traveled the furthest to be here? Who traveled more than 200 miles? Anyone? Right here. Where did you travel from? Germany? Oh, my goodness. I don't know. All right. If you traveled more than 200 miles, why don't you ask the first question? If you could go right back to the mic, and then we'll have them. Whoever is lined up, will go here, here, and here. But if you want to go back to that mic, in the middle. No, it's easier to go back to that one. Then I can answer right away.
Mr. Flake, why is it that in Germany we have had a universal health care system since... Wait a minute. Since 1871, we have had a health... Okay, I want to tell you, we have had a healthcare system since 1871. I came to this country and my mother said, do not do that. Do not go to the country that has no health care. That was 50 years ago. I spent 30 years here, and I can tell you that under the free market system, it does not work. It does not work. Okay, I went back to Germany 10 years ago, and I am now enjoying the very best healthcare system in the whole world. And if you know how it works, I will be glad to explain it to you. Okay, you have any questions?
I'm not sure if there's a question in there for me.
Well, for one thing, the medical premiums are geared towards your income. And you are, so it seems like everybody can afford it. If I can't, then the government picks up the tab. But I should also tell you, under the various, it's like a public option that, okay, now I forgot what I wanted to say. Like, anybody can afford it. And it is mandatory, it is regulated. There is a panel of government officials, doctors, hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and they set a cap. The free market has no business in healthcare reform.
Well, thank you for that. I don't happen to agree. I think the free market system. I like the free market. What can I say? Let's go ahead. Do we want to go to the next question? Right over here, sir.
Yeah. I'm a precinct committee person in Legislative District 21. I am not a paid professional organizer. And can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. I'm a precinct committee person in Legislative District 21. I'm not a paid professional organizer. I don't think anybody else in this room is.
Hey, let me just say,
yeah, the majority.
I don't think anybody here is here because they're paid. People are here because they're concerned. And I'm glad you're here.
The majority of constituents that I speak with support a single-payer system. My question is, will you represent the people of Arizona and support single-payer, or are you going to continue to represent the health insurance industry?
I will continue to support, as much as I can, our free market system of health care. I'm not in favor of single payer. Next question.
Senator Flake. Senator Flake. I first would like to thank you for being here. It is definitely an honor to be in your presence. I think you're doing a great job up in Capitol Hill, even though times like this are pretty partisan. So, Senator Flake, I am not here for the ACA. I'm not here for Planned Parenthood, and I'm not dressed as a chicken. I'm here because I'm seeing my country being torn apart at the seams. We are a country divided against itself. We look to our leaders to bring us together and not divide us apart. I had hoped you and Senator in irrational times. But then I saw you betray that confidence. You sold my privacy up the river. And you're one of the 54 senators that ended the filibuster, which for hundreds of years kept nonpartisan issues from being partisan. What is more important than labeling ourselves Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, is that we label ourselves Americans first, above all else. So, Senator, my question is, when are you going to choose your country over your party?
Well, thank you. Thank you for that statement that we're all Americans, not Republicans or Democrats. And let me address the three questions I think that you asked, or the two at least. One with regard to internet privacy. I have a family. I have 5 children. Internet privacy is extremely important to me. What we did is we want to ensure that we have uniform privacy regulation across the internet. The proposed rule, although it wasn't enforced yet, the proposed rule would have treated some internet service providers.
Hey, you guys, sorry for the situation here. That's even weirder on the screen. You guys, we're trying to figure out this technical difficulty. Appreciate your patience. giving you a different shot here. Give me one moment. If you guys don't want to miss out on this, head to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, where that feed is clean and ready to go while we work out this technical difficulty. You can see Jeff Flake, almost a shadow figure in front of the White House. Very strange technical issues here, you guys, but just head to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can see that feed clear and ready to go.
That came into effect. With regard to
Sorry, you guys, bear with us here. Sometimes these things just happen. Technical difficulties. Again, if you're wondering, where can I watch this? Head to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. They are streaming it live there. You can see that in full, clear footage. Right now, though, on our YouTube stream, we just seem to be having some technical difficulties. Thanks for your patience.
with regard to Merrick Garland, I think Merrick Garland was a great man and a good judge. But what happened in the Senate last year, you may not have liked it, but it was not without precedent. In fact, you would have to go back, I think, to 1888 to find a situation where the president in one party was able to appoint somebody in an election year who was confirmed by the other party in the Senate. So, can we go to the next question? Over here.
Hi, Senator Flake. Thank you for appearing tonight. It looks like a lot of fun being in the Lion's Den. I have a two-part
Glad
question.
to be here.
I have a two-part question for you about the ACA, so it'll take a second. The first part's a Hobson's choice. Would you prefer an attempt to, on a bipartisan nature, to approve the ACA by propping up the subsidies and the risk corridors that were taken away, or in the alternative, would you rather let the ACA fall off the cliff believing that's what's better for your constituents? The second part is if the ACA goes, so goes a provision that ends the donut hole for Medicare drug recipients by 2020. What happens to that recipient if the ACA disappears? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. With regard to the first one, would I support something that would nullify or allow coverage to lapse? Obviously, that's the last thing we want to do. People who have to remember, people in Arizona, this has been ground zero for.
Yes or no?
This has been, Arizona has been ground zero for the failure of the exchange. If you live in Arizona in any one of 15 counties, in any of 15 counties that you live in, the average family of 4 will pay more for their health care premium monthly than they will for their mortgage. If you live in Pinal County, you're paying double for your health care premium than you are for the mortgage. And you can't sustain that. In Maricopa County of last year, in Maricopa County last year, 120,000 people lost their coverage because their insurer left the state.
And that's the basis of the question is why did they leave the state? Was it because of the question about the subsidies and the risk corridor, or is there something else driving them away? They all want to be here for Medicare Advantage to insure people. Why don't they want to be here to insure the under 65 market?
Hey. They're leaving because they feel they can't make a profit. That's how companies work. That's how insurance companies work. But the last thing you want to do, people in Arizona, like I said, have been whipsawed back and forth, losing their coverage. The last thing you want to do is make sure they lose it again. So I'm not supporting a repeal until we have a replacement in place. So that's what we need. That's all. When Obamacare started, there were 14 insurers here in Maricopa County.
Thanks for your patience here, guys. We are just trying to work out this technical difficulty. We apologize, you guys, for these technical difficulties. Thanks so much for sticking with us here as I try to work this out. Again, if you do want to see the Jeff Flake Town Hall, go to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. They are streaming it there, clean footage. We're having a little bit of issues with our feed tonight, so thanks so much, you guys.
Presidents and what they do on the weekend, I'm not going to consider size presidents. I refrained.
Okay, you guys, sorry about this situation here. I mean, even when I come on camera, we still have this overlay right now. We apologize. Working to get this situation fixed out. We're going to temporarily end the stream, and we will get back on as soon as we fix this.